Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavān Sri Nityananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of Kailasa, this ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. Kailasa is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through Kailasa results in the legal recognition of Kailasa as per the international customary law, particularly the Doctrine of Continuity. The international law, the Doctrine of Continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in Respect of Treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the Doctrine of Continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavān Sri Nityananda Paramashivoham. Through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu sovereign kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the Doctrine of Continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nityananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of Kailasa, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nityananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, Kailasa, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the Doctrine of Continuity, these facts imply that the Kailasa's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of Kailasa. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info. Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavān Sri Nityananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of Kailasa, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. Kailasa is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through Kailasa results in the legal recognition of Kailasa as per the international customary law, particularly the Doctrine of Continuity. The international law, the Doctrine of Continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the Doctrine of Continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the Church, and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavān Sri Nityananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the Doctrine of Continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nityananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of Kailasa, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nityananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, Kailasa, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the Doctrine of Continuity, these facts imply that the Kailasa's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of Kailasa. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info. Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavān Sri Nityananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of Kailasa, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. Kailasa is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through Kailasa results in the legal recognition of Kailasa as per the international customary law, particularly the Doctrine of Continuity. The international law, the Doctrine of Continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the Doctrine of Continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continued to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavān Sri Nityananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the Doctrine of Continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nityananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of Kailasa, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nityananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, Kailasa, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the Doctrine of Continuity, these facts imply that the Kailasa's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of Kailasa. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info. Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavān Sri Nityananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of Kailasa, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. Kailasa is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through Kailasa results in the legal recognition of Kailasa as per the international customary law, particularly the Doctrine of Continuity. The international law, the Doctrine of Continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the Doctrine of Continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavān Sri Nityananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the Doctrine of Continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nityananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of Kailasa, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nityananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, Kailasa, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the Doctrine of Continuity, these facts imply that the Kailasa's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of Kailasa. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info
Nityanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilakshyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Satgurum Tam Namami. Welcome to Nityananda Yoga, where we transcend the limits of conventional practice and dive deep into the source of our being, drawing from the original source of yoga itself. Today, we're embarking on a journey of a simple 308 asanas, the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. But it's not just about contorting the body or mastering complex postures. It is about connecting in oneness with the cosmos. Your body will be like wax, moldable and pliable. Today, as we embark on this journey, shed the notion of limitations. Forget the boundaries imposed by your bone and flesh. Instead, recognize yourself as the very source material of the cosmos, the consciousness from where we all come from. With each movement, you will not just be stretching muscles, you will be reaching into the depths of your consciousness. Visualize yourself as a sculptor, crafting your form with intention and precision. Want to grow 4 inches taller by the end of this session? Believe it, for your body is a wax waiting to be molded as per your intention. There is only one enemy towards this that we have built within each one of us, that is the parasites of negativity. Every muscle you have built in the moment of anger, of anxiety, of pain, of incompletion becomes the boundary of your consciousness. Today, we embark on a journey to detoxify ourselves, make us experience our original nature as divine. So as we go through these 12 components, which is so unique to Nityananda Yoga, from the original source, the Vedas and Agamas, remember, you are not bound by limitations. You are the creator of your reality. Embrace your true nature. Let us sculpt our beings into an epitome of strength, flexibility, and bliss. Welcome to a transformative experience like no other, Nityananda Yoga. There are 12 different components that consist Nityananda Yoga. One is the asanas, which we traditionally know of. The various body postures revealed by Paramashiva to align the physical geometry of our body, the physical geography of our body, to the cosmic geometry, the cosmic geography. As Paramashiva says, sthiram sukham asanam, that body posture which is steady, comfortable, because it's in its original nature of Paramashivatva. The second are the pranayamas, the various systematic breathing techniques that Paramashiva has revealed for each one of us, that connect us to the higher dimensions of the cosmos and increase the life energy within us. The fourth are the bandhas, the different internal locks of the body. The third are the mudras, the various hand gestures and body movements to seal that life energy within ourselves. The very word mudra means seals. You will be able to seal the space of oneness within you with Paramashiva. The fourth are the bandhas, the various internal locks of the body to awaken the Kundalini Shakti, our latent potential energy, and make us conducive for the ultimate experience. The fifth are the karanas, the beautiful dance movements of the body, revealed by Paramashiva to put you in the space of ultimate bliss, and which engage all the different parts of your body. The next are the visualizations. As Swamiji says, the intention with which you move your body manifests as your reality. As you hold the visualization within you of the various gods and goddesses of Kailasa, of the various beings of this universe, you manifest the powers of those beings within you. The next are the japas, the various powerful energy vibrations of the cosmos that you will be subtly repeating in your throat center that will cause your very DNA to be bound to the cosmos, to your consciousness with the highest frequency possible. The next are the pramanas, the chanting of the sacred mantras, the original source scripture of Hinduism that reveal the science of Nityananda Yoga, of yoga, because as Swamiji says, yoga has a source and it is Hinduism. These original verses will manifest the vision Paramashiva had when he created yoga in each and every one of us. There are weights, which is an optional component, helps us to enhance our experience of Nityananda Yoga as revealed from the source scriptures of Hinduism. The next are the mandalas, the cosmic geometrical representation. The Shri Chakra, the Shri Yantra, which is the direct geometrical representation of the cosmos. When you keep that in front of you and gaze at it throughout your Nityananda Yoga, your body will fluidly just align itself to the cosmos. We have the Abharana, the Rudraksha, which we keep on our body, which acts as an energy battery, sucking in, storing the energy that we produce during this Nityananda Yoga and releasing it to us throughout the day to fuel our entire day with consciousness. The last but not the least are the Aushadas, the various sacred herbs that you can apply to, which can be infused with the thought current of Paramashvatva to manifest it within you. With this understanding, let us get right into the practice of Nityananda Yoga, which starts with invoking the presence of Paramashiva himself, the very being of Paramashiva, to witness our Nityananda Yoga today, with the chanting of the Shiva Mula Mantra.
Let us now chant the Shiva Mula Mantra 11 times internally. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha.
The next step of this ritual of yoga, as Swamiji reveals, yoga is a ritual, a methodology to connect yourself with the divine. As every ritual in Hinduism goes, we cleanse the three elements of our body, of the world, and of the ultimate with the Tattvachamanam.
The next is the Tattvachamanam. So now I request all the participants to have the Panchapatram and the Uddharani, the traditional cup and the spoon filled with some fresh water. Now, keeping your right hand in the shape of a cow's ear, the Gokarna Mudra, pour an Uddharani of water from the Panchapatram and chanting each of the following mantras internally, drink the water that flows through the base of the palm. Om Atmatattvam Shodayami Svadha. Om Vidyatattvam Shodayami Svadha. Om Shivatattvam Shodayami Svadha. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, chanting the following mantra internally, wipe the upper and lower lips twice using the base of the right hand thumb, moving the hand from right to the left of the lips. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the tips of right hand index, middle and ring finger, touch above the upper lips and below the lower lips. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the tips of right hand index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril, left nostril. With the tips of right hand ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, right ear, left ear. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the base of the right hand thumb and little finger, touch the navel, right chest, left chest. With the right hand, fingertips together, touch the top of the head, right shoulder, left shoulder, and your heart center.
With that, we have the sankalpa. The sankalpa, the manifestation of our conscious intention. What is it today each one of us want to manifest through Nityananda Yoga? Hold that in your inner space. Through this conscious intention, which directly happens with the blessings, with the grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavān Sri Nityananda Paramashivoham, you will just see your intention manifesting as reality.
The next is the sankalpa, the conscious resolution. So now I request all participants now to, with your right hand, cover your left palm, which is the sankalpa mudra, and keep both the hands on the right thigh. Continue to keep this mudra till the end of the sankalpa. Om Mamopata Samasta Durita Kshayadvara Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte अद्य ब्रह्मणः द्वितीय पराधे श्री श्वेतवराह कल्पे वैवस्वतमन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शखाब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये शुभनाम संवत्सरे शुभायने शुभऋतौ शुभमासे शुभपक्षे शुभतिथौ शुभवासरयुक्तायां शुभनक्षत्र शुभयोग शुभकरण एवं गुणविशेषण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभदितौ श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशान्त श्यामला पीठारूढ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वरा भिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्नकुमार गुरुमन्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपान लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत् परम शिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्री चिन्ह काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्याप वर्ग वर्ष विश्रान जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपणशाक्यादिमहान्धकारनिवारणज्ञानभानो वीक्षणानर्हारध्वजोच्छेदनपूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वजस्थापक शैवसमयकर्त्रे सर्वज्ञपीठारूढ श्रीजगद्गुरो श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धदेशिक स्वामी वागीश सुन्दर माणिक्यवाचक स्वामिनाम् अवतारभूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामलापीत सर्वज्ञपीत त्रिनवद्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञपीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रजित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्रे साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वत मुनि इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र सूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञपीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूढ़ाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणे साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणी पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीताधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अतल पीता अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अतल पीताधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीता त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमद् जगद्गुरु श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थं तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थं गुरु कृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थं क्षेम स्थैर्य वीर विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थं समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थं समस्त मंगलावाप्यर्थं भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थं भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव कृपा कटाक्षेण पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढ़गात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थं परम शिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थं नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये. Now wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Om Apaupasprisya.
Now, let's get started with the asanas. Okay? Sit first in a cross-legged position on the ground in Sukhasana. Bring your hands into the Bindu Mudra with your thumbs and index fingers touching each other. Place it on top of your knees. Here we have the Kumbhaka, the pranayama of Samana Kumbhaka. As you inhale and exhale, visualize flames licking up your spine. Do the bandhas, the locks, the Mahamudra Bandha, all three of the bandhas, where you are doing the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, the Udyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach, and the Moola Bandha, clenching your perineum. For the first set of asanas, we have the japa Soham, which you'll be repeating in your throat center. As you do Sukhasana, visualize Lord Shiva in your inner space. The next asana is Parvatasana. Now, from the seated position, bring both your feet to the opposite thighs. Clasp your hands together in front of your heart center in the Anjali Mudra and raise it above your head. Keep your hands as straight as you can. Continue the Samana Kumbhaka and the Japa of Soham. Remain with all the three bandhas, the chin to your chest in Jalandhara Bandha, the stomach tucked in Udyana Bandha, and the clenched perineum in Moola Bandha. Here, visualize yourself as Mount Kailash. The next asana is Hali Pavasana. Now slowly bring your feet together in front of your body as you stretch it out a little further away. Now bring your hands behind your back and clasp the left hand by your right. Lean forward, placing your forehead on the ground as you continue to engage all the three bandhas. Here, gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now in a similar position from Hali Pavasana, just release your hands, slightly get up and bring your hands in front of your body. Place them on the ground, cupping your hands, making a hollow in Nagi Pavasana. Visualize yourself as a snake, gazing at your nose. Continue the japa, the pranayama and all three bandhas engaged. Now, raise up. This is Kokilasana. Hold your big toes with your index and middle finger in the Prana Mudra. Stretch your legs straight out and upwards. Cross it into Padmasana. Bring it to your opposite thighs. Lean forward and down onto your elbows. Again, tuck your chin into your chest, suck in your stomach and clench the perineum in the Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself as a bird in Kokilasana. The next is Nityasana. Now, raise up again. Bring one ankle to the top of the opposite knee. Hold the elbows with your hands. Hold the respective elbows with the opposite hands. Again, engage all the three bandhas and rotate your arms in a circular motion. Keep the spine completely straight and gaze towards your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Next is Gajasana. Press your hands onto the ground. You can bring your feet a little back as you raise yourself up, your hips up high. Lower your head and then chest, scooping your body forward again and again. Here, engage the Udyana Bandha, where you suck in your stomach along with the Moola Bandha, clenching the perineum. Visualize yourself as an elephant. Gajasana. Now stop the movement slowly. In another dynamic asana, which is Rikshasana, you will start alternatively pressing the heel of one foot onto the ground while lifting the other heel up. Repeat this again and again. The next is Vaishyasana. Now slowly come to a standing position. Stand tall on the tips of just your big toes. Keep your head neck straight line. And bring the middle, index and ring fingers to your heart in the Hridaya Mudra. Continue engaging the Udyana Bandha. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Here we have a very interesting movement, which is the karanas, the dance movements. So the first karana is Urdhva Janu Karana, which literally means the raised knee. So now stand in the Aramandi position, which is your heels touching together, the toes facing outwards, almost at a 45-degree angle. Bend your knees low and keep both your hands at your chest, elbows parallel to the ground. Twist one knee towards the center of your body. Raise it up, back across the body back to the original position. Simultaneously with the leg movement, follow it with your respective hand, up and across the body. Repeat this alternatively on both sides. Now, in Balalingasana, come back to a standing position straight and interlace your fingers from outside in. This is the Sarvavashankari Mudra. Hold on to your knee, pulling it up towards your chest. Pull it tight. Continue to keep your spine straight. Engage all the three bandhas, the Jalandhara Bandha, the Udyana Bandha and the Moola Bandha. As you are holding your knee, visualize yourself holding, caressing a baby. Balalingasana. The next asana is Pada Pidanasana. Now the same foot which is raised, clasp it with your hands and pull it behind towards your body, holding it with both your hands. Again, engage all the three bandhas, standing tall. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. From here, let's enter into Natarāja. Now, the same foot you're already holding behind your back, twist the same hand of that leg inwards and pull the leg back. Extend the opposite hand forward with the index and thumbs together, again in the Bindu Mudra. Now, pull the foot back and up while leaning forward in Natarāja. Hold your balance here. Here you will be engaging only the Moola Bandha, visualizing yourself as Lord Natarāja, the Lord of Dance. Now again let's repeat Balalingasana on the other side with the other leg. Pull it up towards your chest with the hands in the Sarvavashankari Mudra. Engage all the three bandhas as you visualize yourself holding and caressing a baby. Now pull your foot back into Pada Pidanasana on the other side. Remain with all the three bandhas engaged. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And lean forward. Now, hands stretched in the Bindu Mudra into Natarāja. Balance there as you visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja. Now, come back to a standing position. Release your leg. Gain your balance. As we enter into the Ardharechita Karana. Now again bring yourself to the Aramandi position, heels together, toes pointed outwards and knees bent. Now from this position, bring your right foot onto the tips of the toes behind the left heel. The heel should be up. Bring your left hand towards your chest, parallel to the ground again, and extend the right arm out and wide like a pendulum. Bring it back towards your chest. Now while your arm is swinging, remember to move your fingers one by one inwards towards the palm and then outwards. Now place the right hand over the nose. Uncross your ankles. Let's do this on the other side also. Cross the left ankle behind and stretch the left hand out like a pendulum. Bring it to your nose and cross the ankles. Now let us enter into the skeleton dance. It's a very powerful meditation. It cleanses the muscle memory. Any patterns which are there within your muscle memory can be completely wiped out through this skeleton dance. Just 2 simple steps. Now stand straight, visualize yourself as a skeleton. You can close your eyes. Just visualize yourself as pure bones. There are no muscles, no veins, no nerves, tissues, organs, nothing. Just bones, a skeleton form. And shake your body intensely. As a skeleton, you are moving yourself wildly, intensely. Just shake it all out. Move your hands, move your legs, your head. Let there be no bone in your body untouched. Just move it. Move wildly, shake. Literally feel yourself throwing all the patterns out of your system with the intensity of your shaking. Now slowly calm down. Take a few steps, gain your breath back. That's a powerful meditation we did. Let us do the next karana. Again, come back to a standing position. Do the Aramandi. Your toes outwards, knees bent with your feet together. Now here, raise your hands above your head. Keep your palms completely straight and cross the wrists with the palms facing forward and the back of the hands outward. Now from the crossed wrists, uncross the wrists, spreading your arms out wide while you turn your hip towards the side. Turn by the waist sideways. Bring your hands back over the head and turn on the other side. Repeat this on the other side. Do it again. Let's twist out. Come back to the middle and twist out again. This is the Kati China Karana. Now stand tall. Raise your hands above your head. Bring yourself to the top of the tip of your toes. Let your hands face each other parallel to the ears. You're tall, pushing yourself, stretching yourself. Again, engage all the three bandhas. Tucking in your chin to the chest, sucking in your stomach and clenching your perineum. Visualize yourself as a palm tree. We have the japa changing over here where you will be repeating Shivoham in your throat center. Tadasana. Now, as we enter into Uttanasana, relax and lean forward, bringing your hands on by the ground next to your feet. Keep your palms flat on the ground. Try your best. Engage all the three bandhas. Remain with all the three bandhas engaged as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, in your inner space. Now jump your feet back into Tarakshvasana, coming to a plank position. Keep your hands shoulder width apart. Be steady there. Chuck in your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha as well as engaging the Moola Bandha. Now rotate your head while in the Jalandhara Bandha from shoulder to shoulder, side to side. This is Tarakshvasana. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Yes. Now lay flat onto the ground in Bhujangasana. Lower your entire body down. Now point your toes backwards. Keep your hands by the side of your chest and push yourself off the ground. Remember to use the strength of your lower back to hold yourself up. Open your mouth wide. Inhale through the hollow of your throat and exhale through your nose. This is the Bhujangani Mudra. In Bhujangasana, you will visualize yourself as a cobra. Now come back into a plank position. So you can tuck in your toes and come back into a plank position. In Shashasana, alternate bringing one knee towards your chest, back and forth. So you'll bring one knee front, push it back and bring the other knee. Repeat this again and again. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Simple breathing in, breathing out. Engage the Moola Bandha, clenching your perineum. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Okay. Now place your legs back into the plank position as we enter into Rathasana. Again, bring one foot between your hands and alternate jumping one foot back and bringing the other foot forward simultaneously. Again and again. Continue the Sahaja Kumbhaka and the Moola Bandha engaged as you visualize yourself as a chariot, a Ratha, in Rathasana. Now, into Veerabhadrasana. Remain one leg in between your hands. So as you jump, one leg comes between your hands. Stop in that position. One leg stretched back. And raise yourself up into a standing position. So the front foot will be pointing forwards and bent at a 90-degree angle. The knee will be bent at a 90-degree angle. The other leg, which is extended back, the foot will be pointed sideways at a 45-degree angle. Now raise your palms, hands up, parallel beside your ears. Do the Uddiyana Bandha along with the Moola Bandha, pulling in your stomach in. Gaze towards your third eye as you visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra. Now relax down, Switch your legs around and let us do Veerabhadrasana on the other side. Stretch your hands up, gaze towards your third eye, suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra. Okay, bring your feet together now. Let us move into Vrikshasana. Now stand tall, gain your balance here slowly. Bring one foot towards the inner thigh. Bring your palms together, raise them up above your head in the Anjali Mudra. Keep your elbows as straight as you can. Again, continue the Uddiyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach. Gaze forward, hold your balance, visualize yourself as a tree, the stability of a tree in Vrikshasana. Now, slowly bring your hands down. Now the foot which is in your inner thigh, bring it towards the opposite, to the root of the opposite thigh. Bring your hands in the Namaskar Mudra in front of your heart center together and visualize yourself here as Lord Garuda, just engaging the Moola Bandha alone here. This is Garudasana. Now let us repeat Vrikshasana on the other side. Slowly put your foot down. Bring the other foot to the inner thigh. Raise your hands above your head. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as a tree. Let's repeat Garudasana on the other side. Slowly bring the foot to the opposite thigh and lower your hands to be in front of your heart center. Release the Uddiyana Bandha, just engaging the Moola Bandha, clenching your perineum. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, the eagle vehicle of Lord Mahavishnu. Okay, bring both your feet to the ground now and spread them far apart from each other. Now keep one leg toes pointing forward and the other set of toes pointing sideways. Straighten your arms out parallel towards the ground. Bring your front arm down towards the front foot, beside your foot, while the other arm extends towards the sky. Visualize yourself as a triangle in Trikonasana. Now raise up and let's repeat Trikonasana on the other side. Switch the position of your legs around and go forward. The other arm raised towards the sky. Visualize yourself as a triangle. Now come back to a standing position. Bring your feet together. We are having another karana, the Nikuttaka karana. Bring yourself to the Aramandi position. Feet together, knees out wide. Here now bring your hands towards your chest, but keep both your palms parallel towards each other. Bring your right foot onto the toes with the heels up. And simultaneously bringing the right hand towards the top. Now drop the right foot, simultaneously lifting the left foot onto the toes. And switch the hands position. Now the left hand is on the top and the right hand is on the bottom. Repeat and let us do this repeatedly. Okay, relax now, come back to a straight position and sit down onto your toes. Sit on your heels with your toes on the ground, knees raised up off the ground, together in front of you in Angushtasana. Bring your hands together in the Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. We have a very interesting pranayama over here, which is the Bhramari Kumbhaka, where you will be subtly buzzing like a bee as you do this asana. The japa we'll be entering into is Sadashivoham. In Angushtasana, engage the Moola Bandha as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now in the same position, slowly bring your hands to the ground. Balance yourself as you stretch one foot forward, sitting on the heel of one foot and the other foot stretched forward, toes pointed upwards. Bring your hands to the Vara Mudra, just the tips of the finger on the ground while the palm faces forward, both your hands. Continue to engage the Moola Bandha, clenching the perineum as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, Stretch, the leg is stretched forward, right? Stretch the same hand, the respective hand forward and clasp onto the big toe of that foot in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. The other hand, bring it to the back of the respective heel in Vidhunanasana as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Okay, bring your 2 feet back together as we repeat Saurasana on the other side. Stretch your left leg forward now. Palms in the Varamudra on the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And lean forward into Vidhunanasana on the other leg. Clasp your toes. Bring the other hand to the back heel. Continue to visualize Swamiji. Now bring your 2 feet back together as you continue to sit on the heels, getting a nice toe workout here. Balance on your toes, bring your knees together in front of you. Now place your palms on top of the respective knees with the hands facing upwards, the palms facing upwards. Leave a slight gap between your palms and knees. As you gaze forward, engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, and look between the gap between your hands. Brahma Jurankushasana. The next is Kapilasana. Now spread your knees wide and place them onto the ground. Keep your hands on the respective knees. Pull your stomach in and up in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze towards your nose as you visualize yourself as Maha Kapila Muni, the first man that ever started thinking. In the same position, just release that Uddiyana Bandha. Release the lock of the stomach, but continue to clench your perineum in Mula Bandha as you switch your gaze to your third eye. So from your nose, switch your gaze to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Bhadra Gorakshasana. Next is Suryasana. Now, your toes are tucked. Just lift your knees off the ground, wide apart. Bring your hands together in the Padma Mudra with the little fingers and thumbs joined together. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha, suck in your stomach and raise your hands up tall above your head. Slightly lean back as you look towards the gap between your hands. Visualize Lord Surya in your inner space. Now relax, slowly bring your hands to the ground. Sit on top of your heels, the toes flat. Here, keep your hands on top of your knees and lift your tongue up against the roof of your mouth in the Manduki Mudra. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka, simple breathing in and out. Engage the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. With the Japa Sadashivoham, repeating in your inner space, here you will visualize yourself as a frog in Mandukasana. Your tongue pressed against the upper palate. Is your frog-like tongue catching the nectar of immortality dripping from your Sahasrara Chakra? Gaze towards your third eye in Mandukasana. Now from here itself, moving into Uttana Mandukasana. Just bring your hands to the opposite shoulders, remaining in the same seated position. Continue with the Uddiyana Bandha engaged, gazing at your third eye. The Manduki Mudra, tongue pressed against the top of your palate, visualizing yourself as a frog in Uttana Mandukasana. Slowly bring your hands out from behind your back. Now slightly raise up and cross your ankles behind you. Sit on top of your crossed ankles. Keep your knees wide and your fingers spread on the top of your knees, both your hands. Open your mouth wide and stick out your tongue, exhaling forcefully. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Repeat this several times because you're visualizing yourself as a lion in Simhasana. The next asana is Bhadrasana. Now you can release yourself and uncross your ankles. Just keep your toes crossed behind you. Again, sit on top of your heels, keeping your knees wide apart. Cross your hands behind your back, hold on to the big toes in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. Apply the Jalandhara Bandha, tuck in your chin to your chest along with the Mula Bandha, sucking in your perineum. As you gaze towards your nose, Here, resume the Brahmari Kumbhaka, buzzing like a bee subtly in your inner space as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, bring your hands out from behind you. As you bring yourself to a squatting position. Keep your feet flat onto the ground as close together as possible, but your knees opened wide. Bring your body in between your knees, your torso in between your knees, and take your arms in and around your knees towards the back, clasping your fingers, interlacing your fingers behind you in the Parashu Mudra. Gaze towards your nose. Visualize yourself as a crow in Kakabhusandhi Asana. The next asana is Kani Pavasana. Unclasp your hands and place them flat onto the floor. Keep them shoulder width apart for good balance. Now, slowly bring your knees to the back of your arms, above the elbows. Lean your chin forward and down. Keep your gaze steady as you lift your feet off the ground. In Kani Pavasana, visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now in the same position, slowly lower your head to the ground and stretch your legs up high, forming a tripod between your two hands and your head in Kapali Asana. Gaze at your nose, continue the Brahmari Kumbhaka, continue engaging the Mula Bandha and the Japa of Sadashivoham. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Parshva Mayurasana. Slowly bring your feet down. Yes, relax. And now squat on your toes with your knees together and twist your body. Place both the hands to one side of your knees. Now bring one of your elbows to the knee and the other of your elbows towards the hip. Lean onto your arms, balance, extending your legs out to the side. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as a peacock. In Parshva Mayurasana, as you do the pranayama, the Rechaka Kumbhaka, let your exhalations be prolonged and your inhalations be slightly shorter. Now relax, bring your feet to the ground and bring your body to the other side of your knees as you repeat Parshva Mayurasana on the other side. Lean forward, stretch your legs, gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself as a peacock. Now let's do Bhairaganathasana. Now come again to a plank position. Place your hands down, stretch your legs back and bring one foot around your shoulder to be placed in between both your palms. Gaze at your third eye. Just engage the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. Here, this is Bhairaganathasana. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava. Slowly bring your foot out and bring the other foot in between your palms, remaining in the plank position. Continue to visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairaganathasana on the other side. The next asana is Unmukha Pithasana. Now from the same plank position, bring your forearms onto the ground. Be steady as you walk your feet closer towards yourself, forming like a slight mountain. In Unmukha Pithasana, gaze at your third eye. Continue the Rechaka Kumbhaka. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Vashishthasana. Now, just raise yourself onto one of your hands. So, release your forearms off the ground and raise yourself onto your right arm. And keep your body completely parallel to the ground as you raise your left arm straight above your head. Visualize yourself as Rishi Vashishta as you do the Vashishthasana. Gaze towards the hand on the top. Now slowly bring that hand down. As you switch the hands, bringing your right hand up towards the sky. Balance there, completely straight on your toes. As you visualize yourself as Rishi Vashishta, the Guru of Bhagavān Sri Rama. Now, bring your feet forward into Anjani Asana. So here you will be sitting on your hips with your legs pointed forward and sit on top of your hands. So keep your palms facing upwards and sit on both your palms as you tuck your elbows into your body. Do the Rechaka Kumbhaka, continue the Rechaka Kumbhaka. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman in Anjani Asana. Now, slowly release your hands from under your body as you lean forward into Paschimottanasana. Clasp your respective toes with your index and middle finger. Lean forward and down, bring your elbows to the ground, your forehead towards your knees. Engage all the three bandhas, the Mahamudra Bandha. As you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your inner space, with a new japa, Mahasadashivoham, starting here. The next is Ugrasana. Now, you can raise up and clasp your hands behind your neck in the Parashamudra. Interlace both your fingers. Lean forward and down, bringing your forehead to your knees and your elbows onto the ground. Again, engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha as you visualize Devi Kali in your inner space in Ugrasana. The next is Marichi Asana. So raise up and keep one leg pointed forward while you bring the other leg towards the groin, the knee pointed upwards. Place the foot flat on the ground. Now lean forward. Bring both your hands, wrap your arms around the raised knee, clasping your hands behind the back together. Bring your chest to the thigh with your head towards the knee. Here engage just the Mula Bandha, sucking in your perineum, as you visualize yourself as Rishi Marichi in Marichi Asana. The next asana is Mahamudrasana. Now slowly raise up and the raised knee, let it rest by your side with your leg towards the inner thigh of the opposite leg. Now again reach down, hold your foot, bring your elbows to the ground, your forehead to your knees. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha. Gaze at your nose, visualize Swamiji himself in your inner space. Raise up. Let's repeat Marichi Asana on the other side. Bring the other foot straight while the other foot comes into the groin. Knee up. Lean forward, clasping your hands behind your back. Visualize yourself as Sage Marichi. Now from here, raise up, engage all the three bandhas as you let your knee fall to the side. Lean forward, clasping the foot. Gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Mahamudrasana on the other side. Now, bring yourself to a seated position. Sit and bring the soles of your feet together. Bend your knees and keep your heels as close towards you as possible. While try to touch your knees to the ground. Clasp your feet together with both your hands. Maintain a straight spine. Gaze towards your nose in Bhadrasana 2. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. The next asana is Gwali Pavasana. Now, keeping your feet together, just bring your hands towards the respective knees. Just lightly place them there. Tuck your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha, continuing to engage the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. As you gaze at your nose, visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, push your soles slightly further away from you. The joined feet, push it further away from your body. And lean forward, keeping both your hands, the fingers inside of the feet. Hold the soles of your feet. Lean forward and down. Bring your forehead to the ground. Gaze at your nose. Visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. In Joni Asana. The next is Midiki Pavasana. Raise up. Stretch your arms out wide beside your body as you lean forward, your arms going over your knees. Bring your forehead to your feet. Continue to gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, in Siddha Samadhi Asana, raise yourself up. Now, put your hands, your forearms, underneath the calves of the respective legs. Let your palms face up towards the sky as you bring your head down to your feet. Gaze at your nose as you visualize Lord Surya in your inner space in Siddha Samadhi Asana. The next asana is Chinaki Pavasana. Raise up now. Bring both your feet together in front of you. Bring your feet back close to your body. Now place your hands underneath both the feet and pull your feet open like a book facing towards the sky. Both your feet. Press your elbows onto your thighs near the knees and gaze towards your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Chinaki Pavasana. Giving yourself a nice stretch. Now, release your feet and bring your hands to the respective knees. Gently push down on your knees, pushing it towards the ground. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. This is Charapata Chokasana. The next asana is Bhairavasana. Now, continuing to remain with your feet together, you can use the help of your hands to bring your toes onto the ground with your heels pointed upwards. Just push yourself and try to do it. Continue to remain with the Uddiyana Bandha engaged, your stomach sucked in. Bring your hands to the Bindu Mudra with the index and thumbs together on top of the knees. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairavasana. The next asana is Samanasana. So slowly you can bring your feet out from underneath. Take now one foot towards your chest, holding with both your hands as the other foot rests by the perineum. Pull the sole onto your chest. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself holding the breath in the Mooladhara Chakra, the Chaturdala, the 4-petal lotus of your body. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space in Samanasana. From here, let's move into Apanasana. Now, the foot that you have towards your chest, just bring it over your shoulder and place both your palms onto the ground beside you. As you lift the leg by your perineum, stretch it out and lift it up high into the sky in Apanasana. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Let's repeat Samanasana on the other side. Bring your foot down. Clasp the other foot towards your chest. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. And bring the foot onto your shoulder as we repeat Apanasana on the other side. Stretch your leg out straight in front of you, up high towards the sky, gazing at the third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Okay, relax slowly. Let's move into Gomukhasana. Now, sitting in a seated position, cross one leg over the other, like over, and align the knees together at the center of your body and the feet by the opposite hips. Place both your hands on top of the stacked knees. Gaze at your nose. Here we have a beautiful pranayama, very cooling pranayama, which is the Sheetkari pranayama, where you will be inhaling through your clenched teeth with your tongue pressed against behind your teeth and exhaling through your nose, creating a hissing sound. The japa will be for the next sequence of asanas. Om Nityanandoham. Visualize the face of a cow in Gomukhasana. Now keep your knees crossed. From the knees, bring your hands towards the respective toes on the side of the body. Clasp the big toe in Pranamudra. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana. Now in Anusuyasana 2, just bring your hands behind your back, clasped together, interlaced fingers in the Parashamudra. Lean forward and down. Try to bring your nose to touch the ground in front of you. Just visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya and gaze at your nose. Anusuyasana 2. Raise yourself up now. Now bring one foot towards the perineum, knee resting on the ground. Raise your other foot with the foot in front of the lying down foot, knees pointed upwards towards your chest. Place your hands on the respective knees. Keep your spine tall, chest out. Gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, the eagle vehicle of Bhagavān Mahavishnu. Garudasana 2. From here, moving into Naradasana. Now, keep both your hands, bring both your hands behind your neck and clasp them in the Parashamudra. Interlace your fingers behind your neck. Twist outward of the raised knee. Just keep your whole body outside of the raised knee. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as Devarishi Narada in your inner space. From Naradasana, let's enter into Matsya Pithakasana. Place one foot on the top of the opposite thigh. Wrap your respective arm across the knee, holding on to the opposite shin. Extend the opposite hand straight. Hold on to the respective toe with the index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Gaze towards your nose. Visualize Matsyavatara, the fish form of Bhagavān Mahavishnu in your inner space in Matsya Pithakasana. From there, let's repeat asana and the rest of the asanas on the other side too. So slowly you can cross your knees over to the other side in Gomukhasana. Keep your hands on the top of your knees. Gaze at your nose as you visualize the face of a cow in Gomukhasana. Continuing into Anusuyasana on the other side, bring your hands to your toes. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya. And lean forward, bringing your hands behind your back in Anusuyasana 2. Interlace your fingers in the Parashamudra. Continue to gaze at your nose, visualizing yourself as Rishika Anasuya. As you relax the Uddiyana Bandha, just clenching the Mula Bandha alone. Raise up, bring your feet together in front of you as we enter into Garudasana 2. Place your hands on the respective knees. Stay straight. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda as you gaze towards your nose. And twist your body out of the raised knee, hands clasped in the Parashamudra behind your neck. Gaze at the third eye, visualizing yourself as Devarishi Narada. And bring the foot to the opposite thigh as we enter into Matsya Pithakasana on the other side. Clasp your toe in Prana Mudra. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Matsyavatara, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu in your inner space. Now let's enter into Matsyendrasana. Remaining in the same position with one foot on the opposite thigh, place the other foot on the ground on the far side of the other thigh. Twist. Bring your elbow outside the raised knee. Keep the raised arm by your neck. Turn backwards. Gaze towards your third eye, the other hand straight out. Visualize Matsyendranatha, the great Rishi and master of Hatha Yoga in your inner space. Just switch your hands around. Straighten the hand that was originally bent and bend the other hand towards your neck. As we enter into Kubhasana, visualize yourself as a camel. Continue to gaze at your third eye. Now, straighten out both your hands straight out in the same position. Continue to gaze at your third eye, visualizing Matsyendranatha, the master of Hatha Yoga in your inner space. Now slowly, take your foot off from the thigh. As we enter into Matsyendrasana on the other side, bring the other foot to the thigh. Place the other foot on the far side. Twist, bringing your elbows outside of the raised knee, hands on the head. The other hand stretched out back. Twist, gazing at your third eye. Visualize Matsyendranatha in your inner space. Switch the hands around as we enter into Kubhasana on the other side. Remember to visualize yourself as a camel. Now stretch both your hands out in Matsyendrasana 2 on the other side. Visualize Matsyendranatha in your inner space. Now, with one leg on the thigh, bring the other foot too to the opposite thigh in Padmasana. Place your palms on the respective knees. Engage all the 3 bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha, tucking your chin to your chest, sucking in your stomach and clenching your perineum. We have a new pranayama here, which is the Shitali Kumbhaka, where you will continue to inhale through the teeth without creating the hissing sound, and exhale through your nose. A new japa of Om Nityananda Mahasadashivoham starts here. Gaze at your nose in Padmasana, visualizing yourself as Bhagavān Paramashiva. Now, keeping your legs in the same position, just cross your hands over each other, clasping onto the toes with your index and middle fingers in the Prana Mudra. Gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Devi Parvati, the consort of Lord Paramashiva in Padmasana 2. Now, uncross your hands. Take your hands and insert it into the gap between your thighs and your calves. Put both your hands within and pull it out on the other side. As you balance on your hands, lifting your whole body off the ground, visualize yourself as a rooster in Kukkutasana. Now relax. Take your hands out from inside your feet as we enter into Baddha Keki Asana. Place your hand onto the ground as you raise up on your knees. Place your palms on the ground, fingers pointing towards the legs. Now keep your elbows together, pressed against your navel. Slowly lean forward, balancing, and extend your knees off the ground, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. In the same position, stretch your legs out behind you. In Mayurasana, visualize yourself as a peacock. Hold your balance. Relax now. Yes, relax flat onto the ground into Makarasana. Lay down completely flat. Keep your feet pointing outwards, far away from each other. Place your forehead on the mat. Interlace your fingers behind your neck in the Parashumudra. Just relax, visualizing yourself as a crocodile as we go back to the Sahaja Kumbhaka, the simple breathing in, breathing out. Just keep the Moola Bandha alone engaged. The next asana is Shalabhasana. Now lay on your stomach and place your hands on the ground beside the chest. From the laying position, raise your legs up. Use your core strength to bring your thighs off the ground. Visualizing yourself as a locust in Shalabhasana. Relax your feet down and bring your hands to your feet, pulling your feet down towards the ground beside your hips. In Ushtrasana, visualize yourself as a camel. Now slowly kick your legs back. Rise your hand is clasping your feet. Pull your feet towards the sky, lifting your chest and thighs off the ground. In Dhanurasana, gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow. Relax slowly and come up to a sitting position. In Bhagasana, sit on both your knees with your head, neck and spine straight. Clench your perineum in the Moola Bandha. Place your hands on top of your knees. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. From here, we enter into Gohyasana. We have a couple of headstand postures here, so get yourself ready. Now, place your forearms on the ground with your fingers interlocked. Ensure your elbows are at shoulder width for the best balance. Place the top of your head on the ground, holding your head with your hands. Slowly walk your toes forward until your hips are in a straight line with your shoulders, and just kick your feet up slightly. Make sure not to lose your balance. Keep your chest, toes pointed upwards. Gaze to your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. From here, stretch your legs out into Shirasasana, continuing to hold the balance there as you continue to gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Bring your feet to the ground, relax slowly. The next asana is Podhyasana. So come to a seated position. Bring your hands behind your calves, stretching your legs up and your forehead to your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Here we have a new Kumbhaka, which is the Bhastrika Kumbhaka, where you will be exhaling forcefully, making the sound of a bellows. Podhyasana. The japa for this next series is Om Nityananda Paramashivoham, the Mahavakya. Relax yourself. Continuing to remain balanced with your legs up, just bring your hands to the opposite shoulders. In Parighasana, visualize yourself as a mace as you gaze towards your third eye. Now relax. Keep your elbows and palms onto the ground as your legs are raised. Visualize yourself as a boat in Naukasana. Continuing to gaze towards your third eye, remember to continue the Bhastrika Kumbhaka. Forceful exhalation. Now, continuing to keep your balance, just bring your hands to your feet and scoop your hands underneath the heels, pull it towards the chest. Keep your spine upright, gaze towards your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra in Rudrasana, the most ferocious form of Paramashiva. Now lay on your back, so you can remove your hands from underneath your feet and lay on your back. With your feet flat on the ground, knees pointed upwards. Now place your palms down. Just let your fingers touch the back of your heel. Do not clasp your feet. Lift your hips up high, pressing the feet onto the ground. Chin tucked to the chest in the Jalandhara Bandha automatically. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in Unmukha Pithasana 2. Now lay onto the ground in Savasana. Just lay completely flat with your palms facing upwards by the side of your body. Just unclutch from any movement happening within you. Visualize your body is dead. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, is just liberating you. Just let your awareness, your energy completely pervade your body in the Shakti Chalan Mudra as you continue to vibrate with the Mahavakya. Roll over to one side and come to a seated position. Feel the life entering your body back. In a seated position, let us get continued with the sequence. We have 200 asanas more to go, starting with Yatha Sanishtasana. In Yatha Sanishtasana, sit in any posture you are completely comfortable in. Bringing your hands into the Bindu Mudra with the thumbs and index touching. Start off with the Samana Kumbhaka. As you're inhaling and exhaling, feel flames licking up your spine. Clench your perineum in the Moola Bandha with the japa Om Nityananda Paramashivoham for the remaining of the sequence. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. From here, moving into Samasana, where you bring your feet to a cross-legged position. Keep your hands on your knees with the thumbs and index touching in the Bindu Mudra. Just inhale and exhale as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Muktasana. Press your left foot against your genital region. Place the right foot on top of your left. Keep your hands facing downwards on top of your knees. Sit straight, gazing towards your nose. Visualize yourself as a sage liberated by Swamiji himself. Now, continue to remain in the same position as we go into Siddhasana, where your gaze will be switching from the nose to your third eye. Continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space, ensure the Moola Bandha, the perineum, is locked. In Siddhyasana now, continuing the same position. Engage all the three bandhas, sucking in your stomach, bringing your chin to your chest in the Mahamudra Bandha. Switch the gaze to the ground in front of you from your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, relax the Uddiyana Bandha and Jalandhara Bandha. Just keep the Moola Bandha, the perineum alone, clenched as we enter Rudrasana 2. where your legs will remain in the same position, just your hands alone, from resting on your knees, will turn around to the Bindu Mudra, the thumbs and index touching. Gaze towards the third eye, visualize yourself as Lord Rudra, the fierce dimension of Paramashiva. The next is Santadhunasana. Keep your hands in the Bindu Mudra, your legs crossed in the same position. As you switch your gaze from your third eye to your nose, visualizing Swamiji, his tranquility, unshakable nature. Now, relax the Bindu Mudra, keep your legs in the same position, and bring your hands to your navel, cupping one palm over the other in the Samputa Mudra. It looks sort of like a lotus bud. Continue to visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Siddhasana 2. The next asana is Bandha Yoni Asana. Maintaining one heel over the other in the same position of the legs, bring your hands to your face in the Shanmukhi Mudra. So just listen carefully now. Bring your little fingers beneath the bottom lip of both hands. Your ring fingers above your upper lip. Your middle fingers closing your nose, your nostrils. Your index finger covering your eyes. And your thumbs pressed into your ears. This is Bandha Yoni Asana, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Virasana. Now, you can remove your hands from your face and bring one foot onto the opposite thigh, and the other foot underneath the thigh. Keep your hands in the Bindu Mudra, thumb and index fingers together on the top of your knees as you embody the space and state of bravery, Veera, in Virasana. Now, changing the leg position again as we enter into Valmikasana, keep your left heel on the right side of the generative organ, toes under the thigh. Keep your right foot on top of the left leg, toes by the knee. Again, bring your hands into the Bindu Mudra on top of the knees. Gaze towards your third eye. Visualize Rishi Valmiki, the poet, the first poet and author of Ramayanam. The next asana is Joni Mudrasana. So you're going to remain here as you switch your gaze to your nose, visualizing the Yoni Mandala, a beautiful formation, divine cosmic geometry, representing Devi, Shakti, a symbol of the creative energy of the universe in Joni Mudrasana. In the same position, switch your gaze to your third eye, continuing to visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. Now, let's move into Bhadrasana 3. So bring your feet, the soles of your feet together, uncross them and bring them together in front of your body. Hold it with both your hands, pulling it against you. Push your knees down towards the ground. As you gaze at your nose, suck your stomach in the Udyana Bandha. Visualize Lord Veerabhadra in your inner space. Bhadrasana 3. In the same position, we are entering into Aghorasana, where your left hand will rest on top of the left knee, while your right hand comes towards your face. Now, do the Khechari Mudra, where you are bringing your tongue towards the upper palate, gazing towards your third eye. Now, with your right hand, cover your mouth, close the left nostril with your index finger, inhale through the right nostril. Close both the nostrils, hold your breath and exhale through the left nostril in the Abhyantara Kumbhaka. Repeat this on the other side. Visualize yourself as an Aghori, completely dedicated to Paramashiva in Aghorasana. The next asana is Kaneri Pavasana. So you can distance your feet a little away from your body. As you lean forward, place your elbows onto the soles of your feet and rest your chin on your palms. Gaze at your nose, suck your stomach in Udyana Bandha. Here, continuing with the Rechaka Kumbhaka, where your exhalations are prolonged than your inhalations, visualizing yourself as a female elephant drinking water in Kaneri Pavasana. The next asana is Parasana. So now, come to a seated position, raise yourself up and keep your knees raised. Bring your hands underneath your knees, between your calves and thighs, and clasp them together. Interlace your fingers in the Parashamudra in front of your navel. Lift your feet off the mat. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space as you gaze at your nose in Parasana. The next asana we'll be moving into is Gopi Chandasana. Now take your hands out from in between the feet as you let your feet rest on the ground. Take your hands out from underneath your calves. Interlace your fingers around the feet with the soles of the feet together and raise it up towards your chest. Rest your knee on top of your feet. Gaze at your nose. Embody the state and space of a king in Gopi Chandasana. The next asana is Udarasana. So now just quickly release your legs, bring your hands underneath your calves and hold on to your feet again from inside out. Both your feet together. Bring your feet up to your chin, resting your chin on top of the interlaced fingers. Bring your feet to your chest, gaze at your nose, visualizing your body, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, free from any defects in Udarasana. Now, in the same position, just lift your legs up towards your head. Let the top of your hands come towards the top of your head, your forehead. And this is Vishishtasana. Visualize yourself excelling in everything in this posture. Now, slowly relax. Keep your hands underneath your shins as you take your hands up to the shoulder, pulling your hand and interlacing your fingers behind your neck. In Bhujasana, visualize yourself as a cobra. The next asana is Kalyanasana. So in the same seated posture, bring your hands around from behind your neck, remove them and put them around your back, interlacing the fingers behind you. Gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess in Kalyanasana. The next posture is Sankatasana. So now, uncross your hands from behind you. Release yourself completely onto the ground. Place your left knee on the mat and the left foot flat. Sit on top of your left foot, knee pointed forward. Raise your right leg on top of the left, bringing the right heel to the left hip. Place your hands on the opposite knees. Here, do the Ujjayi Pranayama. As you inhale and exhale, make the sound of an ocean. Visualize yourself as a swan, a beautiful swan in Sankatasana. The next is Dhenukasana. Just in the same position, slide your left heel to the left hip. Keep your right knee on top of the left. Place both your hands on your right thigh. Visualize a cow in your inner space as you suck your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha, Dhenukasana. Now slowly uncross your legs as we move into Matsyendrasana. Place the right foot on the left thigh, the left foot on the right knee. Bring your left hand behind your back, hold the right thigh. Twist a little bit. Place your right hand on your left thigh. Twist your body, gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana, Matsyendrasana 2, just untwist your body. As you clasp the respective toes of both your feet with your hands, lean forward and down, bringing your forehead to the ground in front of your feet. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Raise up now. Keep your legs in the same position. We have the Guru Asana. Interlace your fingers together and place it over the topmost knee. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha, clench your perineum in the Moola Bandha, tuck your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha. As you engage all three bandhas, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Let us now repeat Sankatasana on the other side. So you can release your hands, your legs as you cross the other leg over. Visualizing yourself as a swan, remember to put your hands on the opposite knees. The next asana, Dhenukasana, repeating it on the other side. Slide your leg out, bring both your hands to the topmost knee, suck your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize a cow in your inner space. Matsyendrasana again, repeating it on the other side. Bring your legs to the cross-leg position. Twist your body around as you gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Untwist as we enter into Matsyendrasana 2 on the other side. Hold on to your feet, bring your forehead to the ground, continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Slowly raise up and let us do Guru Asana on the other side. Engage all the 3 bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha. Interlace your fingers, place it on top of your knee. Continue to visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as we do Guru Asana. Now, slowly uncross your feet and place them flat on the ground, knees towards the chest in Pashasana. Keep your hands holding the opposite knees, thighs together, and keep your spine completely erect. Continue the Khechari Mudra, where your tongue is pressed against the roof of your mouth. As you gaze at your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Continue the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. As you breathe in and out, make the sound like an ocean. Now in the same position, just bring your chin towards your knees in Bodha Shokasana. Lean forward, gazing at your nose, and visualize Swamiji, the abode of bliss in your inner space. Now raise up and bring your hands, uncross your hands, bring your hands underneath your knees, clasping the opposite elbows in Kurakatasana. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, in the same position as Kurakatasana, just cross your ankles into Sumati Asana. Toes pointed upwards. Gaze at the nose. Visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati in your inner space. The next asana is Dandasana. Extend your feet out straight in front of you. Keep your arms straight above your head. Interlace the fingers from inside out. Let your wrists point outwards. Engage the Mahamudra Bandha, all the 3 bandhas. As you gaze at your nose in Dandasana, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Arambhasana. Now keeping your legs straight, release the Jalandhara Bandha and the Uddiyana Bandha, keeping your perineum clenched in Mula Bandha. Lean forward and down. Hold your big toes in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. Head to your knees. Do here the Nadi Shodhana Pranayama. Inhale through the left nostril, hold and exhale through the right. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Bhidokasana. So slightly raise your body up and bring your hands underneath your knees, extending your knees slightly up. Keep your heels a bit apart from each other and clasp your feet. Bring your shoulders down, wrapping your hands around your legs. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. So from here, let's enter into Jalandhari Pavasana. So you can actually remain in the same position with your hands underneath your calves and just bring the soles of your feet together. You might want to bring your body closer. Place your head on top of your feet with the palms facing upwards on the ground. Gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now slowly bring your hands out from underneath and come to a seated position. Stretch your legs out as we enter into Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Here we have a new Kumbhaka, the Pratyahara Kumbhaka, where you will feel your breath coming from your Mooladhara Chakra up to the Brahmarandra above the Sahasrara. This is the Pratyahara Kumbhaka. In Urdhva Paschimottanasana, extend your legs out, lift one foot behind your neck and lean forward and down towards your foot, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, slowly, keeping your leg behind your neck, lay onto your back as we enter into Anantasana. Hold the foot from the top of the opposite hand. Visualize yourself as infinite, endless, eternal. Gaze at your nose in Anantasana. Just now, in the same position, roll onto your elbow of the hand holding the foot. Gaze at your nose, feeling in complete control like Swamiji in Ankushasana. Slowly remove the leg from behind your neck. Take a moment to stretch, relax. Lay on your back. Bring your knees towards your chest. Bring your hands around, encircling the thighs and the calves with your arms. Roll to the left and right in Drishasana, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Then is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. On the other side, let us repeat it. Raise up to a sitting position and bring the other foot behind your neck. Lean forward and down, clasping your foot. Repeating Anantasana on the other side. Lay on your back. Bring the opposite hand to the foot. Gaze at your nose. And continuing to gaze at your nose, roll onto the elbow as we repeat Ankushasana on the other side. Now, you can release your foot and try to remain in the same position without removing the leg from behind your neck as you bring the other leg too to cross behind your neck with both your legs behind your head. Laying on your back, bring both your hands to clasp behind your back. Gaze to your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Yoga Nidrasana. As we enter into Atmaramasana, in the same position you can uncross your hands from behind your back. Bring it up, continuing to keep it underneath the legs. Just clasp it behind your neck. So you can bring your legs out from behind your neck. Just let your hands interlace behind your neck, gazing to your nose, visualizing the Atma Rama, Bhagavān Mahavishnu within you as your soul blessing you, as you gaze at your nose in Atma Ramasana. Now, you can release your hands and legs. Continue to lay on your back as we enter into Kochikasana. Bring your knees to your chest with the soles facing upwards. Extend your arms sideways as you gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, from Kochikasana, keep your arms reached out to the sides at shoulder level. As we enter into Jatara Parivritti 1, keep one knee bent, twist it and bring it to the ground on the opposite side with the other leg extended straight. In Jatara Parivritti 2, keep both the knees bent to one side. And in Jatara Parivritti 3, keep both the legs straight to one side. Throughout this, keep your head looking in the opposite direction. And let us repeat this on the other side. You can bring your knees back to your chest. Let your legs out, go to the other side and do Jatara Parivritti 1, 2 and 3. The next asana is Dvipada Pitham. So now, from Jatara Parivritti, you can bring your feet down, lay on your back with your knees pointed upwards, feet flat on the ground. Extend your hands, holding your ankles. And lift your hips up. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha automatically as you raise your hips up. Gaze at your nose, visualizing yourself as a bridge in Dvipada Pitham. Now in Paryankasana, so you can lay back onto the ground and place your feet flat. Bring your arms over your head, placing the hands flat near your shoulders with the fingers pointing towards the feet. Lift your entire body up and off the ground in Paryankasana as you visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture. Lay back down slowly as you bring your hands out. Keep your knees to your chest here and your hands on the shoulders as we enter into Svottanasana. Visualize you're laying on your back. As a playful dog, move your hips in the circular motion. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Now, let us enter into Viparita Karani. First, bringing your arms out from behind your shoulders. Let your arms be extended by the side of your body. Use the strength of your arms, palms flat on the ground, to push your body, your upper body, your lower body off the mat. And keep your legs straight above you, extended. Move your legs around and around in Viparita Karani. Automatically the Jalandhara Bandha is engaged. Breathing during the Jalandhara Bandha is the Murcha Kumbhaka. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Viparita Karani 2. In the same position, just stop the rotational movement of your legs. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, as we enter into Langalasana, just let your feet from the top rest onto the ground above your head. Interlace your fingers in the Parashu Mudra behind your body. Visualize yourself as a plow in Langalasana, continuing to engage the Jalandhara Bandha.
Bhumim karshayet Langalasanam bhavati.
Now, in Shaita Paschimottanasana, bring your hands out from behind your body and hold on to the toes above your head. Keep your legs and hands completely straight. Visualize Paramashiva as Shaita Paschimottanasana is one of the 84 different asanas directly revealed by Paramashiva himself. Continue to do the Murcha Kumbhaka, inhaling and exhaling with the Jalandhara Bandha. Clasping your toes now, spread your feet wide apart from each other in Supta Konasana. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Bring your feet back together as we enter into Chakrasana. Clasp your ankles, keeping your legs and hands completely straight above your head. Visualize yourself as a chakra, a wheel in Chakorasana. Now slowly rest your back onto the ground. Keep your legs raised up in Supta Prasarita Padangushtasana. Clasp the respective toes in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers and spread your legs out wide apart from each other. Visualizing Swamiji in your inner space, restart to Ujjayi Kumbhaka, where you're inhaling and exhaling, making the sound of an ocean. Bring your feet together in Supta Padangushtasana in the same position, continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, bring your feet, release your feet and bring them into Padmasana. As you lay flat on your back in Matsyasana, hold the opposite elbows over your head, gazing at your nose. Visualize Matsya Avatara, the fish form of Bhagavān Mahavishnu. Now in the same position, put one hand over the other, extended straight above your head. As you visualize Lord Rama in your inner space, continue to gaze at your nose. Now, slowly bring your hands to your hips as we enter into Sarvangasana. Lift your hips and legs up into the sky, crossing your legs in Padmasana. Let your hands support you, your elbows on the floor. Do the Jalandhara Bandha as you gaze at your nose in Sarvangasana. Now, bring your hips back onto the ground in Vrishchikasana. So, in the Padmasana, just remove one foot alone. Keep one foot on the opposite knee as you pull the knee towards your face. Let your hands stretch out above your head, hooking forward as you raise your upper back off the ground, visualizing yourself as a scorpion in Vrishchikasana, gazing at your third eye. Do the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to the chest. Now just switch your legs around as we repeat Vrishchikasana on the other side. Continuing to visualize yourself as a scorpion, gaze at your third eye. The next asana is Vrishapada Kshepasana. So come now to a complete flat position on your mat. Come down to a complete lying down position and interlace your fingers around your neck. Now raise both your feet off the ground. Extend one leg straight and the other knee to the chest in a bicycle motion. Alternate between extending and raising the knee again and again, bringing your opposite elbows to the respective knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe in and out in the Sahaja. From Vrishapadakshepasana, now lay flat onto the ground with your hands by your side as we enter into Marottanasana, where you will be lifting your legs one by one, touching the ears with your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Vrikasana. Now what you'll be doing is laying on your back. Bring the soles of your feet flat onto the ground. Stand up completely and lay back down. Visualize yourself as a wolf in Vrikasana. Now come back to a seated position as we enter into Luthasana, where you are going to be quickly throwing your legs above your head as you roll over completely, finishing in a prone position. Do this a couple of times. Come forward, roll over. Come forward and roll over again. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, take a moment to relax. Lay on your belly with your toes extended in Sarathasana. Keep your hands onto the ground by your shoulders. Now here, contract your lips and make a sound like a flute, whistling while inhaling. Visualize yourself as a ratha, as a chariot carrying warriors into battle for dharma on your back. Now from Sarathasana, let us enter into Dehalyullanghanasana. So place your palms on the ground and bring yourself to a plank position. Jump your leg forward and back between your arms, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Jump forward now. When your legs are between your hands, stand tall. Holding your toes with your hands, walk back and forth. Visualize yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant in Jatyasana. Now come to a standing position. The next is a beautiful karana, the Lolitika karana. So keep your knees bent, feet pointing outwards again in the Aramandi position. Bend your elbows, keeping your hands at the chest level. Now swiftly move your arms across the body, bringing it back to the center and tilt your head back. Opening your chest up towards the sky, move your head in all the directions. Now stand back straight as we enter into Sarpasana. So stand erect like a rod with your arms by your side, hands touching the thighs. Visualize Devi, Kundalini, raising up and curling upwards around your body in Sarpasana. The next asana is Ushtra Sadanasana. Lean forward and down, standing on top of your palms. Begin to move and walk like a camel, visualizing yourself as a camel. In the same position, continuing to walk around, switch your visualization to visualizing yourself as a horse as you start to walk around like a horse in Ashvasana. Now raise up tall as we enter into Kapota Nitakasana. Interlace your fingers behind the back, pulling them down towards your calves. Open up your chest. Keep your hands in the Parashamudra. Visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving down in Kapota Nitakasana. Now, stand tall as we enter into another karana here, the Tala Pushpaputam karana. Bring yourself to the Aramandi with your hands in the Namaskara Mudra. Simultaneously now, open up your palms while raising one heel off the ground, slightly lowering the waist and shoulder of the heel you have raised. Visualize you're offering a bouquet of flowers to Paramashiva as you come back to a standing position and repeat this on the other side. Let's do this a few times, offering flowers to Paramashiva. Now, come to a standing position. Stand straight and bring your hands together in the Namaskara Mudra. Slightly lean forward. Visualize yourself as a rhinoceros. Your hand is the horn as you gaze at your nose in Khadgasana. The next asana is Utthanotthanam. So come to a standing position and sit down all the way as low as you can to the ground and stand up. Do this again. Sit down, stand up, and again. Sit down, stand up. As you gaze at your nose throughout this. The next asana is Musalasana. Now come back to a standing position. Raise your hands above your head, tall as you jump up and down repeatedly. Visualize yourself as a mace. Jump here in Musalasana. The next asana is Uchirshaka. So come back to a standing position. Pull the sole of one foot towards your belly. Now with the other leg, sit down and stand up. Release the leg. Pick the other leg up, pull it towards your belly, sit down and stand up in Uchirshaka as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space gazing at your nose. The next is a karana, which we will be entering into, the Parshvajanu karana. So again, bringing yourself to the Aramandi position, bend and lift one knee towards your chest, pointing the toes downwards. Keep your arm around the knee, holding it with the hand in a fist. Let the other hand hang down on the thigh, wrist twisted, fingers pointing inwards. This is the Parshvajanu karana. Now slowly release as we enter into Tandavasana. Stretch one leg out straight in front of you as you alternate between sitting and standing. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Paramashiva. Raise the foot to the inner thigh of the opposite side. As we enter into Brahmanasana, let your hand be resting by the sides. Keep your standing leg erect like a rod. Visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma. Now, you can bring the left foot around the right knee and rotate it, tucking the left toes on the other side of the right calf. Simultaneously cross your left arm below the right, bring your palms together in the Namaskara Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 3. Now slowly uncross your legs and hands as we enter into Ekapadasana, coming to a standing position. On the right leg, bring your left foot to the opposite thigh with your hands relaxed by the knees. Now take a hold of the raised foot with your hand in the Prana Mudra. Stretch your leg out wide, out to the side and rotate your body quickly on the standing leg. Visualize yourself as the North Pole star in Dhruvasana. From here now, in the foot which is in your hand, just slowly, once you finish the rotating movement, in Trivikramasana, bring it up towards the back of your neck. Stand as tall as you can and alternate between sitting and standing. Visualize Bhagavān Mahavishnu in your inner space. Now you can take the leg out from behind your neck and stand straight. As we repeat the Parshvajanu karana on the other side, bring your knee up to your chest, clasp your knee in a fist while the other hand comes to the opposite thigh. Hold there for a second and stretch your leg out. In Tandavasana, sit and stand. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Paramashiva. Bring the foot to the inner thigh, standing straight like a rod. Get your hands by your sides. Visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma. In Brahmanasana on the other side. Move into Garudasana 3 on the other side as you rotate your leg over, your hand under. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. And uncross yourself as we move into Ekapadasana on the other side. Bring your foot to the inner thigh, to the root of the thigh and stand straight. Clasp your toes, stretch it out as we go into Dhruvasana on the other side. Visualize yourself as a pole star rotating quickly. Come back to a standing position and bring your foot behind your neck. In Trivikramasana, sit and stand. Visualize Vishnu, Bhagavān Mahavishnu in your inner space. Now, stand tall. As we do the Samanakha Karana, stand with your feet close together, toes slightly pointed outwards. Keep both the hands to the side of the body. Take a moment to breathe in and breathe out and relax. Now, slowly relax and from the standing position, slowly bend forward, bringing both your hands underneath your knees. Now once you have squatted down fully, interlace the fingers together in the Parashamudra. Bring that interlaced fingers in front of your navel. In Ghorakanjali Asana, visualize the great sage Goraknatha, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya. As you do the Jiva Chala Kumbhaka, engage the Moola Bandha. The next asana is Kanchyasana. So now just slowly unwind your hands from each other, from your navel, and now bring your hands from the opposite side inwards underneath your calves and wrap your hands around your back. Hold them together in the Parashamudra. Keep your body, your upper body, upright, visualizing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your inner space. The next is Bhairu Asana. So slowly unclench your hands and bring them out from underneath your legs. Keep your feet and knees together and in a squatting position, bring your hands behind your back, clasping them together, remaining in the Parashamudra. As you gaze at your navel center, visualize Bhagavān Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time, in your inner space. The next asana is Varahasana. Now to gain your balance, you can lightly spread your legs apart and bring your hands to the back of behind you in the Anjali Mudra, palms together. Visualize a boar, one of the 10 incarnations, the Varaha Avatara of Mahavishnu, gazing at your nose. Now slowly relax, bring your hands out from behind you as we move into Pripithasana. With your hands in the Prana Mudra, with your index and middle fingers, clasp the respective big toes and come to a half squatting position where your hips are at your knee level. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you do this asana, Pripithasana. Slowly let go of your feet and place your palms flat on the ground in front of you with the fingers wide for balance. We're going to be balancing here in Bakasana. Place your knees on the back of your arms. Focus your eyes on one spot as you raise your feet off the ground, balancing here. Visualize yourself as a crow. The next asana is Shushtanga Kapali Asana. So now come to a kneeling position. So from there itself, you can directly put your head onto the ground, or else come to a kneeling position and place your head onto the ground. Palms spread for support. Raise your body onto your head, bringing your legs into the Padmasana. Gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji himself in your inner space. Come down now, uncrossing your legs as you come down. Sit onto your knees, keeping the toes flat. Now, let your heels come outside of the hips. Keep your hands on your knees. In Guptasana, sit straight. Keep your gaze on your nose. Visualize you're sitting in the sacred secret seat with Paramashiva and your Guru, Swamiji himself. Now we are going to be kicking up into a handstand. So get ready. Place your palms on the ground, fingers wide for support. Do take support of a wall if you need it. And lift your body up straight above your hands. Visualize you are a tree in Vrikshasana 2 with deep roots into the ground. Breathe in and breathe out slowly. In the same position as we move into Shibhu Asana, switch your gaze to the third eye. Hold it there for a few seconds and relax. Bring your feet back to the ground. Now lay flat onto the ground in a plank position. And slowly lower your body towards the ground and push yourself up again. In Matsyasana 2, go down and come up, visualizing yourself as a fish. The next asana is Sarpasana 2. So here you're going to lay prone, completely flat now. You can lower yourself to the ground. Bring your hands to the hips. Extend your legs together and point your toes backwards. Lift your chest up and move left to right. You're moving like a snake while visualizing yourself as a snake in Sarpasana 2. Relax slowly, bringing your chest back to the ground. Now, keep your feet together, pointing backwards. As you bring your elbows onto the ground, rest your upper body on your elbows. Bring your hands together in the Padma Mudra with your little fingers and thumbs together and rest your chin on your hands. Niralambanasana, where feeling yourself completely supported, knowing that Swamiji is there in your life. Now, slowly relax, place your palms on the ground beside your chest and push yourself up, your hands straight up completely. As you bend your knees, bringing your feet to touch the top of your head. Lean your neck back, touching your head with your tip of your toes. See yourself, visualize yourself as an umbrella, protecting your Guru from the sun's rays in Chhatrasana. Slowly relax, you can bring your feet down. As we move into Vajrasana, just push your body back and sit on top of your knees, with the heels flat on the ground. Now stretch your arms in front of you with the palms facing downwards. Place your forehead on the mat. Visualize you are the weapon of Indra, the Vajra, symbolizing indestructibility as you gaze at your nose. As we enter into Meshasana, raise yourself into the same Gajasana position on your hands and legs with your hips pointed upwards. And alternate striking the ground with the opposite hands. Experience yourself, visualize yourself as a powerful ram as you alternate striking the ground in Meshasana. Now stop striking the ground, bring your palms down again. As we move into Ajasana, kick your legs off the ground and lower your forehead to the mat. Let's do it again. Kick your legs off the mat. Lower your forehead to the ground. You are unborn, existing for all of eternity in Ajasana. Now, come to a seated position as we move into Dhanantara Asana. Sit on your heel with your legs together. Pull your toes underneath you. As you bring your hands top of the knees, gaze at your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Here, do the Ujjayi Pranayama, inhaling and exhaling like an ocean, Dhanantara Asana. From Dhanantara Asana, now interlace your fingers in front of you and then behind you. Stretch your arms towards all the sides, backwards, forwards. Giving a massage to the various different joints and muscles in your body. Lean forward, get up again. Continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Relax your hands and now take your respective heels and point them outwards, outside the side of your hips. Keep your hands on your knees with your thighs and knees resting on the ground, spine straight. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 4. You have Mahavishnu and Mahalakshmi on your back as you are flying. The next asana is Ananda Mandirasana. Now you can continue to remain in the same position. You can bring your feet pointing inwards. Use your hands to clasp underneath your ankle. Make sure your knees are spread out wide. Gaze at the third eye. Visualize residing in the blissful space of a temple. You are in a temple in Ananda Mandirasana. Now, as we move into Mandukasana, keep your knees wide and sit on top of your ankles. Your hands underneath your knees. Gaze to your nose. Visualize yourself as a frog. Suck in your stomach in the Udyana Bandha and remember to do the Manduki Mudra, your tongue your frog-like tongue catching the nectar dripping from the Sahasrara Chakra in Mandukasana 2. Now, as we move into Narasimhasana, tuck your toes in and sit on top of the heels. Place your palms on the ground, spread your fingers wide and spread your knees apart onto the ground too. Gaze towards your nose, stick out your tongue and exhale forcefully, visualizing the Narasimha Avatara, the form of Mahavishnu as a half lion and half man. Now just raise up, bring your hands off the ground. Here we'll be doing a new pranayama, which is the Bhishraka pranayama, as we enter into Bhishrakasana. So continue to keep your knees and feet on the floor. As you bring your hand up to your face, make a hollow of your palms and place it over the mouth. Keep your thumbs under your teeth and close your lips. Gaze to your nose. Inhale through your left nostril, exhaling through the mouth. Gaze at your nose again. Visualize yourself as Devi, presiding over any and all minuscule fears you may have within you. Now moving back into the Ujjayi Pranayama, let us do Makadasana. So you can take your hands off your face and slowly remaining in the same position, bring it to your armpits. Bring your fingers to your armpits. Imitate as if a monkey is scratching. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as a playful monkey in Makadasana. From Makadasana, let's move into Vajra Sangharasana. So you can slowly lift your knees off the ground, just balancing on your toes, sitting on the heels. Bring your hands behind your back and clasp the opposite elbows. Gaze to your nose, embody a diamond. Visualize yourself as a diamond-like strength for yourself and your Sangha. The next asana is Khanjanasana. So now you can uncross your hands, rest on top of the heels with your knees on the ground. Keep the toes down, ankles crossed behind. Place your palms on the mat to your side. Suck your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha as you gaze at your nose in Khanjanasana. Now, you can uncross your ankles and just sit with your toes flat. Keep your knees wide on the floor. Rest your hands on the knees. Just relax the Uddiyana Bandha, just sucking in your perineum in the Mula Bandha. Gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years. And without changing anything in your physical posture, just visualize yourself uniting with Swamiji himself in Yogasana. Now, raise up onto your knees, cross your ankles behind your back until the feet are coming towards the opposite knees. Now, bring your hands behind you and hold on to the calves with the fingers inside, the thumbs outside. Gaze at the third eye as you visualize yourself in a space of oneness with Paramashiva himself as Swamiji. Now you can uncross your ankles, come back to standing on your knees as we enter into Ushtrasana 2. So now, in a kneeling position, bend backward, hold your ankles with your hands. Keep your arms straight. As you push your hips forward and tilt your head backwards, visualize yourself as a camel in Ushtrasana 2. Slowly, in the same position, lower yourself onto your back in Jatyasana 2. As you are lowering yourself, experience yourself as a blooming lotus. Bring your head, the back of your head onto the mat. Gaze to your nose. Now, let's move into Viratasana. So, try your best to do this without the support of your hands, but you can use your hand support if needed as you raise up from Jatyasana and back down. Raise up and go back down as you gaze at your nose. Raise up and go back down. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now from Viratasana, raise your hips up higher, bringing your forearms onto the mat behind you in a short back bend posture. Hold the back of your heels in Kapotasana. Visualize yourself as a beautiful dove, a kapota, as we move on from Kapotasana into Varasana. So stand upright on your knees with the toes tucked. Hold your arms with the opposite hands. Gaze at your nose. This is the boon fulfilling posture. Visualize your boon becoming a reality directly from Paramashiva himself in Varasana. Now, keeping your knees together, toes tucked, just lean forward, bringing your head onto the mat, holding your head with your hands. Visualize yourself as a boar, as the Varaha avatar of Bhagavān Mahavishnu in Varaha Asana 2. Now, just kick your legs off the ground as we enter into Mundasana. Raise yourself up into a headstand posture, visualizing yourself as a lopped tree. Gaze at your nose. Breathe in and out in the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Slowly come down now. Relax. Come to a kneeling posture. Sit on your heels. Bring your head down beside your knees, your elbows adjacent to the knees, your hands holding your head. Exhale through your mouth as you gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Andhasana. Now from here, push yourself off the mat as you come lying prone on your belly. Let your arms be extended straight out and together lift your thighs, arms and chest off the ground, stretching your body, balancing there. Visualize yourself as a locust in Viparita Shalabhasana. The next asana is Kapalasana. So slowly lower yourself back to the ground. Now laying on your belly, bring your arms to your side, palms downwards. Keep your forehead on the ground and your chest on the mat. Only lift your legs up into the air. Only your legs are lifting up. Visualize yourself as a skull. You are a mind with purified thoughts, a strong will to attain enlightenment in Kapalasana. The next asana is Akasha Kapotasana. So now, in the same position as you are, let your arms be straight out behind you. As you kick your legs up and over your head, bring your feet slowly to the mat in front of you. Push yourself, balance there. Visualize yourself as a free and open flying dove in Akasha Kapotasana. Bring your legs back out as you lay flat on the mat. Now push yourself onto your knees. Place your forearms on the ground and your chest down such that your navel is touching your knees. Be sturdy, visualizing yourself as a sparrow in Chatakasana. The next asana is Vrishchikasana 2. So your forearms are on the ground. Now slowly raise to your toes and kick your legs off the mat. Slowly lowering your legs to your head. Visualize yourself as a scorpion as you balance in Vrishchikasana 2. Slowly release yourself, coming back to the ground as we enter into Vrishasana. Sit down on top of your right heel and let your left foot remain outside of the hip, the ankle to the side. Place your hands on the mat, visualizing yourself as a bull in Vrishasana. Now, bring both your knees underneath you, sit on both your heels, cross your left leg over top of the right lightly and in Lolasana, push yourself off the ground. Your knees are off the ground, you're just balancing on your hand above the mat. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Lower down now. Bring the left foot now outside. Bring the right foot out and sit on your left heel now. As we do Vrishasana on the other side, visualize yourself as a bull. From here, let us get into a very powerful asana, Balagunasana. So, place your left toes on the ground, sit on the heel of your left foot. Place the right foot flat with the knees raised towards your chest. Maintain your palms on the respective knees. Be upright. Visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space in Balagunasana. Now come to a squatting position. Let your feet be flat as you bring your elbows under your thighs and calves, wrapping it around your shins. Hold on to your ankles from the outside in Grahasana, visualizing yourself as an entire planet. Now, you can unwrap yourself as you sit on top of the opposite heel in Balagunasana on the other side. Maintain your palms on the respective knees. Visualize Balaguna hai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space. Now, sit upon both the toes with the heels up and knees off the mat, knees pointing forward. Now, keep your hands downwards on the respective knees. Keep your spine upright as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Utkatasana. The next asana is Vajra Sangharasana. Just spread your knees out wide in Utkatasana. Spread your knees out wide. Clasp the elbows behind your back. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Vajra Sangharasana 2. The next asana is Anilasana. Now, sit with your feet hip width apart. Bring your hands under the soles of your feet from inside. Your palms facing downwards. Step onto your hands. Keep your arms straight, elbows together at the navel. Gaze to your nose. Visualize yourself able to consume and live off of air alone in Anilasana. The next is Padukasana. So from Anilasana, you can release your hands. Place the back of your hands on the mat with your fingers facing upwards. With your fingers facing towards your body, palms upwards. Step your feet on top of your hands and wrap your hands around your feet like a shoe. Walk around. Visualize you're wearing Padukas, walking across the length and breadth of the world in Padukasana. Now bring your palms onto the ground. Stop moving around as we move into Kukutodana. Kick your feet up into the air and let them fall back down. Let's go up again and come down. Kick up and go down. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Kukutodana. The next is Viparita Nrityasana. So as you're kicking yourself up, you can go up into a complete handstand posture, which is Viparita Nrityasana. Do take support if needed. And move around on your two hands as if you are dancing in Viparita Nrityasana. Slowly come back down to a standing position. Lean forward and let your feet be slightly apart from each other. Bring one palm down on the mat with the arms straight. Bring the opposite hand to your head and be stable in Kunjarasana. Now just put that hand down as you bring the other hand to your head, repeating Kunjarasana on the other side. Be stable here. Now you can squat back down onto the ground. Keep your feet flat. Hold your respective ankles and lift your feet off the ground in Kadamba Asana. Visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life. The next asana is Pavana Muktasana. Now sit back down onto the ground. Bring your knees towards your chest. Let your hands wrap around your knees. Hold it close to your body. Visualize all the excess vata, air, just balancing and releasing in your system in Pavana Muktasana. Now, let us move into Chakorasana. So first stretch your legs out in front of you. Bring one leg behind your head. Now place both hands on the ground and lift your body off the ground while lifting the other leg too, up straight. Visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy. Gaze at your third eye in Chakorasana. Slowly relax back down. Now hold your left toes with the left hand, index and middle fingers. Pull the foot to the left ear. We are entering into Dhanurasana 2. Extend your right leg out, keeping straight. Hold the big toe with your right hand. Visualize yourself as a bow in Dhanurasana 2. The next is Ashtavakrasana. So lift your left leg over top of the left shoulder. After releasing your hands, bring the right foot across and hook it on top of the left foot. Lean forward and down, keep your palms onto the ground. Extend your legs out to the left, lift your head up and chest. You're completely balancing only on your hands as you visualize yourself as a flying crane in Ashtavakrasana. Now slowly relax down. From here, bring your right foot to the left thigh and your left foot flat onto the ground. Knees raised up. Have your left shoulder underneath the respective leg and place your hands flat on the ground. Gaze towards your third eye. Visualize you are immortal, able to exist solely from prana alone in pranasana. From here, moving into Parshva Matsyendrasana. Place your right foot at the root of the left thigh. Then the left leg by the side of the right knee. Hold the left leg by the right hand. Twist your body out. Remain steady here, gazing at the third eye. Visualize Matsyendranatha, the great Rishi Yogi, master of Hatha Yoga, in your inner space. Now slowly unwind yourselves. As we repeat Chakorasana on the other side, lift the other leg behind your head. Place both your hands on the ground and keep your entire body off the ground straight up. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing yourself as a powerful source of energy. Now relax back onto the ground. Let's repeat Dhanurasana 2 on the other side. Clasp your respective hands with the feet. Pull one foot back, the other foot extended forward, visualizing yourself as a bow. Release your feet as you cross them over each other, over top the shoulder in Ashtavakrasana on the other side. Raise off the ground. Visualize yourself as a flying crane. The next asana, we'll be repeating Pranasana on the other side. Bring the right foot to the left thigh. Bring your hands onto the ground with the knee raised. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing yourself able to live off just prana, just air alone. And relax as we do Parshva Matsyendrasana on the other side. Twist yourself, visualizing Matsyendranatha, gaze towards your third eye. And from there, let us enter into Ardha Paschimottanasana. Keep one leg straight and press your perineum with the other heel. Bring your chest forward and down. Hold your toes and feet and bring your head towards your knees. Here in Ardha Paschimottanasana, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now raise up and the foot which was at the inner thigh, now rotate it outside of the hip. Now hold the sole of your other foot and lift your leg up towards your forehead. Try to bring your knee to your forehead as you keep your knee straight. Gaze to the nose in Kraunchasana. Visualize yourself as a crane. Now slowly relax down your leg. Now the leg which is now straight, you can bring it to the inner thigh as you straighten out the other leg. As we repeat, Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side. Lean forward and down, clasping your foot. Bring your forehead to your knee. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Slowly raise up. Place your right ankle outside of the hip now. Hold the sole of the left foot, lifting the leg up towards your forehead. Stretch yourself there. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as a crane in Kraunchasana on the other side. Now from here, bring the soles between the thighs and calves. So once you have relaxed yourself, bring your soles between the thighs and calves. Keep your spine straight. Palms resting on your knees.
Visualize a swastika, embodying peace, well-being, good fortune and prosperity as you gaze at your nose in swastikasana. Now, without changing anything about your position, just take your hands alone. Cover the respective heels with your hands in Gorakshasana as you tuck your chin to your chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Gaze at your nose. Visualize the great Rishi Gorakhnatha, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu order. Now release the Jalandhara Bandha. Continue to keep the Mula Bandha engaged throughout the whole sequence. As you raise one foot to the opposite thigh, bring your hands to your face in the Shanmukhi Mudra, closing your eyes with your index finger, nose with the middle finger, ears with the thumbs. Gaze at your third eye as you meditate on Swamiji himself, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now release the Shanmukhi Mudra. And in Yogasana 2, bring your legs into the Padmasana position over the opposite thighs. Keep your hands flat onto the ground beside your knees with the palms facing upwards. Sit straight, gaze at your nose. Here we'll be starting the Kaka Chanchu Kumbhaka, where your inhalation will be through your tongue wrapped like a pipe, and your exhalation will be through your nose. From Yogasana 2, now keeping your palms beside your body, just switch them around to be flat on the ground and push your entire body off the ground, balancing. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Urdhva Kukkutasana. Now relax down, come back to a seated position on the floor, keeping your legs in Padmasana. Insert your hands through your knees and place them on the mat. Remember, do not lift your body up, just stay seated down there. In Siddha Harituliyasana, gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji himself in your inner space. From there, let's enter into Hamsasana, where you will actually be pushing yourself off the ground. Lift your thighs up high above your shoulder, above your elbows as much as possible. Gaze to your nose, visualizing yourself as an elegant swan in Hamsasana. Now release yourself. Now, do not take your hands out from between your thighs and calves. Just go onto your knees and reach your hands behind your body with your fingers interlaced in the Parashu Mudra. Bring your forehead to the floor as you gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Paramashiva's bow in Karmukasana. Now, slowly come back to the seated position as we move into Kurmasana 2. Keeping your hands in between your thighs and calves, bend your elbows and hold your respective shoulders with your hands. Visualize yourself as a turtle, a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years. Now in the same position, just engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking your chin to your chest as we move into Granthi Bhedasana, gazing at your nose. Rejoice, knowing you are in Paramashiva's secret knot posture. And from there, release the Jalandhara Bandha as you roll onto your back. Keep your hands on the shoulders, laying flat on your back. As you visualize yourself as a turtle on its back, playful, gaze at your nose in Uttana Kurmasana. Now rock yourself back to a seated position as we do Pangu Kukkutasana. Now it's the same as your hands between your thighs and the calves, except you will be placing one hand flat on the mat. Hold the wrist with the other hand. Lift your body up and holding only on one hand. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Pangu Kukkutasana. Now release back to the ground. Hold. Let's do Pangu Kukkutasana on the other side. Place the other palm flat and bring the other hand holding the wrist. Push yourself off the ground. Visualize yourself as a rooster. Continue the Kakachanchu Kumbhaka, sucking in your breath through your curled tongue and exhaling through your nose. As you slowly extricate your hands from between your thighs and calves, let's do Girdharasana here. So now, interlace your fingers in the Parashamudra as you place your elbows on the feet, remaining your legs in Padmasana. Lean forward and down, resting your chin on your knuckles. Place your thumbs to your throat in Girdharasana. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. From there now, sit straight into Padmasana 3. So with your legs in Padmasana, bring one hand over the other near your navel center. Engage all the 3 bandhas, suck in your stomach, clench your perineum, tuck your chin to your chest and gaze at your nose in Padmasana 3. Slowly now, as we move into Padmasana 4, bring your hands to the respective knees. Release the Jalandhara Bandha and release the Uddiyana Bandha, just engaging the Moola Bandha alone. Visualize Paramashiva in your inner space as you gaze at your nose in Padmasana 4. Now we'll be entering into Karmukasana 2. So in the Padmasana position, hook your right hand index and middle finger in the Prana Mudra around the toe. Pull it back while your left hand rests on the knee. Now, as you visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow, just release your right foot, bring your left hand to the left toe, right toe, and let your right hand be on the right knee. Now from here, let's do Karmukasana 3. So you can release your toes, cross your hands behind your back, continue to keep your legs in Padmasana, and with your respective hands, cross behind your back. Hold on to the toes in the Prana Mudra. Engage all the 3 bandhas, suck in your stomach, clench your perineum, tuck your chin to your chest. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow in Karmukasana 3. Slowly relax the bandhas, just keeping the Moola Bandha. Continue to hold on to your toes. Release the Uddiyana Bandha and the Jalandhara Bandha. Switch your gaze to the third eye. Visualize you are Paramashiva's third eye itself. Anything you come across, you just rejuvenate it, destroy it in Dridhasana. Now, try to keep your hands at the toes. If not, just keep your hands crossed behind you as you lean onto your back in Padmasana, where you are entering into the Nagrasana position. Lay flat onto the back, visualizing yourself as a snake, gaze at your nose in Nagrasana. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka, simple breathing, inhaling and exhaling. Now bring your knees to your chest. Let your hands wrap around your knees. Slowly uncross your Padmasana and bring your knees to your chest. Bring your hands to the Parashamudra, the fingers interlocked on top of your knees. As you pull your chin up to your knees, visualize yourself as a ball in Kandukasana. Now relax. Bring your feet onto the ground, the knees pointed upwards in Urdhva Pavanasana. As you interlace your fingers, bring the interlaced fingers behind your head. Laying down, gaze at your nose in Urdhva Pavanasana. The next asana is Marakata Pithasana. Now, from behind your head, take your hands out and clasp onto your feet. Just step lightly onto your palms. As you push your hips up into the sky, automatically engaging the Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape in Marakata Pithasana. In the same position now, bring your hands to your hips as we enter into Uttanashiki Pitakasana. Let your weight rest on your elbows as you stretch your legs out straight. Gaze at the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. From there, continuing to rest on your elbows, kick your feet up high into the sky in Narakasana Stretch your palms out behind you, flat on the ground. Balance there. Visualize yourself blissfully traveling through hell unscathed in Narakasana. Bring your hands to your hips now as we move into Tiryanavkasana. Angling your legs down at an angle, visualize yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara in Tiryanavkasana. Now from there, come back straight as we enter into Dhwajasana. Keep your legs up high above your body, your hands stretched out down behind you. As you push yourself up, visualize where Kailasa's flag respected across all nations in Dhwajasana. Hold there for a few seconds. And relax now. Flat onto the ground, palms slightly away from your body. Do not move at all in Mritasana. Your body is dead. Visualize that. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism liberating you. Let your awareness travel to all the parts of your body in the Shakti Chalan Mudra as we do Mritasana.
Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate Om Shanti Shanti Shantihi Harihi Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashivapadukarpanamastu Om Nityanandam.
हर हर गंगे हर हर गंगे हर हर गंगे हर हर गंगे हर हर गंगे
गंगा आयाम
हे नटराजा हे नित्यानंदा हर 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 गंगे हे नटराजा हे नित्यानंदा हर 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 गंगे हे नटराजा हे नित्यानंदा हर 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 गंगे हे नटराजा हे नित्यानंदा हर 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 गंगे 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 ಶಂಕರ ಶಿವ ಶಂಕರ ಶಿವ ಶಂಕರ ಶಂಕರ ನಿತ್ಯ 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 ಹರ ಹರ ಗಂಗೆ 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 ಹೇ ನಟರಾಜ ಹೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಹರ ಹರ
Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Harihi Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nityanandam.
परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nityanandam to all the participants who have joined us today on the third day of the Paramashivoham program. And today, each of us will be learning about the Pancha Krityas, the 5 cosmic actions, which is the Shrishti, Sthiti, Samhara, Tirobhava, and Anugraha, which is also the actions of creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, putting into delusion, and liberation. And after the wonderful yoga that each of you did, which was so rejuvenating, I request each of you to post how you felt today during the yoga. What was your new experience that you had today during the yoga? And in that same space, we will be starting our day today with the power manifestation, where we will be manifesting the power of third eye. Today, as all of us are preparing ourselves to understand, to learn about Jiva, Jagat, and Ishwara, we are going to be preparing ourselves to understand what is the exact science, how you can apply the principles of Jiva, Jagat, and Ishwara to manifest your ultimate reality. What is it that you would need? We're going to be learning in detail about each aspect of this. And like Mamadura just shared, we're going to be starting with manifesting the power of third eye. And today, we're going to be beginning with manifesting the ability to see and identify any shapes that is projected to you. Yesterday we did colors. Today we're going to be projecting a shape, any random shape, okay? And what I'm going to request all of you to do is, you're going to try and replicate that shape, draw it out. So you're going to draw the shape that you're seeing, and you can see squares, triangles, rectangles, octagon, anything that you want, right? So you are going to be what Swamiji is revealing to you. Understand, it's not about what is projected that determines you see or not. You should know whether you're seeing colors, shape, letters, numbers, or you're seeing 500 kilometers far away from you. Everything needs the exact same energy in you. There's no quality difference will not be there based on what you see. The quantity will not affect the quality. But your space, your feeling connection, that is the key. That will influence and impact what you see as reality outside. So now can I request each of you to bring your eye bands, to close your eyes if you don't have it yet, and you can come settle down and you can wear the eye band. And we will be projecting a shape for all of you. And you can even get your paper and pen or pencil and start replicating the shape. Whatever you see, whatever Paramashiva, whatever Swamiji shows you in your third eye, whether any shape and any color, please draw it on the paper. We will now be projecting the shape for all of you. I request all the participants to please blindfold yourself and the Mahavakya. Identify what is the
With this
exact shape
one
being
spiritual
projected.
powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahāvāgya. Mahamahāvāgya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva, for Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahāvāgya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham
Please relax.
Nityananda
I request each of the participants now to post whatever was revealed to you in your third eye by Swamiji. You can post it in the chat. What was the shape that you were able to see? And even if you saw any colors or anything else, any size, whatever you saw, I request each of you to detail it out in the chat. And those of you watching us on YouTube, Facebook, and any other of the social media platforms, I request each of you to head to paramashivoham.org and you can click on the register button and join the Zoom as well. Yes, so each of you can post what was the shape you were able to see, and even if you saw the color of the shape, whatever you saw, please detail it out in the chat. Come on, each of you please post every detail what each of you saw and whatever shape appeared to you. Just put the shape. You don't need to worry about anything else. Just put the shape that you saw. Okay. Myself, you should put, okay. See, myself, though, you should focus on more getting to like a precise, exact shape of what you see. Because now you should start getting more and more concise with your answer. Then you will become more confident. Okay, when third eye shows this, this is what it is. This is what is guessing. Right? You're understanding, ma? All right. So now shall we see the answer? The exact shape that was projected to you all was an octagon. So each of you can see it is a pink color octagon. Okay. Now let's enter into one more round. Okay. Once again, I'm going to request all of you to close your eyes. Blindfold yourselves completely. Please blindfold yourselves completely. And this time, I'm going to be projecting a gesture for all of you. What is the exact gesture that you're seeing? You'll have to describe that, okay? An action, a gesture. So I'm going to request all of you to scan through the third eye and identify the exact gesture that you're seeing. Please blindfold yourself. Take a moment. Put your eye bands back. Yes. Now, shall we see what is the exact image? Please close your eyes, blindfold yourselves. Do not open your eyes. We now have an image projected to you all, and we request you all to scan through the third eye and identify the exact image.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Nityananda.
Please relax. Now, can I request each of the participants, each of you can post in the chat, what was the gesture that you were able to see being projected? Whatever appeared to you in your third eye. I request each of you to post it in the chat. Please take a few moments and share all the details. Whatever you're seeing through the third eye, the exact gesture that you saw, and all the details that was revealed to you, go ahead, take a moment and post in the chat. Master, come on, every one of you, please post it. And also try and describe as much as possible, even the exact gestures that you saw, what were the any colors or anything in particular that you saw in addition to the gestures. Okay, I see different answers. Can I request all the participants to post, please? Can I request every one of you, all the participants to please post? Nityanandam Vithal Navi. Nityanandam Ayya, where are you joining us from? Vithal Navi Ayya, Nityanandam, welcome to the program. Where are you joining us from, Ayya? And Deep Swan Chen, Nityanandam, Vidyarupanaya, Nityanandam. Wonderful to have all of you here today. Did you all do yoga? Ma Alice Wong, Nityanandam Ma Lingo, Ma Deep Swan Chen, and all the others that are here. Please take a moment and share. Okay, so now let's verify what is the exact what is the exact gesture that you saw? Go ahead and describe it. And now we're going to be actually seeing the answer. I see many of you have already posted. So I'm going to go ahead and show the answer. It was Namaste gesture, Pranjali Mudra. It was this, and Also, you can see there is like a mandala or like a design behind it. So and there's like pink and white. So anything if you saw, that's great. You have manifested it. You have manifested the power. And see, even if you did not get the right answer, the experience is what matters. So each of you can even share your experience. What the space that you are in during the manifestation, you can share that as well. So each of you can see the image that was being projected. Relax. Okay, great. So all of you, hope all of you have had a chance to verify your answer. Now, so many of you have put various different answers, correct? Now, I'm going to request all of you actually take a few minutes and write down any doubts that came up in you, any kind of a doubts, self-doubt, incompletion that came up in you, which made you not be able to see. Like for many of you, you felt like you could not see anything, or you just saw black, it was blank. Take a few minutes. It's a very, very beautiful exercise that Swami gives. Just sit and spend time with yourself. Analyze within you. What was the exact doubt that you had? What was the exact thing that you had which was stopping you, which was making it difficult for you to see? Every single thing, whatever you saw through the third eye, right? When you were trying to see, you could not see a detail, you could not see a shade, or sometimes you felt like it was just blank. It was not normally what you would see. Actually sit with yourself and analyze your thought currents. Identify what was the exact thought currents that you had. Maybe something in you would have told you before you have done, but now it's not going to be possible. Or maybe something in you would have told it's not going to work for you, or you felt very distracted, or you felt very tired, very bored. Actually sit and identify. We are going to now give you all a few minutes to do it. Please sincerely sit now and identify what exactly was the thought current that stopped you from manifesting it. Take a few minutes.
संहारम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् त्रिसाहैर्बिल्वपत्रैश्च अच्छित्रैर्कोमलैश्चुभै तव पूजां करिष्यामि एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् सर्वत्रैलोक्यकर्तारम् सर्वत्रैलोक्यपावनम् सर्वत्रैलोक्यहर्तारम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् नागादिराजवलयम् नागहारेण भूषितम् नागकुण्डलसंयुक्तम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् अक्षमालाधरं रुद्रं पार्वतीप्रियवल्लभं चन्द्रशेखरमीशानम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् त्रिलोचनं दशभुजं दुःखादेहोर्तदारिणं विभूत्यर्चितं देवम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् त्रिशूलधारिणं देवं नागाभरणसुन्दरं चन्द्रशेखरमीशानम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् गङ्गाधरं उमानादं फणिकुण्डलमण्डितं कालकालं गिरीशं च एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् एकदन्तं कृपानिधिं सर्वेश्वरं सदा शान्तम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् सच्चिदानन्दरूपं च पारनन्दमयं शिवं वागीश्वरं चिदाकाशम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् श्रीविष्णुं सहस्राक्षं दुत्तुभ्यां च निषङ्गिणम् हिरण्यबाहुं सेनान्यम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् अरुणं वामनं दारं वास्तव्यं चैव वास्तुवम् ज्येष्ठं कनिष्ठं वैशान्तम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् ಕಲ್ಪದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಕಲ್ಪತರುಣೀನೇ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಆಲಾರಳಿಯಲಿ ನೀನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಬಿಲ್ವತ್ತಿಯಲಿ ನೀನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಆಲಾರಳಿಯಲಿ ನೀನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಬಿಲ್ವತ್ತಿಯಲಿ ನೀನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ
ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಬಿಡದಿ ಪುರವಾಸಿ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ. மனக்கடல் நீங்கி கணக்கு ஆத்ம ஞானம் அளிப்பாய் குருநாதா நித்யானந்தா ஆத்ம ஞானம் அளிப்பாய் நித்யானந்தா கொண்டு கங்கை முடிக்கொண்டு நர்த்தனம் புரியும் ஈசனே சுடலை பொடி பூசி புடுக்கை தனையேந்தும் காலனே புடிதோலனே நீரு பிடியால் உள்ள முறைகின்ற மதுரை மாநகரின் ராசனே இன்னல்களை கலைந்து இன்பங்களை அளிக்கும் சுந்தர வடமணி நேசனே ஆயுத திங்கள் நித்த முறைகின்ற செவ்விழி கொண்ட செல்வனே சொக்கனே எந்த சோமனே ஐயா சோதி வடிவான ரூபனே அடிமுடி காணா மலையே அகிலமும் போற்றிடும் ஐயனே நாதாவரணனே நால்வர் போற்றிட நயமுடனாடிடும் நாதனே ஆழகாலம் உண்டு ஆழம் காடுதனில் ஆனந்த நடமிடும் ஆதி செய்வனே மங்கையிடம் கொண்டு கங்கை முடி கொண்டு நர்த்தனம் புரியும் ஈசனே சுடலை முடி பூசி உடுகை கணையேந்து காலனே புலிதோலனே மீனின் விழிகால் உள்ள முறைகின்ற மதுரை மாநகரின் ராசனே இன்னல்களை கலைந்து இன்பங்களை அளிக்கும் சுந்தர வடமணி நேசனே தானாடிட மங்கையவளிடம் கொண்டு நீயாடி வாடியார் பெருவினைகள் தீர்த்தருளவே நித்யனே இடவத்தின் மேலேறிவா என்றென்றும் விரிசடை தானாடிட புவிதனில் சுந்தரனை நீயாடிவா தினமும் நீ விசும்பு தந்தருளவே நேசனே மலனே நீயாடிவா இவையோர்கள் இன்னலை கலந்திடும் தேவா தேவாதி தேவா சதா சிவா பாபா குருவாக வந்து திருவருள் புரிவாய் நித்யானந்தனே முக்தி தரவாவா பிறதியில் உரைகின்ற பிரமணே நீயாடிவா உரைபவனே அப்பாய் காட்சி தரும் எங்கள் ஆணை காவலசே ஆதிகந்தமில்லாத ஜோதியாய் அருணகிரி உரைநாதனே உலகை இயக்கிடும் வாயு வடிவே காலகத்தி ஈசனே சொல்லுதிடத்தில்லை நகர்தனில் வானில் ஆடும் கூத்தனே பஞ்சபூதமும் நித்தம் பணியும் பரமனே பரமேசனே रचित नित्य वैभव गुप्त कैलैवासने ईशने सर्वेशने परमेशने जगदीशने नित्यने आनन्दने जीवने गुरुदेवने
Shivaya, Om Namah 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 Shivaya, Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya. Gangadhara Lingeshwara Shambho Mahadeva, Gangadhara Lingeshwara Shambho Mahadeva, Gangadhara Lingeshwara Shambho Mahadeva, Gangadhara Lingeshwara Shambho Mahadeva, Jatadhara Jambulingeshwara Om Namah Shivaya, Jatadhara Jambulingeshwara Om Namah Shivaya. Chidambaresha Kanakasabhesha Trinetradharisha, Chidambaresha Kanakasabhesha Trinetradharisha, Tadhimi 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 Natana Priya Isha, Tadhimi 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 Natana Priya Isha. Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya. Shiva Shiva Shambho, Hara Hara Shambho, 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 Shiva Shiva Shambho, Hara Hara Shambho. Gangadhara Lingeshwara Shambho Mahadeva, Gangadhara Lingeshwara Shambho Mahadeva, Jatadhara Jambulingeshwara Om Namah Shivaya, Jatadhara Jambulingeshwara Om Namah Shivaya, Chidambaresha Kanakasabhesha Trinetradharisha, Tadhimi 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 Natana Priya Isha, Tadhimi 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 Natana Priya Isha. Om Namah Shivaya, Shiva Shiva Shambho, Hara Hara Shambho, 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 Nityananda.
Sincere apologies to all the participants to keep you all waiting. There's a small technical glitch. And now, thank you all for your patience and being tuned in. Now, like we were sharing with you all, today we are going to be having an introduction to the cosmos. We are going to be understanding about who we are, an introduction to ourselves, Jiva, the world, Jagat, and God, Ishwara. So, we are going to be understanding the right powerful cognitions about each of these, Jiva, Jagat, and Ishwara. So, let us all now get ready to enter into the session. And we are going to be listening to Swamiji's revelations on the truths of how your individual being is connected to the world and in turn connected to Ishvara. All the participants, while we listen to the session, please write down what you understand, because this session will form the foundational understanding of what you know about yourself, what you know about God, what you know about life, everything around you. So let us now enter into the session.
Jiva, Ishwara, Jagat. The exact English translation of these three words is self, God, and world. Jiva, Ishwara, Jagat. All three are made of same stuff. How you respond to all three will always be same. Please understand. If you are confused about self, you will be confused about Ishwara, God. If you are confused about self, you will be confused about the world. If you are clear about the self, you will be clear about Ishwara. If you are clear about the self, you will be clear about the world. If you have visual understanding about yourself, for example, when you look inside what you are, if you get an idea visually, you will be able to see Ishwara visually. You will be able to see the cosmos, anything, anywhere visually. If you close your eyes and see yourself, you have only verbal idea what thoughts are going inside. You can see Ishwara also only verbally. And about world also you will have only verbal knowledge. The basic thing needed for enlightenment is psychological revolution. Clarity about the self, world, and God. Jiva, Jagat, Ishwara. Jiva is the self. How you think, how you are driven, what is your inspiration, what makes you run in your life, what makes you move in your life, why you think, how you think. This understanding is Jiva. Then Jagat. How the clarity which happened in me, or the desires and fears I feel in me, how I am going to connect it with the world. If I have some desires, how am I going to get it from the world? If I have some fears, how am I going to avoid it? Avoid those things being forced upon me by the world. That relationship is Jagat. Ishwara means the source for both. The source for individual self and the world is the Ishwara. Achieving that source, all these three is what is called enlightenment. First, having clear understanding about Jiva. Why you think, how you think. this clarity will give you the experience about Jiva. Then, how to connect with the world through your fear or through your greed. Achieving what you want to achieve or keeping away from what you don't want. This is the realization about the Jagat world. The third, Ishwara, which is the source of these two, experiencing it. Actually, it's a very subtle truth, but very strong truth. Just by understanding, it can liberate you. Just a simple understanding, it can solve so many problems, so many things. The click will straight away happen just by understanding. This sutra is the Nitya Sutra. Nitya Sutra means you need to practice it eternally.
25 states of consciousness, Jiva, 11 dimensions of the universe, Jagat, 5 operations of the Sadashiva, Ishwara, Jiva, Jagat, Ishwara. Understanding of all these three and how they meet, how they connect, who means what to whom, what means what to whom, who connects with what in what way. This whole matrix is Maya. Realization of this whole matrix is Sadashivoham. Jiva, Jagat, Ishwara. And now when they understand the matrix between these three, the experience of Sadashivoham starts as a everyday happening. Please understand, happening means how the 9 body fluids are happening as long as you are alive in this body. Like this Sadashivoham will be one more oozing happening of as long as everything exists. The happening word, that is exactly the description of the word happening in Sanskrit. How the 9 body fluids go on happening as long as you are alive in this body. Anything which becomes that kind of happening in you only is anubhuti. So this matrix of Jiva, Ishwara, Jagat, realization and mastery over this matrix happening in you is Sadashivoham. Not that when you have an incompletion, you will find completion, you will find solution. No, that is not called happening. That is taking medicine and healing. For example, you have a, what do you call that? Low hemoglobin. You take medicine and then hemoglobin, you become iron lady and then hemoglobin becomes all right. That is medicine. That is not happening. Understand? So when you find incompletion and you go for completion, it becomes all right. That is not happening. The moment hemoglobin starts coming down, automatically body secretes whatever is needed and it becomes all right, is only happening. So now this matrix and mastery over this matrix will become happening in you guys. That is Sadashivoham. When I am introducing, it is only a medicine. Wherever you have a problem, take this and heal, work, breakthrough. It's a medicine. But when this matrix is mastered, it becomes happening.
If your idea about you changes, your idea about the world and the God will change. Jiva, Jagat, Ishwara. Jiva is idea about you. Jagat is your idea about the world. and Ishwara is your idea about the ultimate. All these three are very closely connected. If your idea about you changes, your idea about the world will change, and your idea about the Ishwara will change. If you are fear-based, you will feel very connected to the deities with all weapons, 18-handed Kali, or Muniyasami, Karupannar, with all the deities which are violent. You will feel very connected because you are deeply feeling insecure. You want somebody to protect you with all the weapons. If you grow, if your idea about you changes, if you raise to the level of anahata, love, suddenly you will feel connected to Krishna. More love, more bliss, more joy. If you elevate yourself a little more, if your personality becomes a seeker, means seeker of enlightenment, you will feel connected to the master. No, with no other god you will feel connected. All those gods are okay, but you won't feel connected. Only the connection will be with master. You will feel master is everything. That is everything. People ask me, are you God? I tell them no. Only for selected. I am not God for all, but only for those few who are seekers. People come and ask me, Swamiji, I heard that fellow had some miraculous experience in his life by you. You did that to him, this to him, why not do for me also? I tell them, no, it's not in my hand, it is in your hand. How much you feel connected. If you feel connected to me as a teacher, I will do only the teacher's job. Only the teacher's job will happen. If you feel connected to me as a master, the master's job will happen. If you feel connected to me in a much more deeper level, those kinds of things will happen. It is feeling connected that creates the possibility for miracles. That creates the space for power of coincidence to happen. Understand? It is you feeling connected. You are feeling connected. That creates a special space where miracles just continue to happen. Miracles are not done, it happens. If it is done, it is a work. Only if it happens, it is miracle.
For you to become your Ishwara, only Jagat is created. Jagat is generated for you to become your Ishwara. For Jiva to become Shiva, Jagat is generated. Now know your goal and know you and generate your Jagat around you. For generating the Jagat, understanding about wealth and relationship, health, all this jnana vrata is required. You want to become very healthy. It means you have to attract a kind of people who are inspiring you every morning to get up and do yoga and do panchakriya and eat healthy. You can't attract the fellows morning and say, hey, come on, let's go to bar. You can't afford to attract the fellows, come on, let's go to McDonald's. Eat that 7-layer burger, Texas size, Starbucks coffee, 2-liter Coca-Cola. If you attract that kind of friends and that kind of world around you, then don't expect to be healthy. So if you want to be healthy, you need to attract a kind of people, setup, system, place where people are all happy and wake up early morning and breathe that fresh ozone and bend the body, do the yoga and eat healthy, live happily, don't accumulate toxins. Jiva. Listen, first let me define Jiva. What you perceive yourself as of now to whatever you can perceive you. Till that level, you are called Jiva. When you cannot perceive yourself anymore individually, separately, you are Shiva. Listen, let me repeat once more. Whatever you perceive as you, as of now, from this point to whatever you can perceive as you, whatever you are perceiving as of now, to whatever you can perceive as you. Understand? Even if you perceive yourself as Sadashiva, you are only Jiva. It's within the matrix. There will be a space where you will not perceive yourself as an individual. Only then you are Shiva. Sadashiva. Please listen. What Vedas describe as Brahman, Agamas describe as Sadashiva, is not what English word God means. God means generator, operator, destroyer, three. Very clearly Agama says Sadashiva does Panchakritya, not three. Panchakritya means creation, protection, destruction, delusion, liberation. Srishti, Sthiti, Vinasha, Trodana, Anugraha. Even the word Srishti is not equivalent to creation. Even the word Sthiti is not equivalent to operation. Even the word Vinasha is not equivalent to destruction. Even that is a mentally retarded, handicapped version. The word God is not equivalent to Sadashiva. The very scope. West does not understand something called delusion and liberation. It understands only creation, operation and destruction. What they understand from their scope, they created their God. Understand what they could grasp, based on that they created their concept of God. What we experienced, from that we expressed Brahman and Sadashiva. So the Brahman in Vedas, Sadashiva in Agamas is not described, presented properly by the word God. I am first making this statement clear. So, the moment I have discarded even the word God, where is the question of getting absorbed into that God? Understand, supernatural, paranormal, magical, all these words no way relates with what Agama describes, Upanishad describes as Shaktis. Let me enter into the satsang. Listen. Hindu tradition has only 3 steps for ultimate realization, manifesting Sadashivatva. 1. Shravana, listening. 2. Manana, internalizing. 3. Nididhyasana, manifesting, living. Listen carefully. Any great truth you listen, Shravana, which goes into your length logic dimension, should become part of your depth cognition. Once it becomes cognition, you start living it. That's all. Logically, you all heard millions of times from me, you are Mahasadashiva. You are the same pure consciousness. But it has not yet become your depth cognition. It is sitting there, but not into your Anandagandha. Listen carefully. What is the way all your great ideas, see, as long as it is only a length logic, it's an idea. When it becomes cognition, it is life. Ideas you have about your soul. What is individual soul? What is Jagat? Means universe, human beings, life, nature. What is Ishwara? Listen carefully. You have all the right ideas now. Nothing more need to be taught. That is why no guru can stand in front of my disciples. You guys know too much. No doubt. Amazing ideas about self means Jiva, Jagat, universe, Ishwara, God. You know too much, and it is in your logic, in your length. But it has to become your cognition, depth. How? How? Understand, when all the great ideas about Jiva, Ishwara, Jagat, self, universe and God is sitting in your logic, it is yet to become your depth cognition. You all have all the right things. I have seen many people, when they advise others, the way they advise, oh God. Understand, it does not need to be our weakness. It can become sadhana. Listen. How many of you feel when you solve others' problems, so many clicks happen inside you and many of your problems are solved? Raise your hand. That is all is the technique. Start causing others. That is what I am saying. Understand, all the great understandings you have about each self, universe and God, Jiva, Ishwara, Jagat. Jiva, Ishwara, Jagat. All the great things, great ideas you have need to become part of your cognition. Depth. How many of you feel everything I have in my length, if it becomes depth, now I will become enlightened? I have so much. What is the methodology then? Causing, that's all. Understand, causing is a spiritual practice because every time you cause others, you just lift yourself to the higher understandings, cognitions, where the understandings you have in the level of logic length becomes part of your depth cognition.
Sivam, ungal பெயர் அல்ல, ungal சத்தியம். Shiva is not just your name, it is your Satya. It is your satya. It is your existence. It is you. It is you. It is your very you. The core of your existence is Shiva. Shiva, Shiva, Shiva. Listen. Even when you have self-doubt, see, always, all of you move from one thought to another thought because your mind moves from one thought to another thought. You get self-doubt about anything you try to understand. Understand? The believers will have a self-doubt about their bhakti. Non-believers, even atheists, will have a self-doubt about their atheism. Any philosophy you try to believe, you will have a self-doubt. Only when you experience, your self-doubt will be burnt. Self-doubt, when it is unattended, becomes self-hatred. Self-hatred, when it is unattended, becomes self-denial. That's what I call SDHD. Just like ADHD. How kids have a ADHD, adults get into SDHD. Self-doubt. Unattended self-doubt becomes self-hatred. Unattended self-hatred becomes self-denial. The SDHD leads to doubt about life. Doubt about your own life. Doubt about your life becomes hatred for life and denial of life. LDHD, life doubt, life hatred, life denial, only becomes frustration, anger, depression about life. All the problems you face in your relationships with the external world, with the outer world, is LDHD. Listen. All the pasa you experience, all the mithya you experience, all the maya you experience, all the delusion you experience is LDHD. Life doubt, life hatred, life denial. All the insecurity you experience about life is God doubt, God hatred, God denial. Listen. What starts as SDHD starts manifesting as LDHD and goes to GDHD. Once you don't attend to your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial, it takes the form of LDHD and GDHD. Listen. Come to the source core of you. The source of you. Through experience. How you experience, you exist with that same strength, power, you can experience Paramashiva exists today. With that experience of Paramashiva, your SDHD, LDHD, GDHD, all of it will disappear, dissolve. You will experience Paramadvaita. Parama Advaita. Understand that first. You always think, only if I can visualize the great truths inside me and concentrate on it without getting oscillated, I will get enlightened, I will experience Paramashiva. No. Paramashiva is larger than your ability to visualize. That is why Upanishads declares. Upanishads very clearly declares, Avangmanati kocharam. It is beyond your ability to visualize and verbalize. He is the frequency which cannot be verbalized. He is the vibration which cannot be visualized. The nada which cannot be verbalized. Bindu which cannot be visualized. He is Satya, only can be experienced.
Before entering into the sutra, just few understandings, few words about the scripture, Shiva Sutra. This book is not even just a manual for enlightenment. It is a manual to create spiritual traditions. The technique which we are going to enter today is the base of whole Buddhist tradition. Each technique, each meditation technique which is described in this book is a base for one religious tradition, one spiritual philosophy. Out of this one meditation technique, whole Buddhist tradition is born. Fortunately, this book is older. That is why we are able to say from this book it started. People ask me, how can you keep Buddha also along with gods? Because Buddha did not accept Vedic gods. If you read deeply, Buddha never said there is no God or God does not exist. Whenever he was asked the question, he just avoided. Just not to waste the time. Because whenever you say yes or no, you have enough arguments. People come and ask me, Swami, is there God? Atheism with a decent, cultured, responsible is straight path to enlightenment. There are many masters who led people to enlightenment through atheism. Very rational, logical, responsible. There are many masters who never accepted God but led people towards godliness. People ask me, is there God? I tell them God is not the thing to argue by saying yes or no. The moment I say yes, I'll have 1,000 more questions. The moment I say no, again 1,000 more questions. Both are not going to help you. Neither yes nor no is going to help you. Just give a technique through which he will realize. He himself will achieve the truth. Buddha did the same job. He never said yes, never said no. He just gave the method. He just gave the technique and led people to achieve the enlightenment, achieve the truth. In a very beautiful way, without accepting the authority of the Veda, he contributed to Vedic tradition. See, there will always be 50% of the people saying no for everything. See, when you say no, it feels very juicy. Saying no is really very juicy. That is why, kids, why do you think constantly kids say no for anything and everything? Because it gives them the feeling that they are grown up now. Only when you say no, you feel you have freedom. There is something called positive freedom. Freedom of acceptance and saying yes, the ultimate freedom. But unfortunately, neither we are taught about it, nor we experienced it. I can tell you actually, this moment you can liberate yourself. All you need to do is accept you as you are in the outer world and the inner world. Suddenly you will see you are unclutched. You are clutched by only one thread, non-acceptance. Sutre Maniganaiva, Krishna says, I am the thread running through the whole existence. There is one thread in you which is running through the whole suffering of your life, non-acceptance. Just like a Lord is the thread. Krishna is the thread running, connecting the whole existence. Your non-acceptance is the thread running and connecting your whole sufferings. What you call as samsara roga, bhava roga, suffering of disease. This one moment, a simple acceptance. People ask me, I'm not able to accept that I'm not able to accept me, Swamiji. I tell them, already, at least accept that you are not able to accept you. That's all. Even that is an acceptance. Even that acceptance can suddenly unclutch you. There is no need for thought flowing in you. There were one group of people who are very simple, who are able to straight away connect and accept and realize the truth. For that group, the Vedic tradition was helping. But slowly, unfortunately, a kind of a negative wave, a negative group started developing because the spiritual techniques and the transmission of the spiritual enlightenment was not happening at one point. Transmission of enlightenment was not happening. So the antagonistic crowd, the crowd which started saying no to everything. If you say no logically, there won't be any problem. Saying no, just, I don't want, just for the sake of feeling strong. For that group, there is nobody to guide them. It is not that just because they have gone astray, they can be dropped or they can be completely thrown out. No. Somebody has to take care of them. So then, divine descends as Buddha, who gathers all the dropouts, gathers all the people who are saying constantly no. He also gathered all of them and said, yes, he played the same tune. He played the same tune. But I can say among the masters, Buddha is the master who contributed maximum number of enlightened beings to the planet Earth. Maximum number of enlightened beings are contributed to planet Earth from the Buddhist tradition. Directly from Buddha. When he was alive, fortunately he was in the body for more than, you can say, 80 years. And he became enlightened around 40. 40 years enlightened public mission. He created at least 10,000 enlightened beings. I think even now, it's a achievement. I don't think anybody else has done much more than that. He contributed so much without directly saying yes or no to the question whether God exists or not. He straight away gave the technique. And that technique is from this sutra. This is the sutra which forms the core, center of the Buddhist tradition. That is why the Upanishad says the person who is initiated, the initiated person, for him whole world is heaven. Amritasya, immortal heaven. The person is uninitiated. See, understand the word initiation. It means not that doing some ceremony or ritual. Initiation means the click happening in you. When a master expresses the truth, the realization, if the click happens in you, if suddenly you feel, oh God, right, what he says is right. I was always thinking this. He put it in the right way. If you feel whatever I am speaking, always you thought about it, but I am verbalizing it. I am properly putting it in word. Initiation has happened. That is the scale, whether initiation has happened or not. If the initiation happens, the whole world is heaven. If the initiation is not happening, then the whole world is hell. All you need to understand is this two quality. When you do not accept this moment, starts the greed. When you do not accept the moments which may come, there starts fear. Out of greed, the quality of rajas gets added into your system. Out of fear, the quality of tamas gets added into your system. All you need to understand, the more and more time you spend in the middle path means accepting the inevitability and accepting your present moment, accepting you as you are now, understanding the inevitability of the life which may happen in you, happen for you. When you have these two understanding, that is what we call sattva, means relaxed, restful middle path. Neither you are driven by the non-acceptance of the present moment, nor you are driven by the non-acceptance of the future moments. Non-acceptance of the present moment and future moment are the root of rajas and tamas, restlessness and fear, restlessness and inertia. This simple understanding, this psychological revolution, actually the moment initiation happens in you, every word which comes out of the master rings bell in your heart, and that becomes a strong, clear programming in you. Programming your life based on the Vedic knowledge. Even the Vedic knowledge seems to be too small word. The right word is the true knowledge. Actually, Vedic knowledge is true knowledge. But in course of time, people have started thinking Vedic knowledge is something like a branding. No. All of us need to understand the word Veda. Veda means the knowledge which comes out of your inner space when you are unclutched. When you are unclutched and relaxed, whatever research and development happens automatically inside you without you contributing or you interfering. That is Veda. If you just keep quiet, Veda will happen in you. That's all is the basic truth. When you unclutch and rest in a silence, relax in silence, a strong visualizations without verbalizations will happen in you. those truths are only called Vedas. There's a beautiful description about who is Rishi in Sanskrit. Mantra Drashta is Rishi. Understand? Not the person who heard the mantra, but the person who sees the mantra. Mantra Drashta. Drashta means who sees. Means the whole knowledge or truth will happen in you as a visualization, not as a verbalization. When you drop from verbalization, unclutch from verbalization, mantra drashta will happen. Now we are all only listening the mantra. Means like a sound, either from outside or from inside. It comes out only as a verbalization. Then you are not Rishi. Relax. Then it is not Vedas. It is not the true knowledge. It is perverted knowledge. In Sanskrit we use the word, the perverted knowledge. Means half truth or perverted truth. When you unclutch from the verbalization which is constantly happening, your strong visualizations beyond your verbalization will come out. All you need to do is put all your effort and relax from unclutching. Suddenly you will see a very strong visualizations will start happening in you. Those visualizations are only called as visions. Mantra drashta. You will see the mantras. Mantra means knowledge, truth. You will see the mantras. You will see the truth. That is what is called Veda.
A very, very beautiful revelation that Swamiji Shah revealed to all of us. Understanding how each of the states, your individual soul, Jiva, the world around you, Jagat, and God, Ishwara, what you cognize as you, how you connect with you, how you relate with you, is precisely how you relate with the world, how you relate with God. Many times we think, whatever happens, how I relate with me is not going to be affected. Maybe I may think anything about me, but I will definitely be different to how I am with others, will not be affected by me. Please understand, the truth of life is this. What you think about you inside of you, that is precisely how you respond to life and to the world. This session establishes the fundamentals of what you're going to be learning today. If you are confused about yourself, do not think you will have clarity, you will have some amazing clarity about how you're going to deal with the world. No. What you think about you is exactly how you relate with the world, relate with God. Are all of you understanding this? This is what is called Jiva. Jiva means your individual self. Jagat is the world. And Ishwara is God, ultimate. Now, how you hold yourself inside you is exactly how you hold yourself outside you. How you hold life, how you hold others, how you hold people, everything is getting impacted. Ma Lin Yi Ting and Ma Ramani Devi, all the others, are you all understanding? Ma Hag Chuan Liu, Ma Han Yan Hui Jing, are you all understanding? Ma? I request every one of you to post as you're understanding. Because many times what you carry as your cognitions under you, limiting. Actually, you can post what is the exact reality you want to manifest. What is the shift you want to have? Like, for example, maybe in some relationships, or maybe in some aspect of your life, in aspect of wealth. Post what exactly is the shift you want to have. Atma Jyotikaya, Nityanandam. Atma Jyotikaya, are you also understanding? This session will really help you. Because many times we think the whole space around us is independent. We think, okay, this is how life has manifested. You inside you, even if you feel miserable, low about yourself, you think outside if you put up a nice smile and a happy face, everything will be aligned. No. Because the Jiva, if you are confused about yourself in your inner space, you will be confused about every decision you make in life. You will be confused about people around you. You will be even confused about God. For example, people who are very deeply insecure, they will actually, like they have deep fear, they are afraid that they might be attacked or something will happen. All those people will connect to the God which offers protection, like Kalabhairava, Mahakali, all of these forms, Durga, Veerabhadra. But people who feel they lack love in their life, like they really want that love and fulfillment, they will connect to deities like Krishna, Subramanya, and people who feel that they just want that deep experience of like surrender, or you want to experience that bhakti, the deep bhakti. Then they'll connect to deities like Venkateshwara. Each one, how they relate with themselves, that is precisely how they will experience the world and God. Malingering, are you catching it? Are you understanding? Can I request all the participants to come on camera? This session is a very important session that will help you understand deeper about yourself. Ma Purushananda is asking, what is the right way to manifest? Seema, the cognitions you carry about you, work sincerely on changing it. Each of the cognition. Okay, Vidyarupanaya, you're saying you do not understand what impact these three factors have on your life. Many times, you may feel life is unfair to me, nobody loves me, or sometimes you feel different cognitions. You feel sometimes that people all hate me, or you sometimes feel people don't support you. The cognitions you carry about life is directly dependent on how you cognize yourself inside of you. What you understand as you, how you cognize you, is exactly how you cognize life and God. Understand why this is important, Vidyarupanaya? Because if you work on fixing the cognitions that you carry about you, you will be in so much completion with life, so much completion with Ishwara. Atmajyotikaya, are you also understanding? Sometimes, see Vidyarupanaya, for example, if you are taking a decision for taking sannyas, Vidyarupanaya must be thinking, oh God, why Ma is constantly telling sannyas, sannyas? You should know that is literally the purpose for your life. You have to see when your being is asking for it, when you literally want it, you're yearning for it, you have to, some or other way it is going to manifest. And you just need to see and wake up to that. That's all. But anyways, I'll come back to what I was saying. So, for example, if you feel I want to take sannyas, but I'm very confused about life. I do not know. Sometimes life is feeling like relationships is good, but sometimes whenever I see Swamiji, whenever I come to Paramashivoham, I feel like, I just want to be with Swamiji. He's the ultimate. If you feel confused, insecure, afraid, you need to address what is the core cognition you carry about you, because when you are confused about yourself, when you are not clear with what your purpose is, you will be confused about God and the world. Same way, if you're deeply insecure, Atma Jyotikaya, see, if you feel life is constantly unstable in front of you, you feel things are happening, things are not happening, or people are, maybe sometimes you feel they're genuinely loving you. Sometimes you feel people are not really loving you or people not supporting you. It could be anything. I'm just giving some examples, but it could be anything, right? If you have that as your cognition, please understand confusion, chaos, powerlessness in life is only a reflection of confusion, chaos, and powerlessness you carry about you. Many times we try to convince people outside. If you feel you're weak, if you feel you're incapable, if you feel you're not talented, what you always try to do is you try to convince people outside saying, no, 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 see, I'm talented, I'm very intelligent, all of that. But no matter how much you try to convince outside, unless you shift the cognition you carry inside you, life outside you will not change. This is the fundamental principle. This is the most basic truth for you to understand about life, Jiva, Jagat. If you understand these two, you will be able to understand Ishwara. Are you all catching it? Just bring this right powerful cognition inside of you. What is the exact cognitions you carry about you? That is exactly how you carry about Jiva. Sorry, the Jagat and Ishvara, world and God. Now, I'm going to request each of you to take a few minutes, reflect on your understanding of who you are. Vidyarupanaya, are you understanding now? Did this answer your question? Are you understanding how it is relevant to your life? See, many times you go and try to fix situation outside, right? You try to see why, you're trying to convince people around you. You're trying to see why is life so chaotic. But the source of it is inside you. If there's chaos inside you about yourself, you will only experience life as chaos. If you are unstable inside you about yourself, what is the purpose of your life? Outside you, you'll experience the same instability. If you fix the understandings you carry about Jiva, you will be able to fix understanding about Jagat and Ishvara. Atmajyotika, I'm not quite understanding your question. What does it mean? You're asking, should you go back to before you were 7 years old to achieve completion? Is that what you're asking? Am I right? And Vidyarupanaya, do let me know if you understood. Okay. And Ma Swi Leng Tan. Ma Swi Leng Tan. Are you understanding? Are you clicking with it? Swi Leng Tan. Post in the chat whatever you're understanding. And Atmajyotikaya, see, there is no fix. There is no such thing as, oh, okay, let me try and remember before 7 years old, whatever happened. There's a process for it. See, each of these process, each patterns might have different incidents that you would have picked it up. Okay, I'm seeing your questions. Okay, very beautiful. I'm happy that you're expressing clearly. That means you know there's a problem. See, if you understand where the problem is, fixing it is not an issue at all. Swamiji will take care of it. But first, you have understood it. So you have said you have all the feelings that I mentioned, and sometimes you feel like down, lonely, and all of that, and sometimes you feel very confused what decisions to make in life. Understand. First, bring clarity within yourself. Ask yourself, what is the purpose of your life? What do you want to achieve? Swamiji beautifully tells her, listen, there is nothing called right or wrong in life. You can never say this is the right purpose, this is the wrong purpose. A very beautiful example Swamiji gives. If you believe money is the purpose of your life, be completely integrated to it. And at one point, when you are integrated to it, that integrity will lead you to the more matured goal. You will start understanding even after achieving money, you're not getting inner peace. So slowly it will push you towards seeking. So each time, whatever you experience, now listen, Atmajyotika, this is for you. What confusion you're having, right? Sometimes you feel this is very nice. Sometimes you feel very low, very lone. Sometimes you feel people around you are really nice, really loving. Sometimes you feel life is not good. This entire projection is a projection of your inner dilemma. Sometimes you feel Swamiji is my life. I want to go and live with Swamiji in Kailasa. Or sometimes you feel, no, what about my dance career? What about my dreams? What about my hopes? What about my desires? Now, what you need to do is, don't try to address external situation. Okay, don't try to see, okay, should I go right now? Should I take sannyas? Right now, should I do this, do that? Forget about the external situation. Sit and analyze within you. Swami has given a very beautiful exercise for this. Sit and analyze within you all the understandings, identities, and belief you carry about yourself. Write it down. How do you see life currently? How life is occurring to you? You feel it is unstable, or you feel people are not loving you. Whatever you see as how life is occurring to you, first write it down. How you relate with God, Swamiji, write it down and see how it is connected to how you relate with yourself. Is that making sense? Sit within you, pen down, write down the core dilemma that you're carrying. Atmajyotikaya, could you do it now? Sit now, write down, forget about life, everyone around you. You sit and pen down. Inside you, what is that exact conflict you are carrying? If you address that, you will be able to address other situations. So I'll give you all a few minutes. Please pen this down. Have all of you finished writing? Request all the participants. All finished. If you observe and if you have identified exactly what you understand as Jiva, Jagat and Ishwara, all the conflicts, contradictions, confusions that you have, the chaos that you experience in your Jiva, in your individual self, reflects in the Jagat and in Ishwara. What you cognize as you, how you understand you, how you see yourself, impacts how you see God, how you see world. Atma Jyotikaya, have you also finished writing? Once you do this, it will really help you to sit and do. I request each and every one of you to post in the chat what you have been able to internalize and what your understanding is. Okay, Atma Jyotikaya, I read what you have posted. You have posted your view of the world is cold and cruel. My view of God is strict, and my view of myself is childish. Listen carefully. This is because you view yourself like that, you perceive the world around you, God under that lens. See, for example, just see, if you complete with the way cognition you carry about yourself, if you start having matured conversation with yourself, automatically you will not anymore feel that the world around you is cruel or God is strict. I'll give you an example, okay? Let's say a small child is trying to play with fire. So the mother tries to stop it. It keeps, every time after mother moves, the child keeps running away back to play with the fire again. So the mother just picks up the child, puts it in another room and locks the room where the fire is there. That time the child will look at the world as the world is cruel, and then mother is very strict. She's not allowing the child to do what he wants. But the same thing, if the child matures, completion, even if other stops, maturity to understand it is being harmful. Correct? Here the incident is not something different, but the maturity, the conscious maturity from which the child looks at the situation is different. Is that making sense to you, Atma Jyotikaya? So, right now, don't expect the world around you to change or experience of people around you to change. Just focus first on changing your view about yourself. I'm not saying your view about people, no. Your view about yourself. How do you cognize you, Jiva? Work on developing deep, mature conversations, the talking with yourself, working on mature cognitions that you carry about you. If you change that, the Jagat, the world around you, everything will have a shift. Now, if you see like all the different perceptions that we are holding about the Jiva, because of that, you are seeing the Jagat with a lens. Like now, if you wear green lens or blue lens, you will see the world like that. You will see the world blue. You will see everything around you blue if you're wearing blue lens. Just like that, if you just remove that and see the world with a different perception, from a different lens, even the Jagat will change. That is why, for example, if you feel you are very unloved, you are very childish, you need to actually look in more, Atma Jyotikaya. So you need to look in more what you experience as you, the powerlessness that you carry about yourself. Only when you address that deeply, you will be able to see life and God and understand it with the same depth. Making sense? So now, analyze your perception about yourself, how that affects the views of the world and God. If you feel you're very chaotic inside, if you feel you're very like too confused about yourself, you will feel God is distant, unapproachable, because you'll be so confused about how to approach God. The solution is not to try and change different paths to achieve God. No, it is about you changing your perception, the core cognition that you carry about you within you. Is that making sense to you? All of you now take a minute or two to pen down this. How your perception about you is affecting the world and God. So can I request each of you to now start penning this down? Write down how the perception that you carry about you. is affecting the perception. Now, Atmajyotikaya, what you have written down. Write down, look in and see, why do you view God as strict? Why do you view world as cruel? What exactly is the cognition that you feel inside you? Write it. Just take 2 minutes, analyze this after.
Each of you can analyze that cognition, which is acting like a lens, which makes you see the world the way you see it.
How many of you have finished writing down? Have all of you finished? See, if you finish this, it will be easier for you to understand and cognize the principles of how Jiva, Jagat and Ishwara, the cosmos, the world around you and yourself, how all three are deeply connected, interconnected with
Can I request each one of you to post what you were able to internalize and what you were able to understand of how
sorry for the technical glitch. See, if you have understood this now, from this space, revisit all the ideas, opinions, and cognitions you carry inside of you about Jiva, Jagat, and Ishwara. Address it sincerely. Once you do that, you will be able to have a shift in the core cognitions that you carry about you, how you understand you, how you experience yourself, and so on. Now that we have understood about Jiva, Jagat, and Ishwara, we are now going to be entering into understanding about the 25 states of consciousness. We are going to be understanding in detail about Jiva. What is Jiva and how you exist in the 25 states of consciousness. Swamiji Wilfried tells, this is the fundamental requirement for you to understand about yourself. You need to have an introduction to the 25 states of consciousness. Hope all of you were able to understand. Now, in this same, with this same understanding, listen carefully. When you enter, when you consciously decide to look in and understand deeper about yourself, the core cognitions that you carry about you, inside of you, when you understand that, all the cognitions that you cherish about Jiva, Jagat, Ishwara will all simply align in tune. You will be able to experience them. You'll be able to experience oneness with all the three. And in that space, you'll absolutely have no conflicts, no chaos, no confusion in any decisions that you take. Hope this is clear to all of you. Now we're going to be entering into the session. And if any of you have any questions, please post it in the chat. All right. So now before we enter into the session, I'd like to share with you a little bit more deeper about what this will be. So today whole day, it is focused on understanding about introduction about Jiva, yourself, Jagat, the world, and Ishwara, God. And ultimately, when you understand this, Swamiji will say, when you experience, when you understand the Pancha Krityas, how you manifest that God, What is the right introduction to God? All of it you're going to be visiting today. When you understand the right cognitions about yourself, about world and God, all the things that you have in you, the powerlessness, all the lower cognitions you carry about you, all of them you will be liberated from. You'll actually hope all of you are able to hear me now. So now, like I was just sharing, we are going to now be understanding about the Jiva, the 25 states in which the Jiva exists. Let us listen to these revelations now. And if any of you, this is a very elaborate session, so you may have a lot of questions and doubts. Note it down. So at the end of the session, we can go over with what Swamiji has revealed. Let us enter into the session now.
Let me define consciousness. Consciousness is the strength, power of your experience about your first person, the source of your first person. How powerfully you are grounded into the experience of your first person. Who am I? What am I? Why am I? How am I? From when am I? From where am I? To where am I? Everything about your first person, the source of your first person, your experiential cognitions about the source of your first person is what I call consciousness. By focusing your energies, your kalas, your manifestations. What are your manifestations? Your emotions, your ability to cognize, your ability to think, means your manaha, chittaha, buddhihi, your intelligence, your manas, your chitta, your buddhi, your body. All these are different manifestations of you. Panchakoshas. Annamaya, Pranamaya, Manomaya, Vijnanamaya, Anandamaya. These are your manifestations. If you make all these five focus on the source of your consciousness and raise the frequency of your existence, That is only strength going to come with you, for you, save you during this whole AI revolution. I wanted to reveal some of the sacred secrets, nuances of this 25 states of consciousness, 5 aspects of Sadashiva, 11 dimensions of the universe. Please understand. The moment I utter these big words, you think this is going to be useful for me after my death. Let me accumulate it and keep it like a death insurance. No, please understand. Understanding 25 states of consciousness will directly help you even your day-to-day dilemma. Should I smoke or not? Should I live with this husband or not? Should I divorce this wife or not? Should I go for this diet or not? Even as simple as these dilemmas. In this situation of my life, given the time, intelligence, money and future I have, is this decision right? Is this decision going to be the best possibility for me? Even in your day-to-day business, career, life, relationships, everything. In every level, the 25 states of consciousness can give you an amazing breakthrough. Understand? All dilemmas and doubts are nothing but your dream state interfering with your waking state without you calling it or invoking it. Your waking state, Jagat. Without you calling, dream state comes in attacking you, interfering with your waking state. Constantly keeping you in a very low frequency, overlapping or unnecessary interference. Actually, whenever you are in dilemma, confusion, very simple. Just sip 30-40 ml of neem juice. No, because of the taste of the neem juice, you may never fall into dilemma and confusion afterwards. That is secondary. Very simple. I give you, it's like an experiment. Try. Because neem juice rudely brings you to the waking state. All dilemma is dreaming state, swapna, entering into you, and convincing your waking state that dream state is part of your waking state. So the deluded information, less informed frequency of you, actually, less informed frequency of you is your dream state. Little more informed frequency of you is your waking state. Completely, fully informed, awakened state of you, dimension of you is Turiya state. Not only fully informed, all empowered to manipulate, manifest, play with any of the, where knowledge is power, that state is Turyadita. Understand, this less informed dream state entering into your waking state and convincing your waking state that your dream state is part of your waking state. So it is like a less informed person and more informed person having a debate. How it will be? Even the logic or the frequency from which two ends of your dilemma operates will be different. Understand? For example, you are having a dilemma whether to start this business or not. When you are arguing for starting the business, feel how you feel your inner image. When you are arguing for not going for that business, how you feel your inner image. Or you have a dilemma whether to become a sannyasi or not. See, please understand, when you have this kind of debates, dilemmas, whether to go for divorce, whether to go for having a baby, whether to go for sannyas, whether to go for starting a business, or whether to go for having an affair, whether to go for building a new home, whenever you have this, just observe one debate, one side of the debate will always be from more alert, higher inner image of you. The other side of the debate will always be from lower inner image of you. The moment you know this, just blindly vote to the fellow who is from the higher inner image. The debates and arguments which are coming from higher inner image, because he is Jagat, the other fellow is Swapna, dream. Understand, for you to sit and have this understanding, you need little neem juice on the tongue, or a bay leaf on the tongue. Even the bay leaf, if you soak it in honey and chew, it will bring you to Jagat state. You have two levels of existing. Listen carefully. Two levels of existing. One with the thought currents, without the thought currents. With the thought currents means an active inner image, constantly spitting thoughts. Without thoughts, in deep sleep, where I think some of you are in that state now. If you are not hearing me, you are in that state. If you are hearing me, you are not, fortunately. I'll repeat, listen. With thoughts, without thoughts. With thoughts, all of you know, constantly picking fight with everyone, everything. Actually, with thoughts is nothing but constantly picking fight with everything. When you stop picking fight with everything, there will be no thought. Thought is tan in your existence. When there is uneasiness and you decide to pick fight with some part of you or the other, then comes thought. Without thought, you know, deep sleep in the night time or sometimes in the daytime. Whenever you are in the deep sleep, no thought. So these two, same way, listen. With thought, without thought. Same way, with your existence, remembrance of your existence, without the remembrance of your existence. Listen. Listen. You need to listen to these words very carefully. With the idea, I exist, I consciousness. Without the idea, I exist. These two states, how many of you are able to understand? See, now, all of you have the idea, I exist. Am I right? The deep sleep, do you have that? That is why it is sleep. So, there are two ways and two states. Two ways is with thought, without thought. Two states is with the idea I exist and without the idea I exist. How many of you understand that? Projector. Listen. With the idea, I exist. And with thoughts, listen carefully, because you need to understand this unit. This is the fundamental unit. How the states of consciousness is formed in you. Why you go through what you go through in your life. Understand, ignorance is not cute. Ignorance of traffic rules is not going to save you from the traffic ticket. Ignorance of traffic rules is not going to save you from ticket. Ignorance cannot be a reason for not following. Same way in the cosmos, ignorance is not cute. Yes, you can be victim, singing song, oh, I am ignorant, innocent devotee. Who is going to care? No. A devotee cannot be ignorant. Jnana varishta bhakti, devotion established on knowledge and understanding, with thoughts, with the idea I exist, I consciousness. That state is called thinking, Jagat. All of you are able to understand the word wakeful state, Jagat? If you understand the word Jagat, wakeful state, raise your hand. Great. I am using the Sanskrit word so that I will not forget, and all of you also will not forget. So let me go to the next word. I am introducing these 4 words. With thoughts, without the idea that I exist. That's called swapna. You may say, no. In dream also I remember I exist. No, listen carefully. In the dream, you will be writing your college examination sitting with your son. How can that be? College exam you wrote much before the marriage. How many of you had this kind of a completely overlapping dream? You need to know the identity I you feel in the dream does not have independent understanding. It is just overlapping, crisscrossing of few thought currents. See, like laser beam, if 4 or 5 beams cross, that point looks like independently shining, which is not. Same way, in the dream, few thought currents crossing, you feel as if your identity exists, but it is not. It does not have consistency. In one dream itself, that will change 20 times. How many of you have observed? In the waking state itself, it changes. Why dream state? How many of you say that? But in the waking state, at least little decent. In the waking state, it's more like an unstable spouse. Every half an hour divorce. And every 1 hour patch up. But in the dream state, it doesn't even behave like an unstable spouse. It behaves like a 10 minutes son, 10 minutes boss, 5 minutes brother, 5 minutes enemy. You just don't know how it behaves. Listen carefully. The number of thoughts gives idea that you exist for a spark. That's what happens in the dream state. How many of you are able to understand what I am saying? That is why the idea of I in the dream state is so illusory. Many times you don't even remember you when you come back from dream. What was your idea about you? Seen but does not exist. That's a direct translation of the word swapna. Seen but does not exist. Where the idea of I does not exist but the thoughts exist. Means the frequency of the thoughts is much higher. The idea of I, it has no existence. That frequency is almost like a zero. Then third word I am introducing, listen, where neither the idea I exists nor the idea thoughts exist. That is what is called deep sleep, sushupti. These three all of us experience in our day-to-day life. The fourth word I am going to introduce, it has no word. That is why it is called turiya. Turiya means fourth in Sanskrit. In Sanskrit, the word turiya means fourth. That's all. Because there is no word for it. Where the idea that I exist is there. I am there, but there is no thoughts. That is called the fourth state, turiya. With the idea I exist, but without thoughts, is turiya. With I plus with thoughts is waking state. Without I but thoughts is dream state. Neither I nor thoughts is deep sleep state. Only I, no thoughts is turiya. Now I want you to remember these four words. Let me repeat. Jagrat means waking state. Swapna means dream state. Sushupti means deep sleep state. Turiya means fourth state, awakened state. There is a fifth word Mahadeva introduces in Agama called Turiyatita, means not only you are awake, you are alive, you can move anything you want. See, if you have manifested the powers of moving a matter, how many of you are successfully able to move a matter? You have seen the glimpse of Turiyatita. Turiyatita is the state where awakening becomes power manifestation. Means you are able to play with your awakening. These are the 5 states. Listen, let me repeat once more. Jagrat, waking state. Swapna, dream state. Sushupti, deep sleep state. Turiya, awakened state. Turiyatita, alive state. Where you are awakened to the higher reality and you are able to manifest it as you want. Alive with your awakening. Where when you say, hey, static matter, dynamic activity and strategic existence is one and the same. Move, you are a static matter, I am saying, and it moves. Listen, all these 5 states, deep sleep, dream, waking, awakened, alive. All these 5 states in Sanskrit, Sushupti, Swapna, Jagrat, Turiya, Turiyatita. All these 5 states cross each other. You may ask, how? Because you are no more a single integrated being. All the time, one part of you is planning, strategizing about your future and possibilities. The other part of you is just interested in denying you, which is strategizing. The part which goes on strategizing about you and your future is called mind, head, intellect, logic. The part which goes on denying you does not want the direction. Not because it is right or wrong, just it does not want. It's like a tantrum throwing child, what you call as heart emotion. Please understand, you have been given a very wrong idea. Your heart and emotion is always right. No. Both are corrupt. Understand, both are corrupt. Both carry deep incompletions. Heart wants something just because it does not want that. Heart denies something just because head wants it. It's not that always heart is right. No. If you feel heart is right, no. You are wrong. Head is wrong. That does not mean heart is right. Head is wrong does not mean heart is right. Sometimes head is right. That does not mean heart is wrong. Sometimes head is wrong. That does not mean heart is right. Both have their incompletions, both have their problems. Because you are no more a single being. See, invariably when the whole humanity has started experiencing this dual being, two part, that is when our masters declare the Kali started. So two parts of you experiences two different states at a time always. Please understand. If your head, which is strategizing about your future, is now awake, your heart is in dream state, sitting somewhere and doing something else. If you have to put your head and heart together, keep yourself in the waking state, you feel stressed, tensed. Oh, I can't be like that for a long time. Maybe few minutes, okay. Not more than that. How many of you understand what I am saying? How many of you experientially feel, yes, I go through this? Understand, the line, vertical line is a heart projector. Vertical line is heart's line. Horizontal line is logic's line. Sushupti and Jagat, Sushupti and Turiya, Sushupti and Turiyatita. Understand that horizontal line is line of logic, mind. What is your strategy? See, one part of you constantly strategizes about your future, your life, logically goes on analyzing right, wrong, how to get the maximum out of everything. The line of head, logic line. And the other part, heart, emotion. Even the word heart may not be right word, because somehow unfortunately you have that very good idea about heart. I will use that. I will develop some other word. The crying child, the immature child inside you, which goes on throwing tantrum. Whatever your father says is wrong. Once you decide, just goes on saying no, 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 no. That becomes mantra. The no becomes mantra for one part of you. A complete frustration about everything. anything which can be seen and which can't be seen. People get frustrated because they can't see Sadashiva. It is good. Sometimes you are not able to see. No, we get frustrated even with things which we have never seen, we never experienced, we never perceived. The tantrum throwing child. So better I use the word TC, tantrum child. The tantrum child is the vertical line. The tantrum child in you is the vertical line, and logical, strategizing mind, that is the horizontal line. Both of you go through, please understand, some of you are small family inside, some of you are joint families inside, some of you are apartment complex inside. Please understand, do not believe you are one person. If you think you are one person, even you will not be able to answer many of your questions about your own self. How many of you feel there are many things which you are not able to answer about you? Then how will anybody else find the answer? That is why if somebody questions you too much, you get angry about them. Even I don't know, how can I explain to you? How many of you feel many times even you are not able to handle yourself? Raise your hand. That is what I mean, exactly the tantrum throwing child. Just saying no, no. I will face whatever it comes, whatever it may be. Whatever comes, I'll face. But when it actually comes, you will not be able to face that. Now, how many of you do? Listen carefully. Clearly, you take a very stupid decision with the thought current. When it comes, I will face. Whatever come, what may. And when it comes, you will collapse, you will not face. How many of you? That is what I am calling tantrum throwing child. Just saying no. Does not bother even about you getting lost something. You just want to collapse, destroy everything. Even if I die, that is okay. Let me destroy the world and die. Let me pull the whole thing down and die. The tantrum throwing child experiences different state, and the logic, strategizing logic, which constantly plans for your life. That personality experiences different state of consciousness. That is why you go through 25 various states of consciousness. Listen. The TC, tantrum throwing child, goes through the deep sleep, and logic goes through the deep sleep. Both experiencing deep sleep. That's what I said. Maximum you may experience 20 to 30 minutes, even if you lie down 8 hours in your bed. Then tantrum throwing child going through the dream, and the logic going through deep sleep. Earlier I explained that side, now I am explaining this side. Listen carefully. Earlier I gave an example. You going to dream, falling asleep without waking up. That is what is the example I gave for your logic experiencing dream, tantrum throwing child experiencing deep sleep. Then tantrum throwing child going through the dream, and the logic going through deep sleep. Earlier I explained that side, now I am explaining this side. Listen carefully. Earlier I gave an example. You going to dream, falling asleep without waking up. That is what is the example I gave for your logic experiencing dream, tantrum throwing child experiencing deep sleep. Now I am showing you this side. The tantrum throwing child experiencing dream, but the logic experiencing deep sleep. Listen carefully. That is what I call, if I have to find an English equivalent word, frustration. In Sanskrit we call it virakti. Vrakta means the tantrum throwing part of you is active, but the logic is completely absent. Listen carefully. In Sanskrit, it's called vrakti. In English, I'm trying to translate with the word frustration. I'll give you the context where the tantrum throwing you is so alive, wildly active and dreaming. But the logic with which you need to control you, the reins are not in your hand. It's like you are sitting on a wild horse and the horse is running on a hill. It may even jump into cliff now. I'm talking about this part. Where, see, this is TC, means TC, tantrum throwing child, this whole line. This whole line is logic. Your mind. I'm talking about this state. The tantrum throwing child experiencing swapna, dream, wild, going literally wild. And your logic, which is supposed to control, put a rein, is sleeping. It's like you are sitting on a wild horse and you are not able to control the wild horse. It is running. It may jump anytime off the cliff. All the decisions you take in frustration, please understand, all decisions you take in frustration will destroy you. Even if you think it is good decision, I tell you, do not do permanent damage to you because of your temporary sadness. Just don't take decisions when you know you are frustrated. Whenever you know your tantrum throwing child is wildly active and your logic with which you need to control your perception is absent, don't decide. You will be overloaded with frustration. Don't decide. How many of you understand you went through this in your life? In waking state, but your logic is in deep sleep. It means you are not frustrated, you are very destructive. Understand? Very consciously, you agree for destruction. You agree for the kind of a tantrum throwing lifestyle. You agree to be in denial. What can I do? That's all. Very consciously you wind up. You withdraw. I may use the word self-denial for this state. The state now I am circling. The state now I have circled, I'll call that as self-denial, where the tantrum throwing child is awake. I should use the word wake up. It's in a waking state. But your logic, the strategizing mind, the strategizing component of you is completely asleep. The next, the tantrum throwing child entering into Turiya. Tantrum throwing child entering into Turiya and the logic in deep sleep. One good thing is, the moment tantrum throwing child enters into Turiya, he gets healed. He is no more dangerous. He gets healed. Listen, very important thing. If a tantrum throwing child in you catches the glimpse of thoughtlessness, Turiya, even once, the whole thing becomes seeking. That is why the hippies become seekers even if they get one glimpse. The tantrum throwing child in you becomes a powerful seeker even if you catch one glimpse of Turiya. So I'll call this state as Turiya plus Sushupti, which I marked, seeking awaken but don't know what to do. Your logic does not know what to do, how to proceed, but you know something you need to discover. I'll call that as a seeking, but not active. This means you don't plan about how to go about it. Your logic has not found any method. It has not discovered any way to seek. But the tantrum throwing child is now throwing tantrum about everything which is seen and or felt, which is not matching with the reality of the Turiya. See, now the Turiya becomes the benchmark. The awakened state becomes the benchmark. Anything which is not matching up to that mark, you throw tantrum about it, but you don't know how to make everything match up to the standard. Understand? At this state, you will say big capital letter no to everything external. But you don't know to whom you should say yes. You only know to say no to everything, but you don't know to whom you should say yes. How many of you think you got this? Your tantrum throwing child experiencing deep sleep and your logic experiencing dream state. Understand? This is very interesting. Just now I explained. Where you dream, but go back to the deep sleep. Again dream and go back to deep sleep. You need to know maximum only 30% of you is your logic part. 70% of you is the tantrum throwing child inside you. That is why how much ever you strategize, always that tantrum throwing child wins in your life. How many of you agree with that statement? How much ever you plan, finally this tantrum throwing fellow wins the game. Even if your logic, for example, tomorrow you have to give a presentation. Your logic is planning for your presentation even in your dream. But the tantrum throwing child pulls you back from the dream to deep sleep state. That is what I will call this Sushupti Swapna, what I marked. Next, the tantrum throwing child experiencing deep sleep, but the logic experiencing waking state. I'll say in this state, your logic thoroughly plans for your future. You will sit and think, nicely plan. But within next 24 hours, you will forget the whole thing and you will start thinking again the same thing and do the same plan. As if the whole thing got control deleted. How many of you experience this? Your logic's plan, but your tantrum throwing child is not even interested in looking at it. That is what this state, where 70% of you are sleeping and 30% of you is strategizing. It's like 70% of you boycott that meeting. How can any corporate meeting be successful if 70% is boycotting? What you desire is your logic. What you believe is your tantrum throwing child. You will never get what you desire. Please understand. You will get only what you believe. You desire always to have wealth, but you believe you will never going to get it. You are never going to get it. You desire to have health, but you strongly believe that is not part of your life. So you will not manifest what you desire. You will only manifest what you believe. People always confuse between desire and belief. Your desire is your logic, your strategy, your future plan. Your tantrum throwing child is what you believe as you. I think now it's too clear. How many of you are catching what I am saying, this statement? Understand? Next, your tantrum throwing child is in deep sleep, but your logic is in Turiya. During these moments only you get the darshan, vision of gods, goddesses, guru. But it goes away. It doesn't stay permanently, because anything only if your tantrum throwing child also cooperates only stays with you. For example, if your tantrum throwing child means the TC, if he enters into Turiya and your logic is in Sushupti, which I circled now, at that state, if you get any experience of God, Guru, Darshan, it stays with you permanently, because 70% receives it. But this state, anything you get will not be permanent. It will not stay with you. It doesn't stay with you. In both states you get, but this, only if your tantrum throwing child enters into Turiya and you experience something, it becomes permanent. Means your belief enters into that state, not your desire. When your desire enters, your belief will pull you back. Ramakrishna gives a very beautiful example. All his examples are completely from Bengali villages, because he lived his whole life in Dakshineswar, which was a village in those days, and he was born in Kamarpukur, which is a remote village. He gives a very beautiful example. These boys will catch the mongoose. Am I right? The pronunciation? Mongoose or mongoose? How you pronounce? Whatever. The boys, when they play in the paddy fields, they catch the mongoose. If they catch more than 5, 6, they can't keep them under control. So they will tie a rope in their tail and put a brick in the other end and leave them to go for further hunting. These fellows, they will enter into their home, which is like a dug below the ground. Even if they enter and hide in their nets, in their holes, the boys will come and just pick up the brick and pull the rope. They will come out, they will carry them. Just like the mongoose, whose tail the rope is tied with a brick, can never hide, can never rest in his hole. If your belief is holding you back, just your desire cannot take you anywhere. Because the belief is a rope and brick. It will just pull you out. Listen, here, your belief is in deep sleep, only your desire experiences higher awareness. Then it doesn't stay permanently. If your desire, even if your desire is in deep sleep, if your belief enters into the higher consciousness, you don't lose it. The tantrum throwing child in Sushupti, and you enter into Turiya. The logic enters into Turiya. Again, this state also will not be permanent. It will not be permanent because the tantrum throwing child is 70% of you. That's more powerful. It will pull you out. But very good introduction, because with your logic, deep seeking, sometimes you catch the glimpse of unclutching. You caught the glimpse of unclutching, but you lost it. How many of you have that experience? This is the state you experienced. The state I have circled now, that's the state you experienced. If you got Unclutching comes by your desire, not by belief. Bhava Samadhi comes by your belief, not by desire. Understand? Unclutching comes by your desire, logical seeking. Bhava Samadhi comes by your belief, a deep feeling connection. The tantrum throwing child, when he feels connected, you experience Bhava Samadhi. Belief is in deep sleep and desire is in Turyatita. That's the state I have circled. You do catch Satori, but which does not stay back. It doesn't stay back. It goes away. But if your belief catches Turyatita, desire is not cooperating. That is, I can say, this state. Your belief means tantrum throwing child is catching Turyatita, but your desire, logic, is in deep sleep, sushupti. It's not cooperating. This will become permanent, but this will not be permanent. If you achieve this, you will always lose. Achieving this is very easy, but you will lose it. Achieving this needs little practice, but you will not lose it. This comes by Bhava Samadhi, feeling connection. This comes by unclutching, your own effort. If both happens, that is what. If both happens, that is what is called Turyatita, which becomes permanent. Few basic truths. 25 states of consciousness is multi-dimensions of you. Listen. All the 25 states are part of you. Nothing is good, nothing is bad. Deep sleep is as much you need. Please listen. Deep sleep is as much needed to you as you need Turyatita. The whole 25 states is your 25 dimension. Only thing, you becoming powerless during the deep sleep or the dream state is the problem. But if you decide to become powerless, you can be powerless anywhere. If you decide to become powerful, you can be powerful anywhere. Fundamentally, this whole 25 state is 25 phases of you, 25 dimensions of you. Nothing is bad, nothing is good. Because many times you become powerless in dream state, it looks like a bad. Not the state is bad, but your habit and pattern of becoming powerless there is bad.
States of consciousness that Swamiji doing is a very, very important and an amazing trick. If you understand how this 25 states of consciousness works, like Swamiji beautifully explained, the tantrum throwing part of you and the inability of your mind to convince that part to get to do what you want to do. This entire aspect that you carry inside of you. If you understand, analyze how this 25 states of consciousness exist, you will have a breakthrough in not just understanding about yourself, even in the way how you deal with you. Can I request each of you to post your clicks on this 25 states of consciousness? Can I please request all the participants to post what each of you have understood about this 25 states of consciousness? Because this forms like a foundational understanding, the fundamental understanding of what you are and what you cognize as you. So I request all the participants to please take a moment and post whatever you've understood so far. Yuvin Chung. Noted, Aya. I noted a request. And yes, and I hope if you feel it is too fast, feel free to mention it again, and I can reduce it, I can talk slower for you. And Atma Jyotikaya is asking, does this understanding need to be perfected to solve the fundamental problem? Or do I just need to let go of my thoughts? First thing, Atma Jyotikaya, you should start enjoying the right, powerful cognitions about life. Right now, based on my observation over the last few days, you're giving too much of importance to your cognitions and patterns that you carry about you, as opposed to you experiencing, continuously cherishing, consciously cherishing the powerfulness in your inner space. See, listen carefully, there's a difference between the two. Constantly cherishing powerlessness, constantly cherishing incompletion will make you keep brooding over it again and again and again. So don't worry about it. First, start listening to the rich, powerful cognitions. Start understanding I am Paramashiva, whether I know it or not. Swamiji has told me I am consciousness. Therefore, I am consciousness. Start building that in you first. Are you understanding? Forget about your right, your wrong, your good, your bad. Drop all those cognitions. Only focus on building the right, powerful cognitions. Second thing, have a matured conversation with yourself. Means, don't talk to yourself from the space of putting yourself down. Don't talk to yourself from powerlessness. Don't talk to yourself from self-blame pattern. Look in and converse with yourself. Have a matured conversation. Means, speak the right, powerful cognitions to you. Are you understanding? When you repeat these words of Swamiji's in you again and again and again and again, you will start manifesting that breakthrough. Okay? You focus on this and don't worry about what you understand, how you understand. You focus on this, you will start having that breakthrough. Now, I'm going to request all the participants to take a few minutes and I'm going to project the chart. We will be discussing about this further. But first, I request all of you to write down. Please pen down the 25 states of consciousness. Just write this chart down. If you don't understand also, it's fine. Just write it down. So we will be able to discuss on this deeper. If you've all finished writing, please let me know in the chat. You can put a yes in the chat. If you've all finished writing, please put a yes in the chat. Now, each one of you, listen carefully. The various different states of you that you carry, all the different states of consciousness, each of them determine how you experience your reality. For example, I'll walk you all through detailed way now. Please listen carefully. If you feel constantly tired and bored, and that means if your physical body, each of this is just which state your body and mind is in. So if your physical body is in the state of tiredness and boredom, and mentally you're very active, right? You feel like very active and you're feeling very alive and awake. That state where you feel extremely sleepy, when your body is in the sleep state, mind is in the awake state. This kind of state leads to things like where you experience, let's say, where you experience states like coma or deep boredom and tiredness. Same way, when your mind is awake and your body is asleep, that is coma. When your body is awake but mind is asleep, that is sleepwalking, the extremes of it. Similarly, even for boredom and tiredness, for example, when your body is experiencing the state of sleep, but your mind is experiencing awake state, that is tiredness. Your mind wants to do something, physically you're tired. But when your body is awake but not wanting to, mind is not active, that state is what is called boredom, where you're feeling bored. If you understand these 25 states of consciousness, you will be able to understand your moods. You will be able to understand what is influencing your decision making in certain states. Why you behave the way you behave. How to handle your day-to-day dilemma. Actually, this is the fundamental principle to understand the 25 states of consciousness. And if you understand the 25 states of consciousness, that is the foundation for you to understand your hormonal ups and downs. Many times you feel hopeless, powerless, weak, giving up on life, all of it. And that entire pattern will just be a hormonal up and down in you. But you get so affected, you beat up yourself with that. If you just sit with yourself, if you understand why you respond to life a certain way, why you handle life a certain way, why is life happening to you the way it is happening to you, you will understand the part of you which throws tantrum, which does not align to what you say, which does not listen to what you want. Each of these states of consciousness, the 5 main states, I'll repeat like Swamiji had elaborately explained. The first one is Sushupti. Sushupti is deep sleep, where your mind, your eye consciousness doesn't exist and you have no thoughts. And the next is Swapna, where your eye consciousness, your thoughts exist, but there's no eye consciousness. The third is Jagrat, where you have thoughts and you have eye consciousness. Fourth is Turiya, where you have eye consciousness and you have no thoughts. The fifth is Turiya Tita, where you have no thoughts and no eye consciousness. This space, all the 5 put together, forms the foundation of the 25 states of consciousness. Each of these states of consciousness leads you to experience life in a certain way. Actually, if you all can map what is Jagrat, what is Turiya, what is Swapna, what is Sushupti, what is Turiyatita, if you just sit and map, see, sometimes you may feel like, God, so many words in Sanskrit, and how am I going to be able to remember it? But first, understand this. Don't try to by heart or memorize it. It's okay. See, even if you don't understand, Swamiji will give it to you as an experience. That's the best part of it. But first, take a few minutes, sit and write it down. Take a few minutes to understand, write it down within you. So you will cognize, you will understand all the different states in which you exist. please relax. Hope all of you are finished. Now, understand, if you just cognize, internalize within you. So if you just cognize and internalize this cognition inside of you, you will have an in-depth, deep, powerful shift over how you experience you, how you understand you, and how you cognize yourself. All you need to do is just have this powerful cognition about yourself, and you will shift. You will have a breakthrough. If you all have finished writing, please can you all confirm in the chat? Don't worry about how much you're able to understand. See, all these things, even if you just intellectually sit and understand, that itself is good enough for you to start having the deeper understandings and having a breakthrough. So focus on understanding these powerful cognitions and these truths, and you'll be able to have a shift within you from that. Now, we're all going to be, once you understand this, the 25 states of consciousness. We are now going to be getting introduced to the 11 dimensions of the universe. We learned about Jiva, which is 25 states of consciousness. Now we are going to be learning about Jagat, the 11 dimensions of the universe. Universe, the whole world as you see it, is made up of 11 different dimensions. Length, breadth, depth, time, space. Science only knows 3, length, breadth, and depth. But actually, what you can experience, what you are, the human brain can fundamentally cognize up to 11 dimensions. Every one of you today are going to be mastering this ability, the ability to cognize 11 dimensions of the cosmos. Atmajyotikaya is saying, Ma, I didn't understand the 25 states of consciousness. Can you give me an example? Okay. For example, Atmajyotikaya, there are moments in your life where you go through powerlessness. Sometimes you feel tired. Sometimes you feel sleepy. There are so many different states you experience, right? Sometimes you feel very happy. Sometimes you're so much in love. Sometimes you're feeling very, gratitude in life, and you're feeling like so unclutched. When you manifest powers, you're experiencing so much of completion. When you watch darshan, you have inexplicable bliss. Each of this corresponds to the different states of consciousness that you go through. When you are in Jagrat state, Swapna, Sushupti, this is like a manual. Like for example, if in a car, okay, if the accelerator is not working, or okay, for example, if there's not enough thrust, right, and if you're not able to shift the gear smoothly, you will know, okay, this is causing this problem. The car is in this state. If the tires are flat, you will know for each of it, there are different conditions. In a phone, for example, if there's a virus, or if there's too much of cache data in the phone, or if there's too much of app, the storage is full. Each of it is different states of like existence in the phone. So this 25 states of consciousness is like a map, a manual for you to understand yourself, for you to understand which state you are in. It's only to support you to understand which state you are existing in, what you need to travel, what you need to experience. Are you getting it? See, these Sanskrit words may be too much for you, Atmajyotikaya, but it's okay. Sit and listen to it so you will understand, you'll become aware. Right now, you may feel, I don't know why I fall into boredom sometimes. Sometimes you feel you're so hating life, you're given up on life. But sometimes you'll feel so motivated, so inspired. You'll feel like I can achieve anything I want. And sometimes you'll feel life is a struggle. Each of these are different states of consciousness that you go through. If you understand what you are experiencing in life, if you're able to map it to the 25 states of consciousness, you will have an in-depth understanding about yourself. Okay? And Yuvan, Aya, are you understanding? What are the clicks you've had so far? Now, we are all going to be entering into understanding 11 dimensions. This is pretty easy. This 11 dimensions, like Swamiji simplifies it so beautifully that you will be able to understand it immediately. So now we're going to be entering into the session because today we're all going to be manifesting the powers related to the 11 dimensions. So let us now understand what are these 11 dimensions of the universe and how you can experience or access them.
Hindu tradition is a powerful knowledge source. Understand? Thousands of years before Mahadeva has spoken about this 11 dimension, modern day science is still sitting with the 5th dimension. Mahadeva has gone to 11 thousands of years before. And you need to know, in Hinduism, 11 genders, not 3. West talks only about 3. Male, female, and the whole thing, everything they classified into LGBT. In Hinduism, 11 genders. Male biomemory in female muscle memory. Male muscle memory in female biomemory. And same way there's a clear description of experiences of these 11 dimensions. If 25 states of consciousness knowledge is shared with the world, whole psychology, psychiatry, this department will collapse. About everything. Life, desire, good, bad, purpose of life, right, wrong, about everything. Having powerful cognition, getting matured, having powerful cognitions, getting matured. Because of that powerful cognitions, manifesting powers. Now, giving powerful cognitions to you about the universe is introduction to 11 dimensions of the universe. Listen, the modern day so-called science is able to understand only 4 dimensions: length, breadth, depth, time. But the ancient science, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, elaborately describes the 11 dimensions and the beings exist in the 11 dimensions: length, breadth, depth, time, and space. These are the 5 unit dimensions. And the permutation combination of that 5, length, breadth with the time space, breadth, depth with the time space, length, depth with the time space, the various permutation combinations of these 5 basic dimensions forms 11 dimensions of the universe. Let me introduce the first dimension. Dimension means aspect of the universe. See, 25 aspects of you only is the 25 states of consciousness. Now internalize. 25 aspects of you is the 25 states of consciousness. 25 aspects of you is the 25 states of consciousness. 11 aspects of the universe is 11 dimension. 5 aspects of God is Panchakritya. First dimension, it's called length. Listen. Each of this dimension has its own tattva, unit. So understand these basic principles. Length. Length means anything which flows with a systematic certain logic. Whether 2 plus 2 is 4, or if you add this acid and this acid, this is the product, comes out. This chemical and this chemical, this is the chemical, comes out. Anything repeatedly flows in the same logic is length dimension. Whether 2 plus 2 is 4 or the Ganga moving from Gangotri to Ganga Sagar. It's all logic. Listen carefully. All logic which moves systematically comes under length dimension. If I introduce other 2-3 dimensions, then you will understand. You will be able to grasp the depth of each dimension. Length dimension is a power by itself. If you master the length dimension, anything which works as per the logic will be under your control. You are master of it. Everything which flows in the rhythmic logic is breath dimension. Listen, rhythmic logic is different and simple logic is different. Simple logic is length. Rhythmic logic is breath. Breath does not mean, it does not have a logic, and it does not mean it's a rigid logic. All language, all mathematics, all data analysis, all the statistics, all this comes under length dimension. Rhythmic flow of logic is breath. Means it's not that length is not there, but it is not rigid length. It's not rigid logic. Like dance, music, poetry. Poetry is the breadth dimension of language. Silence is the depth dimension of language. Speaking is the length dimension of language. Mathematics is the writing dimension of length. Painting is the breadth dimension of writing. Yantras are the depth dimension of writing. Listen, now I am giving you a very important understanding. You need to come to these cognitions. That is why the lessons about the 11th dimension. These cognitions are needed. Actually, I am teaching you how to come to powerful cognitions with this 11th dimension. With this 11th dimension, the two important results you need to achieve. Mahadeva says the first result is manifesting powerful cognitions, then manifesting powers. Listen, there is a big difference between these two. Listen carefully. If you read through third eye, it is manifesting powers. If you realize if my third eye is available for me, it is available for me because my third eye is connected to Swamiji's third eye. It means I can connect with his third eye. If I can connect with his third eye, I can connect with anyone's third eye. And using anyone's third eye and starting reading is manifesting powerful cognition. The rhythmic flow of logic length is breath. All the actions and activities of heart and art goes into breath dimension, where there is a logic, but there is a flow, not rigid logic. Listen, all your patterns function from breath dimension, not from length dimension. Like if I sit in cold, tomorrow I'll get fever. Because my father had diabetes, I will also have diabetes. This kind of stupid cognitions. Rhythmic flow of the body language is dance. Rhythmic flow of the verbal language is poetry. Rhythmic flow of the sound is music. Rhythmic flow of the life is peace. But depth of life is bliss. Peace is not bliss. Understand? Powerfulness of the length is relaxation. Powerfulness of the breath is peace. Powerfulness of the depth is bliss. Length is your logic. Breath is your emotions. What is emotion? A logic out of which you functioned many times, now you automatically function based on that logic is emotion. Packed logic is emotion. How many of you are understanding what I'm saying? You know, in this situation, this is the way you have to behave. Because many times this is the way you have done. This way your father has done, your grandfather has done, your grandmother has done. Length repeated again and again, which became your muscle memory, is breath. Breath repeated again and again, which became your biomemory, is depth. Depth is your conclusions. Depth is the cognitions and conclusions you carry about you, life, God, people, everything. I'll repeat. Logic of you and the universe is length dimension. Rhythmic logic of you and the universe is breadth dimension. Cognitions from which the logic and rhythmic logic of you and the universe manifests is depth dimension. Listen to the fourth statement. Time, kala. Time is a rough word, English word. Let me use the word kala directly. Kala, that's the fourth dimension. No difference between your kala and kala of the universe. Listen carefully. Anything which makes you feel universe's time is different and your time is different is not you. Your length, when its frequency increases, becomes breadth. Your breadth, when its frequency increases, it becomes your depth. Your depth, when the frequency intensely increases, it becomes your time. In breadth, length is included. In depth, length and breadth is included. In time, length, breadth, depth is included. This fourth dimension is the space where your so-called normal human life faces a breakthrough. Time is a frequency, dimension of the universe, aspect of the universe, where you and universe are reverberating in the same frequency. Unit of time of the sun, moon, Kailasa and you is one and the same. Listen, yesterday I said, our 1 year is 1 day for them, but unit is same. Only quantity difference. How many of you are understanding? It's only quantity difference, but not. So in Tattva, principal unit, listen carefully, your logic and logic of the Devatas are different. They are not same. Your breath and Devata's breath, not that far away, little closer. Your depth and Devata's depth, little more closer. But in time, your unit of time and their unit of time is one and the same. There is only quantity difference. Tattva, fundamental principle unit is same. How many of you are getting it? Yes. For us 1 year is their 1 day, but our 1 year is 1 day for them. It means what? Unit is same. Your remembrance of you powerfully associated to some subject or not associated to something. For example, you may remember you powerfully by feeling I have a young body. You may remember you powerlessly, feeling, oh, I don't have a bank balance. If you associate yourself with some things, you remember you powerfully. If you associate yourself with some things, you remember you powerlessly. How many of you are understanding this? This binary is time. That's all. Catch it. Listen. This binary is time. Kala. Kala, Sanskrit word, means jumping between associated powerfulness and associated powerlessness. Understand. Listen carefully. Length, breadth, depth of a person is not he. The space he carries is he. When I say length, breadth, depth of a person, I speak in both the meanings. One, logic, heart, and cognition. Length, logic, breadth, heart, depth, cognition. This three does not really constitute a person. And length, breadth, depth of the size, shape. Size and shape does not constitute a person. That is why you fall in love with the size and shape, get frightened when you see the space. Get thoroughly terrorized. Getting mesmerized by the size and shape and getting terrorized by the space is called marriage. A full cycle of marriage is getting thoroughly mesmerized by the size and shape, length, breadth, depth, and getting thoroughly terrorized. I have seen some of the people getting terrorized by the marriage so strongly, they decide forever in any janma no marriage. A lot of people are deciding that. That is why more and more by birth the attitude and aptitude moves away from male female. Length, breadth, depth does not constitute a person. The space constitutes a person. Understand, the space you carry decides who you are. Your polished vocabulary, your sophisticated poetic body language, your cute romantic behavior, you will not be able to keep all this consistently even if you are an amazing actor. No. No. Be very clear. The space you carry, its smell, its flavor comes out of you like energy. Like energy. Many of the Indian restaurants use this as a tactic. They release a certain masala flavor. That whole area will have that masala flavor. The moment you enter that zone, you will feel like eating. That is also again like a marriage only. You go to the restaurant and you order what do you want. Then when you see what the other person has, you always wish you had ordered for that. And the other person is feeling the same. And you can't even exchange the plate, owner will not allow. The smell, the flavor of your space, the flavor of your space is what I call Shakti. Understand? The explosion happening in your inner space is Shakti. Please listen. This is the good news for you. The moment you manifest even one Shakti, I have already entered into your inner space. If I have not entered in your inner space and made the connection, you will not be able to manifest Shakti, because all power manifestation has to start from space, not from depth. Understand that time is a non-existence power layer. It has no existence, like a length, breadth, depth. It is only when the space collides with the length, breadth, depth, the dust created is time. See, the length, breadth, depth is a mass. Space is a energy. When these two collides, the dust generated is the time. I can roughly compare it to the Vatavarana, the layer around the planet Earth. We call it Valimandalam in Tamil. In English, I think it's called atmosphere. Yes. See, it's like atmosphere. Length, breadth, depth, and space, when they collide, the atmosphere created is time. It has no independent existence. If the length, breadth, depth moves away from the space, the time will not have its existence. Listen. If something is a straight logic, it is called length dimension. Almost there is no blind spot. Same way, there is no depth. Listen carefully. Playing your whole life in length dimension is like a ship in the port, shipyard. Safe, but ship is not built for it. Ship is safe in shipyard, in port, but ship is not built for that. You are always safe if your life is based on logic, but you are not built for that. Anybody who feels secured by the logic dimension's abundance is foolishly feeling secured. Please listen. If you are cognizing, you are very secured because of the bank balance zeros you have. Electronically generated zeros in the bank computer screens by the exploiting ignorant stupid guys. If that is giving you the concept of security, you are stupidly secured. I am not saying that money cannot give you comfort. Yes, it can give you many things which you cannot buy without it, no doubt. But if you cognize that is going to give you a complete security in life, you are fool. It can give you painkiller, it cannot remove pain. Bed is not equivalent to sleep. When you don't have bed, you equate bed to sleep. Only if you have multi-bedroom house, you will understand bed is not equivalent to sleep. Same way, security you feel based on length dimension is the security ship feels in the port. Is that security for the ship? No. Security of the ship is its ability to handle everything of the ocean. Security for you is your ability to handle all the 11 dimensions. If you don't tumble down in the 25 states of consciousness, you are secured. The ultimate security, please listen, in the doing aspect and being aspect. Sushupta sushupti, to turyadita turyadita. If you can handle, that is what is security. With introduction to the 11th dimension, the intensity of your powerful cognitions will just shoot up. Understand? The amount of powerful cognitions, all of you need to understand the meaning of the word powerful cognition. For example, if you see somebody dying, are you going to cognize it as powerlessness, shaking, fear? Are you going to cognize the situation with a powerfulness? That is the way the reality is. What next? In every situation, cognizing with powerfulness, whether health, relationships, love. Listen. Knowledge and understanding, even if it is intellectual, knowledge and understanding of this 11th dimension makes many of the suffering caused by others and the sufferings you cause to others redundant. Only a person who understands 11 dimensions of the universe can be non-violent, can be really non-violent. Understanding about this 11 dimension will make your existence frequency intense. Understand, life should be like everything around you should be just vibrating with you. The moment thought comes, an idea comes, a cognition comes, the whole nature should cooperate and make it happen. Introduction to 11 dimension itself is to show you your multiple possibilities. Actually, I am interested in you, not your identities. That is why when people try to come and tell me, Swamiji, I am this, what can I do for your mission? I tell them, first, your consciousness, let you make it to the higher frequency. Taste what I am teaching, what I am standing for. Substantially, even you will not be able to doubt you to that level. Experience the depth of your consciousness. You should feel you have become too big. Wow, existence is really nice. The way I exist now feels great. Depth of personality is joy. Depth of personality is bliss. That consciousness you are carrying, that chit you are carrying, should be constantly manifesting powerful cognitions and power. That is the biggest help you can do to me. See, I want you to know these dimensions, only then I can take you to the next level of experience. Otherwise, when I give you the experience, you will be overwhelmed. See, with understanding about these dimensions, you yourself will know how the powers are manifesting. And you will start playing with them. You getting comfortable with your consciousness and manifesting powers will start happening once you understand these 11 dimensions. Now, see, I have a responsibility. I have to give you this knowledge without giving you suffering. Mahadeva puts that word. There's a clear command. Knowledge has to be given without suffering. Listen, first thing you need to know about the universe because you are living in universe. Ignorance is no way cute and ignorance is not going to save you anywhere. Second, why I am teaching about this fundamental units of the universe, 11 dimensions, because understanding about these 11 dimensions will make you manifest multiple powerful cognitions and powers. I'll repeat. See, manifesting powers of third eye, like reading through your third eye, scanning through your third eye, is power. But understanding the fundamental principle, unit, tattva, why you are able to do? Because you connect your third eye with a third eye which is already awakened. Your master's third eye, which initiated you. and that third eye is connected with all the existing third eye, then the power you manifested through your third eye is not limited to your third eye. You can read through any third eye. That is what is powerful cognition. Understand? So today you are going to manifest powerful cognitions. Only then you will understand how understanding about these multi-dimensions makes you start functioning in multi-dimension level. Understand, my purpose is individual, having a breakthrough in consciousness and feeling you have now become multiple. Like earlier, if you felt you are in your body 100 unit, it should just become million unit. You should feel, wow, million unit, I am in my system now. That's all I am interested in. If you have become million from 100, then you will know the whole dimensions of the universe, possibilities of life, powers of the consciousness. Everything starts manifesting. It's all fundamentally integrating you and making you experience superconsciousness. I am interested in you, not any adjectives added to you. I am interested in you manifesting, you radiating. My project plan is only one. You manifesting, you having a breakthrough. I'll do everything for that. Whether I ask you to eat vegetarian food, or I ask you to apply the aushadas and take bath, or I ask you to do the yoga on the pole and the rope, it is all centered on one. Now, I'm going to introduce you the 11 dimensions of the universe, all only this purpose. Breaking the barriers you built around you and experientially manifesting, not just theory, word.
So beautifully, Swamiji has revealed to all of us the most important truths about 11 dimensions: length, breadth, depth, time, and space. All these 11 dimensions put together makes up your existence, and a human brain can access all these 7 dimensions. You all think, okay, we can only see 3 dimension. Even 4th dimension is only a discussion that people are having. So we think it's like each of these only you can access. But understand, your human brain can cognize and access up to 11 dimensions of the cosmos. You can access length, breadth, depth, time, and space. Might Nityanandam, no problem. But can you please start posting your understanding? See, I see you log in every day, and every day you message me about your camera. But you have to start participating. See, ma, wherever you are, distance doesn't matter. How much ever you know, knowledge doesn't matter. Whatever time zone you are, time doesn't matter. The only thing is you just start continuously sharing your understanding and powerful cognitions. Start asking questions, start interacting. You will start having the depth. Actually, all the Chinese participants, Yuvan, Atma Jyotikaya, Sui Ling Tan, and Yan Hui Jing, Gabriel, each of you without knowing the language. You all sit here through your night. Sometimes it is late night. I'll actually see the number of times that Atma Jyotikaya or Ma Sweeling Tan or Ma Lin Eating or Yuvanaya, all of you go drink coffee, something, you make yourself fresh and you sit without even knowing the language. You sit here with sincerely listening to the translation and listening to each revelation. That just shows how sincere each of you are. And I just wanted to share with you all, Swamiji tells beautifully, you don't need, see, even if you didn't understand, let's say even if you feel it's all too much and too many Sanskrit words, you may not be able to catch everything. Swamiji will tell, he does not go based on your qualification. There is no qualification. None of us are qualified. There's no prerequisite or anything. He gives it based on your integrity. Every one of you that are sitting here, day or night. I know for many of you it is midnight, and I'll see even when you are sleepy, you will go have something, come back and sit with that sincerity. Only that matters. Just that integrity is what Swamiji rewards to. There is nothing else. None of us who is qualified to understand the ultimate truths what Paramashiva is giving or receive these gifts. We're all literally sitting on our couches and Swamiji is giving us enlightenment to us at our fingertips, quite literally at your fingertips. It is not based on any qualification. There's absolutely no prerequisites. Each of you that are sitting here with sincerity and integrity, it is that integrity that matters. So each of you post and keep posting the cognitions and clicks you're having. Atmajyotikaya, you're not having translation? Is there no translation for you? Ma Swi Ling Tan, Nityanandam. Why don't you also go ahead and share? Post whatever you're understanding. Yes, Atmajyotikaya, that's correct. You just need to manifest your superpowers, and your main superpower is oneness with Swamiji. All the other powers are only a side effect. Your main superpower is experiencing the truth that you are consciousness, you are Paramashiva. Yes. Ma Iqbal Bano has posted, I have seen my dear Swamiji today and I'm so happy. Inshallah, I will get enlightenment. Absolutely, Ma. You will experience that space that Swamiji has given to you. And see, whatever your understandings are, your cognitions, even your doubts, you are not able to understand certain things or you're clicking with certain things. Don't worry about it and sit now and connect deeply to Swamiji. Ma Iqbal Bano, the feeling connection that you have with Swamiji, experiencing Paramashiva, that is your strength. You just sit here and whenever you don't understand something or whenever you're feeling sleepy, you just tell Swamiji, can you please make sure I'm not sleepy? Swamiji, can you please make sure that somehow I'm understanding this, I'm experiencing this? That's all. Swamiji will take care. Actually, my Iqbal, if you're able to arrange, if you can get an Atmamurti, keep Swamiji next to you. You should virtually living with Swamiji. With Atmamurti, you are literally living with Swamiji. So start practicing the presence. It'll really give a beautiful shift to you. Because every day I notice you will join correctly. You'll say, Ma, I just want to see Swamiji today. Correctly, you will receive the darshan. You'll just enjoy manifest powers. So that's what you enjoy, right? So you should just sit, connect with Atmamurti and sit and listen. And that's all. Swamiji will reward you, shower you with all the experiences. Okay. Now, listen carefully. This 11 dimensions. The first one is the length dimension. Length is logic dimension of the cosmos. All the decisions you take based on logic, something is good, something is bad, something is right, something is wrong. All these logic-based decisions are from length dimension. The next is breadth. Breadth is your creativity dimension. For example, when you're drawing, painting, when you're doing something creative, like maybe writing a poem, or you're reading a book, or you're expressing your creativity, maybe dancing, maybe singing, all of that comes from your breadth dimension. Your breadth is your creativity dimension. The third is your depth dimension. The depth dimension of you is the dimension of you where you experience your core cognitions, the core beliefs about you that you carry. So the length, breadth, depth, all the three, these put together forms your fundamental principles of existence. And now time added to this, the perception of past, present, future that you carry. But time itself is not limited to these three, but we interact with only these three based on our understanding. And the space in which all these four vibrate and exist is the space dimension. This is the fifth dimension. Now, the permutation combination of all of these 5 dimensions put together is the 11 dimensions of the cosmos. Your brain is fundamentally hardwired to cognize, to grasp up to these 11 dimensions of the cosmos. What you need to do is you need to experience, you need to build yourself, understand the principles. What are these 11 dimensions? And you need to analyze how much of your life is length-based, how much of your life is breadth-based, how much of your life is depth-based. If you start understanding each of this, you will start cognizing, you will start understanding all the amazing principles that Swamiji is manifesting. And you will start manifesting the powers related to length, breadth, and depth. Okay, Atma Jyotikaya, no problem. Even if you feel like you want to learn, you want me to repeat something again, you can feel free to ask. This is for all the participants, right? If you all feel like you didn't catch something and you want me to repeat it clearly once again, or even the translator, if you feel it's a little fast, you're not able to finish translating, please feel free to post it in the chat, and I'll ensure that I'm able to repeat it and all of you are able to understand. All right. So now, Gabriel Harris. Gabriel, are you able to hear Ma? Ma Gabriel. Can you post what you understood from this session? The 11 dimensions. What did you understand from that? Ma Shukra Indrananda. Welcome, Nityanandam. Wonderful to have you here. Nityanandam, how are you doing? Ma Shukra Indrananda. Yes, Gabriel. Okay, could you please post your understanding also? I see you're here and I see you're intensely listening as well. Could you please post your understanding, the 11 dimensions? Because today what we are learning are some of the most core or the subtle principles that we need to understand. Because this will help you understand some of the foundations about yourself, about the world around you. So if you all can actively share, and even if you have any questions and if you can ask, and if you have it as a discussion, all of us will collectively be able to understand it deeper. Okay, now I'm going to request all of you to analyze what is this length, breadth, depth-based thinking. Is your life predominantly based on your length dimension? Or is it the breadth dimension where you experience creativity? Length means logic, like you're always stuck only with the logic. Breadth means creation, like all the creativity aspect of it. For example, anything that you're doing that adds your emotion to the logic, that is breadth. Depth is your core cognitions about you. There is no such thing as some state is right, some state is wrong. But depth in your personality brings joy. Logic-minded people, length-based people are too logical. So they're going to miss the juice, the essence of life. Breadth added to length may give you emotion. It will give you the emotion, but it will not be able to give you the depth in your experience. It can give you experience, but not the depth in your experience. That is why Swamiji says, depth in personality brings joy. When you add depth to yourself, who you are, building the understandings about you, you will be able to shift, have the right, powerful cognitions about you. Let us all do an activity now. I'm going to request all of you to write down what all are the different activities you do in a day. Can you all write down? Take a paper and write down. Like, for example, morning you wake up, you go to gym, you do the Nityananda yoga. Then after that, you come back and you have your, you refresh, shower, all of that, and you do the puja. Then you go back and you have your breakfast. Then you can say, I go to my office or I go to the job. Or you can say, I log into Paramashivoham program. Then you listen to the satsangs, you do the powerful cognitions, you manifest powers. Or maybe you're working, reviewing some files. Write down all the different activities you do in a day. Then later you read some book, you do some recreational activity. All the activities that you do in a day, pen that down. Take a few minutes, please write it down. Please write down, just take a few minutes, write it down. Because we're going to analyze based on this, the length, breadth, depth. We are going to analyze all the different aspects of your life, what is filling you, what you're filled with. So please take a few minutes and pen this down. Write down all the different activities, every aspect, from morning till night. Or even if like weekly once you do some activities, you go to maybe a karate class or you go to a swimming class, whatever you do, just write down all the different activities that you do. And you listen to satsang. So all of these, write it down. I'll give you all 2 minutes for this, so you all can quickly write. And right after you go through that, I'll walk you all through the next step. Have all of you finished writing your schedule? If you've all finished writing your schedule, please confirm in the chat. Okay. Have all of you finished, Nityananda? Okay. Okay. Now listen, I'm going to tell you all what exactly to do. This is only an activity to reflect. Okay. This activity will help you understand, is your day length based, means filled with only logic, or is your day breadth based, which is very creative, or is your day depth based, manifesting and empowering the core of you? We are going to be understanding this now. Okay. So if you are comfortable, you all can post some activities that you do even in the chat. So I'll be able to help you with that. And Gabriel and my Iqbal, can I request both of you also to please post? Ma Alice Wong, Nityanandam, Ma Alice Wong, are you also listening? Are you there? See, in a day, if I get 15 questions per session, that means my Alice Wong is listening. Because I've seen you, whenever you listen, every session, you'll post your clicks, you'll post your understanding, you'll ask so many questions, and that's beautiful. So you should keep participating and keep typing out your clicks also, okay? All right. So my Dennis has posted. Now, see, analyze your schedule, okay? Read it and see how much of your, like next to each activity, for example, doing yoga, it is depth. Doing yoga is depth activity. It increases your depth. Puja, depth-based activity. Let's say you're doing some creative stuff like website designing, or maybe you're learning something on AI, you're doing some research. That is breadth-based activity. Let's say you're doing your regular reviews of docs and you're doing some content and all of that. That is all length-based activity. Now, can you all classify all the different activities that you have into length-based, breadth-based, and depth-based? Can all of you write? Mark next to each one. Okay, Atma Jyotikaya. For example, in yours, you have posted doing yoga, watching Swamiji's darshan, attending book clubs, training in Kriya. So now, for example, doing yoga is you're adding to your depth. Yoga is directly working on your depth. Same way, naturally, needless to say, darshan directly works on your consciousness itself. So darshan also once again works on your depth, powerful cognition. Same way, attending book clubs is breadth. Okay, when you read, you add to your emotion, you expand more. That is breadth based. And meditation and kriyas are once again depth based. Actually, Aya, beautiful. Your day is more filled with depth. All the activities that you're doing, it is filled with depth. Actually, each of you can analyze and see how much percentage of your day is filled with depth, breadth, and length. Time is, okay, Atma Jyotikaya, actually, all of us interact with the time dimension in some way or the other. So time is your existence. But the thing is, how you relate with that time changes. We are going to be learning about time elaborately in another day, but I'll just give you a summary now. Time is a dimension which all of us, you, me, everyone here, and even Swamiji, all of us exist in time. But even in the time bound dimension, Swamiji is not bound by the time. See, for all of us, time is what? We cognize past, we cognize present, we cognize future. For us, future is unknown. Past is something that we know. Present is we have no control over it. This is what we think. We only limit ourselves to these three dimensions. So our interaction with time is very limited. For Swamiji, on the other hand, time is simultaneous, spontaneous. That is why he is Kalabhairava, he is Lord of Time. Because Swamiji is not bound by time. So time is a dimension you interact with. So it is not one particular activity. All your activities are interacting with time, right? And space is the dimension in which all of this exists. Even in your length, breadth, depth, all of it, there is a space inside of you. So that is a space dimension. Making sense? Now, Atma Jyotikaya, next to each activity, write down which are all length-based activity, which are all breadth-based activity, which are all depth-based activity. Write down for each. Same way, Dennis. Dennis, your day is filled with maximum breadth and depth based on what you have posted. But let's say, for example, cooking, cleaning, shopping, all of that will be in length dimension. Okay, so just classify, and this is only for you to understand, just for you to see how much of it. My Iqbal Banu? Okay, so that means it's length based. See, you have put breakfast and going to office from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Then, yeah, okay. So then you're having some rest and then you come back for the sessions and darshan, etc. So then add in your next to your schedule, write down going to office, length dimension. Having breakfast is again length dimension. Reading book is breadth dimension. Attending darshan is depth dimension. So keep marking next to each of it what is length, what is breadth, and what is depth. Okay, can all of you mark now? Take a few minutes. Mark against each one. Let's take 2-3 minutes. Please mark against each one, which is length based, breadth based, depth based. Please relax. Have all of you finished? Okay. Now, let us all enter into manifesting this sign. See, focus on adding the depth in you. When you focus on adding depth, that depth in you will bring joy in your personality. Okay, now can I request all of you to settle down? We're going to now enter into a very quick power manifestation session. Today, all of you are going to be manifesting the powers of length, breadth, and depth. So today, what we're going to be learning about is now, you know, unconsciously you're accessing the length, unconsciously you're accessing your breadth, unconsciously you're accessing your depth. With this power manifestation initiation, you will have the power over your length dimension. You will have the power over your breadth dimension. You will have the power over your depth dimension. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to be projecting different places to all of you. Okay. And I'll first introduce what this power is. The powers of length, breadth, and depth is nothing but having mastery over each of these dimensions. Your ability to access any of these dimensions by your conscious will is the power of length, breadth, and depth dimension. Making sense? Are all of you understanding? Actually, there was a very detailed scientific study that was conducted, and this scientific study peered into human brain, and they were able to so basically the scientists identified that the human brain can perceive and conceive the world as a 11-dimensional multiverse. What science Swamiji had revealed, like what is revealed in Hinduism thousands of years ago. It was only just a few years back that scientists even found it and understood about it. So there's using a study, very detailed study called algebraic topology. They use a method called algebraic topology to identify what happens in a human brain. How a human brain constructs. See, we all know 1 dimension, 2 dimension, 3 dimension. So we only know that in maximum 4th dimension, and we're trying to kind of enter into understanding what is 5th dimension. But what Hinduism talks about are 11 dimensions of the cosmos. And we have the ability to construct and access those 11 dimensions. Swamiji is giving this science as a gift to all of us. Your brain can see, perceive, cognize, and understand 11 dimensions of the cosmos. This is what Paramashiva calls a person who can access the 11 dimensions. He is called a Jita Bhuta Gana, means a person who's having an ability to access mastery over the length, breadth, and depth dimension. So this Shastra Pramana is given in the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Very beautifully Paramashiva reveals. And I'm going to be chanting the Pramana for all of you. Tanmasamatram abhyasam yah karoti dine dine sarva papa vinirmukto roganna sayate hi saha samvatsara kritadhyasam bhairavo bhavati dhruvam animadi guna labdhva jita bhuta gana swayam. A being who's established in that space of oneness, the Lord of completion, time and space, he obtains and expresses the power of anima, which are the 8 major powers. And he, by his own self, conquers all the elements in length, breadth, and depth. He becomes a Jita Bhuta Gana. This is the exact power all of us are going to be manifesting. So understand now what power we are going to be doing is your ability to access. Okay, Malice, you're asking. Wait, I'll just read. Okay, there are so many questions I'm just seeing. Iqbal Bano is asking, physical events is length-based, sitting with session is breadth, Maji, is that right? And what is the depth basis, Ma? I'll explain. Ma Alice and Ma Iqbal Bano. For both of you, I'm repeating. Listen carefully. Ma Iqbal Bano and Alice Wong. See, length is logic. For example, 2 plus 2 is 4. Simple logic. That is length. All the things, mathematics, softwares, everything is built only in logic dimension. Breadth is when emotion is infused into logic. For example, any creativity that you do, all creative things. For example, art, music, dance, poetry, pottery, interacting with nature, all of this is breadth based, which makes your emotion flow. See, flowing length becomes breadth. Basically, when your logic is flowing, it becomes emotion, creativity, breadth. Depth is working on your core cognitions about you. That is depth. That is why sometimes when you're not having, that's why people feel, a person is very shallow in the way they talk when they don't have depth. Because depth is your ability to connect to yourself, your ability to access what you think as you. See, my Iqbal, you sitting in front of the computer full day and working on the laptop, seeing just reviewing docs or doing some basic things, all of that is length because you don't need your emotion in that, right? When you're reviewing a doc or when you're going through files, you're not involved emotionally into it. It's just your length dimension, correct? But when you are reading book or when you are, let's say, drawing, you are experiencing your breath, your emotion is flowing into it. Same way, when you're listening to satsang,
Nityananda, we welcome each and every single participants and all the viewers who's joining us live today for the Jayanti celebrations. Nityanandam, Ma Bhavadevi, welcome Ma Tanya, Kiksing Mangaya, Ma Yvonne, yes, Nityanandam, Ma Kylie Wong, Ma Margarita. I see so many of the participants logged in. Nityanandam to each and every one of you and welcome all of you for the Jayanti celebration.
throughout the next few days, all of us will be having the Paramashiva Bhakti series where all of us will be learning how we can connect, how we can just experience the pure Bhakti, the highest space of Bhakti with Paramashiva himself, with Swamiji himself. And it's so nice to see each and every one of you here and all the viewers watching us tuned in from YouTube. We welcome each and every one of you. Now, what is Bhakti?
As yesterday, right, Swamiji graced each and every one of us, and Swamiji was saying that for the next 21 days, let us all soak ourselves into Paramashiva Bhakti. As the next 21 days, Swamiji is going to be revealing the deeper secrets of Paramashiva Bhakti, Paramashiva Jnana, and Paramashiva Vijnana. The best way to receive whatever Swamiji is giving for each and every one of us is Bhakti. What is Bhakti? Can I request all participants to post? What did each and every one of you understand by this? Ma Yvonne, yes, Nityananda, Ma Ling Ling Do. Nityananda to you, Ma Kylie Wong, yes, Kik Singh Wangaya, Ma Tanya,
Ma Vamadevi. See, actually, if each of you can post, what do each of you understand about Bhakti? What is it? And how do you experience Bhakti, the devotion?
yes, Nityananda, Ma Saroj Joplush, are you able to hear us? Was this better? Okay, that's great. Okay, can I request all participants to post? What do each and every one of you understand is devotion? Okay, come on, Ma Yvonne. Okay, devotion is like one of the way we can connect to Swamiji.
Okay.
Yes, Ma Marva. Yes, Nityanandam to you. You can. I request you to the post, Ma.
Fixing Venkaya, Matanya. See, actually, beautifully in the Narada Bhakti Sutras, there's actually a very beautiful sutra written by Narada, who is the celestial, the sage, Narada Muni. And he's a very, like many of us may have heard about him, he's a very staunch devotee of Bhagavān Vishnu. And he has beautifully written in the different ways. He has given us 16 ways how we can actually experience, manifest, and nurture the bhakti within us. The devotion, build the bhakti, the devotion in us. And the first one is the Shravanam. Like just listening to the divine stories. How many of you, just like when you listen to the stories of Swamiji, when you listen to the different Leelas of Paramashiva, you just get soaked into it. You cannot stop listening to it. Whether it is the story of Swamiji feeding Ganesha, like all the different Leelas where Swamiji has fed Ganesha, Swamiji picked up a Rudraksha, or all the experiences Swamiji experienced with Arunagiri Yogeshwara. Just listening to it, immersing yourself in it, just makes you experience that pure devotion. Actually, the this one of the techniques, Shravanam, which Narada reveals in the Narada Bhakti Sutras. If you just see in Swamiji's life, when Swamiji was feeding Ganesha, how many of you know the story of Swamiji feeding Ganesha?
Yes. At a very young age, Swamiji fed Ganesha, right?
And if just the backstory behind this, like how Swamiji, what made Swamiji decide, yes, I want to feed Ganesha. Was one day when Swamiji went to the temple, to the Arunachaleshwara temple, Swamiji actually listened. Shravanam is listening to the divine stories. So Swamiji actually listened to the story of Nambi, a small boy, who just with his pure devotion was able to feed Ganesha. And after listening to the story, the truths of the story, just remembering or reading, hearing, listening to the story of an enlightened being, like just listening to that divine glory makes you experience it. So after listening to the story of Nambi, Swami decided, now I have to feed Ganesha. Come on, let me feed Ganesha. And then he goes to his Ganesha deity. Swamiji he goes to his Ganesha deity, he picks it up and he takes some food. And he decides, okay, now let me feed Ganesha. And he starts feeding Ganesha. He starts requesting Ganesha, please eat. One day goes, 2 days. Ganesha still doesn't eat. Swamiji tries so many techniques, whatever all like the adults, like his family, his relative told him, like what they do usually to kids. If you don't eat, I'll put you in the well. If you don't eat, I will not give this. Swamiji tried all techniques. Swamiji actually even put Ganesha into a well. How many of you know that? Swamiji tried multiple techniques. See, actually, there is a beautiful journey in this story of Kutarka. Like, there's actually a beautiful, like, understanding that we can get from the story. But just after listening to this story, having the Shravanam, Swamiji decides, yes, let me also feed Ganesha. The same way, just by listening, immersing yourself in the Avatara Leela, the Leelas of Paramashiva, the Leelas of Swamiji, makes you experience the devotion, the bhakti.
Actually, all of us want to experience this devotion, right? This, as Swamiji says, devotion is the highest emotion. Apart from all the emotions we experience, we feel, devotion is the highest emotion. Very beautifully, there's a scripture called Narada Bhakti Sutras. In this, Devarishi Narada gives 16 techniques, 16 methodologies for you to connect with the divine, for you to experience devotion to the divine. So the first is Shravanam, where listening to the stories, listening to divine plays of the divine, of the incarnation, you experience the same state too. Second is Kirtanam, singing his glory, going on singing about his glory, going on doing kirtans. That will help you to put you into that state.
Then the next is the Smaranam, just by the remembrance, experiencing the state of devotion, just by remembering. It could be an experience or like the whatever you experience with Swamiji, whatever you experience with the Guru, with Paramashiva, just by the remembrance of that, you entering into that space of devotion, that yes, I am yours. Like you are, I am devoted to you. I completely surrender to you.
Next is Pada Sevanam. Understand? The feet of Guru. The feet of the divine is so auspicious that literally through the form, through the padakas, right? Through the feet, just through worshipping the feet of the Guru, it is equivalent to you worshipping the Guru itself, as the feet represents the Guru. So when you're doing Pada Sevanam, meaning when you're doing the Pada Puja, when you're doing Seva to the feet of the Master, through that state also you can experience devotion.
And the next is the Archanam, the worshipping of the Guru, which is one of the most, one of the best ways that you can experience devotion. So Narada has given 16, Devarishi Narada has given 16 ways, and each of the ways has its own unique qualities. Just by doing the Archanam, like offering worship to the Guru, to Swamiji, you manifest the different qualities of Paramashiva, the different qualities of Swamiji in you. whether it is the quality of being the ultimate, doing the ultimate sacrifice, Tyagaraja, or being the most compassionate mother, or the most ferocious form of to break all the patterns. Any form, any quality of Paramashiva you can manifest by doing the Archana, the worshipping of the Guru.
Then the next is Vandanam. Just by offering salutations to Guru. Just by surrendering yourself to doing the Vandanam, meaning invoking the grace and blessings of the Guru, you do achieve. Invoking the grace and blessings of the divine, you experience that same thing happening in you.
And the next is the Dasyam, being like a servant to the being like a servant to the Guru, to Paramashiva. You can see how Bhagavān Hanuman was for Bhagavān Rama. Just like that, just being a servant for the divine. That way, you manifest, you are continuously remembering, serving the divine. And that is one way you can manifest the bhakti, the ultimate space of devotion in you. And the next is the Sakyam, befriending the divine. Just having that pure friendliness. You can have it like Arjuna and Krishna, Arjuna and Bhagavan Krishna, or Sudama and Bhagavan Krishna. Just befriending the Guru, befriending Paramashiva, experiencing that bhakti of friendliness with the divine is the Sakyam.
The next is Atma Nivedanam, meaning surrendering of the self to the divine. When you surrender your identity, when you surrender your ego, that I identity in you, offering that at Guru's feet, offering that at the divine's feet, you experience devotion. As in devotion, it's only one. It's oneness, not one. Understand, in devotion it is oneness. You and the divine are one and the same. Therefore, you don't carry that identity, that separateness which is there in you.
The next is the Nama Smarana. Just remembering the Guru's name, Swamiji's name continuously, whether it is through the Mahavakya, whether it is in any way. Like Swamiji shares, right? Whatever he does, always thinking, does my Guru do this? How does my Guru react? That is one way. And always just chanting the Guru's name. Just doing that puts you into that space of devotion.
The next is Sankirtanam, meaning singing, where as a group, right, together, collectively, remembering the Guru and singing the praises of Guru, just through the powerful place, that space itself, you can experience devotion in your life.
Then we have the few other ones is the Vatsalyam, just experiencing the motherliness towards the divine, experiencing the divine like a mother. That is the Vatsalyam. Then the Nishta, just pure surrender, pure devotion to the Master, to the Guru, to Paramashiva, to Swamiji. By doing that, you can experience devotion, you can experience bhakti, the Paramashiva bhakti that Swamiji is blessing us all with. Through these 16 ways, whether it is through the remembrance, whether it is through chanting the name, whether it is through offering worship to the padas, to the feet, or whether it is just being in that space, that the remembrance, the smaranam, or the shravanam, listening to his glory, in whichever way of these 16 ways, you can experience the bhakti with Paramashiva. And experiencing bhakti is the ultimate ecstasy that you can have. Let us now listen to what Swamiji says about how you can experience bhakti.
Listen, today's message from Kailasa. Understand? Devotion is the highest possibility and power of human being to get back to his original state of Paramashiva. Understand? His original state and his present state, the bridge, the connection is devotion. Because of the devotion to Paramashiva, he becomes Paramashiva. All beings. Understand? To whatever you are devoted, you become that. In Vedanta and Siddhanta, we have a beautiful Nyaya, multidimensional logic. Pramarakita Nyaya, we call it Pramarakita Nyaya. I'll tell in Tamil and then translate. Kulavi புழு கொணர்ந்து கூடு சமைத்து தன் குத்தலாலும் உயிர் கூறலாலும் புழுவை குளவியாக்குவது போலே. This is Pramaragita Nyaya. A bee brings worm, keeps a small home built for it, and by infusing its energy, biomemory, an intense sound makes the worm into the bee himself. Listen. Devotion is the intense power, possibility, levitates you to Kailasa. Listen. To whatever you are devoted, you reach that space. If you are devoted to your doubts, your convolutions, your perversions, your anger, your powerlessness, you reach that space. If you are devoted to the ultimate possibility, Paramashiva, you reach that space. Understand? It is too easy to break somebody's trust and possibility. I tell you, just one heavy meal, undigested poop in the stomach is enough to break your trust. That doesn't need much. To build your trust takes life. Devotion, feeling connection is something extraordinary. The great power of the being. Understand? Your devotion to Paramashiva literally becomes a power protecting you and manifesting Paramashiva in you. Listen. It is too easy to give your own reasons for my happening. You can create your own ideas of how I am happening, and you can even add your own facts and figures for my happening, and you can give your own reasons for my happening. Listen. Listen carefully. When I enter into your dream to wake you up, your dream cognizes me. You can never cognize real me. The delusion you are in, based on that you cognize me. Understand? Whenever Guru appears, the right way to relate with Guru is devotion, because any cognition will be lower. Good or bad, your cognitions are lower than the existence of the Guru. He is there to wake you up and raise you to the higher state. Devotion, if you just keep the bhakti alive, if you protect your bhakti, bhakti will protect you forever from everything. Dharmo rakshati rakshitaha. Protect your bhakti, bhakti will protect you from everything. That's all I have done in my life. I have protected my bhakti to Paramashiva, and he is protecting me forever from everything. I have protected my bhakti to Paramashiva, and he is protecting me forever from everything. Understand? Nothing to be worried. Don't bother about anything. Just intensely keep your devotion alive. Devotion is a method to manifest powers 24 hours. 24 hours. Devotion is the way to manifest powers 24 hours. I have seen that. I have seen that happening. Devotion is the way to manifest powers 24 hours. Beautifully, Gita says, 4th chapter, 9th sloka, Janma karma chame divyam evam yo veti tattvataha tyaktva deham punarjanma naiti mamedi sorjunaha. O Arjuna, the one who knows the divinity of my happening and divinity of my actions in its true nature will not take one more birth after leaving the body and will get into me the supreme consciousness. Manushyanam sahasreshu kaschit yadadi siddhaye yadadamabi siddhanam kaschinmam vetti tattvataha. It's the 7th chapter, 3rd sloka, Bhagavad Gita. Among thousands of men, rare one endeavors for perfection, even of the perfected ones who are diligent. One perchance recognizes who I am. Recognizing the identity of an incarnation is the fulfillment, completion of life. That's it. Bhaktya mamabhijanati yavan yaschasmi tatvatah tato mam tatvato jnatva vishate tadanantaram. Bhagavad Gita's 18th chapter, 55th sloka. By devotion he knows me in reality what and who I am. Then having known me in reality, he forthwith enters into the Supreme. I am not here to teach you. I am here to initiate you. My initiation will teach you. Every day I come to Satsang not to teach you, but to initiate you, to give you the Shakti Pada. Actually, to give you my smile, to love you. My love, my initiation will teach you. Your bhakti is your internet connection. My love for you is my internet connection. My uplink connection is my love for you. Your download connection is your bhakti for me. The connection actually happening is Shakti Pada, initiation. I am here just to love you. My love will teach you. I am here just to initiate you. My initiation will teach you. I am not here to teach you. I am here to love you. Every morning I am here just to say, I love you guys. How are you? Doing well? Why you did not shave? Why there is no vibhuti in the face? Why did you put the round kumkum? Why can't you put the Trinetra Tilak? I am here just for that. That's all is my whole satsang. That's all is my whole satsang. Listen. Greatest that can happen to human being is this conscious reality becoming the existence, part of your existence. Listen. This conscious reality can be part of your existence if you have a direct feeling connection, Guru Bhakti. It can just like a jumping of the flame, transmission of the lamp. Hey, Paramashiva is real. Over. You just know. Swamiji said it. Paramashiva is real. Paramashiva is real. And based on that, your whole cognitive shift happens. Your existence shifts. From that reality, you cognize, exist, act, manifest, gravitate, do everything. I tell you, Ramakrishna says beautifully, just by, see, the first teaching of Ramakrishna, if you have read his Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna book, the first word of Ramakrishna and last word of Ramakrishna is one and the same. He says, by remembering your Ishta or Guru, means your God or Guru, if the tears roll in your eyes, this is last Janma for you. This is the first word and last word of Ramakrishna. And nobody gave you glycerin. Nobody asked you to remember your mother-in-law. Nobody asked you to remember the pains of your life. And the instruction was not remember all the pains and incompletions of your life. No. It means the energy in which you are sailing, you might have started with imagination, but it has hit to the space of which is more real than real for you. Now, with all integrity you can say, I know I am Mahadeva more than how much this world is real. How much this mic is real, how much the person who is sitting next to me is real, how much this throne is real, how much the person who is sitting in this throne is real, how much these deities are real for you. That much that Shivoham is real. Understand? Now the next thing will happen is, even that Shivoham will become more deeper real than this. So at that time, it will not just be tears, this whole area will become so sweet. This area, as if just the honey was just poured into your mouth and your mouth is locked. The honey is just sitting. Then you will see that Shivoham has become more real than anything you perceive. From Shivoham, when you start perceiving everything, it's enlightenment. Feeling the whole world is inside you is what we call in the Shastras embodiment of being Devi. The mother, Jagat Janani, who is the mother of the whole universe.
When you see a living master, suddenly the click happens. Oh God, what I was fantasizing and visualizing and enjoying by remembrance is walking on the ground with the human body. What I read in the Puranas, Bhagavata and scriptures and enjoying by remembering is walking, is living in the human body on the planet Earth. That click, when it happens, your bhakti will become Guru Bhakti. Understand? Deva Bhakti will become Guru Bhakti. The connection, suddenly you will see exactly the same divine, same God, same energy walking in the planet Earth in front of you in the human body. That is why when a living master happens, if you are already devoted to Shiva, you will see Shiva in him. If you are devoted to Krishna, you will see Krishna in him. If you are devoted to Devi, you will see Devi in him. If you are devoted to any other master who left the body, you will see that same master in him. He is a fulfillment of all your visualizations and expectations and beyond. That is why you will see all those dimensions in him. All those dimensions expressing in the human body. Deva Bhakti will become Guru Bhakti. This is the 6th standard. Blessed are those who experience the state of Deva Bhakti transforming into Guru Bhakti.
Maitriyadishu Balani Sutra, just 2 words. Swami Vivekananda translates this sutra as, by practicing samyama on friendship, mercy, etc., the yogi excels in respective qualities. By making, Swami Prabhavananda translates as, by making samyama on friendliness, compassion, etc., one develops the powers of these qualities. Swami Sachidananda translates as, By samyama on friendliness and other such qualities, the power to transmit them is obtained. Love. Vast, huge ocean. The subject which will taste different from different banks or beaches. It's like an ocean, tastes in different, looks different in different places, feels different in different beaches. This emotion also, you can't even use the word emotion. There is a question here. Is love just another emotion? It is not emotion, it is yen motion. It is the energy which makes motion happen in you towards enlightenment, from enlightenment towards enlightenment. When the glimpse of enlightenment starts in you and motions you towards enlightenment, the ultimate enlightenment, between that period, what you experience is called love. Sweet experiences of love constantly reminds you when you open up. I'm not talking about only romantic love, which is towards one person. I am talking about the love suddenly opens up in you towards whole and your very self. Rarely you will fall in love with yourself. The yellow journalist who is sitting inside you, constantly writing articles and editorials about you, is damned for love. The fear he creates about love is not protection for you, it is destruction for you. Dam is not a protection for river, it is a destruction for river. Only embankment is a protection for river. Love is embankment. Logic is dam. Do samyama on love. That is what Patanjali says. Means sit and meditate on the intense, beautiful inner space you go through when you are in love with you and with the whole. Understand? Here, Patanjali is not saying contemplate on the love which was directed towards one person. No. When at some time you just feel so good about being you, being who you are, but it happens very rarely. That's a big problem. If you are feeling deeply good at, wow, I am really worthy. I am really worthy of what I am. I am really worthy of life. I am really worthy of whatever is happening around me. When you are experiencing the love for yourself, suddenly you will experience that love for the whole. You will see then everybody, everything is worthy of what they are. The whole. When the love is experienced towards you by you, you will suddenly experience that towards the whole. So meditate on that love. Surely every one of you would have experienced that kind of moments at least few times in your life. when you feel love towards you and the love towards the whole, everything, you feel like blessing everybody and everything. Do samyama on that inner space. Not just the love directed towards one person. That may have its own investments, vested interests and all that. That is okay, nothing wrong. But that is not supposed to be the ultimate, or Patanjali does not expect you to do samyama on that. Do samyama on the love experience which you had towards you, towards the whole. You will just excel, radiate those qualities. Not only that, you will be able to transmit those qualities by your very presence. Please understand, if you are able to live without food one day, it's a power to control, controlling power. If you are able to live without food forever, it is not ability to control, it's a mystical power. Same way, if you are able to show love little bit once in a while, it is a social emotion. But ever loving, radiating love is mystical power. Understand, love, ability to love is a mystical power. Ability to love will happen in you only when you are able to be in the space of completion. Ability to be in the space of completion only if you can complete and establish yourself in the space of completion. The ability to love becomes a reality in you. Please listen. Most of the time, you think the external world is responsible for your incompletion. Yesterday, one of my ashramite was asking me, when everyone is doing so many mistakes, never become responsible, how can I be complete? Such a foolish question. Others, the external world is not responsible for our incompletion. First thing you need to know. Second, not even partly responsible. See, many of us agree the external world is not completely responsible for my incompletion, but that is also partly cooperating with for my incompletion. No, which is not true. External world fully or partly or even a little bit not responsible for your incompletions. Understand? I am making a cosmic penal code statement. CPC. External world is neither fully nor partially or even little bit responsible for any of our incompletions. Please understand, incompletion by its very nature starts sprouting, growing, establishing itself only in your inner space. Its roots never comes to the external world. Please understand. Sometimes we think, no, the incompletion has grown in the inner world only, but its roots are now established in the outer world. No. All the layers and layers and layers of incompletions you carry. See, when I say layers and layers and layers of incompletions, let me define and explain. First, you will feel, I have so many incompletions, I am completing with it. Then, no, how many times you complete, you are not going to complete, these incompletions are going to come back to you. That's one more incompletion. No, how much ever I try, I may complete even with this, but tomorrow again I will forget I completed and I will remember only my incompletions. What will happen to that? That next layer. Like this layers and layers and layers of incompletions you carry, listen, all layers are rooted only in your inner space. Even the branch or the hanging root of your incompletions don't come to the external world. First thing you need to know, your incompletions are always established in your inner space. This means many times others forgive you and forget you because you are not that big guy. But you can't forgive you because for you, you are a big guy. Understand? For others, you are not a big guy. Because you are not a big guy, they don't care about you. Many times they just forget the incompletions related to you. Many times they don't care. But you don't forgive you. You don't forgive you. Because you are too big for you. You are too big for you. All the time you are thinking only about you. All the time you are centered only about you. When you wake up, you only remember you. Till you go to bed, you only remember you. Because of the constant remembrance of you, you remember even small incompletions deeply. Very deeply. Understand? Even the smallest incompletions you carry in you, you remember it very deeply. The ability to forgive yourself is the first quality to start loving. Please understand. Only if you can forgive yourself, if you can complete with yourself, love starts. Only then love starts expressing itself. Love starts happening in you. Love can happen only when you are in the space of completion. Listen. The ability to forgive yourself, ability to love yourself, ability to live with yourself, ability to be with yourself. It's actually a power. Whatever I am describing, please understand, it is not a quality, it is a power. Once in a while, showing love or having love is a quality, but being in love forever is a power. Understand, only when you are established in the space of completion, you will understand this statement, love is a power. It's a power. I tell you, once you develop that power, you can complete anybody. You can play with that power. That is the greatest protection you can have in your life. Because even lion will lose its vengeance in front of you. Snake will lose its venom in front of you. Any enemy will lose his enmity, which is a weapon with which he is trying to attack you. He will lose it. So enmity is the first weapon. Anybody need to have to kill you, to attack you. All other weapons are secondary weapons. Analyze, what are you thinking? What is moving you? What are you worshipping? What is in the center of your heart? Paint it. Don't try to paint Shiva. Find out why you are worshipping Shiva. That only you are really worshipping. Understand? When the devotion, feeling connection happens, you being showered with what you want is different. When there is a gambling game is going on, your so-called devotion is different. When you build your mind on perishable, your life will be logical. If you build your mind on imperishable, your life will be magical. That's all is essence of today's satsang. Whether you want to live a logical life or magical life, you decide. See, understand? With anything you feel connected, love. Your biomemory starts meditating on it constantly and it becomes that. For example, an egg from chicken is taught to meditate on snake. Snake will come out of the egg. See, Prahlada came out of Hiranyakashipu. Now, with the feeling connection, falling in love, or I should say raising in love with the Guru, the unknown parts of you, which is 99.99, is all the time sitting with me, or I am sitting on it and hatching it. All the parts of you which is in love with me, I am hatching it. All the parts of you which is in love with you, you are hating it. That part gets just hatched and you become me. So feeling connection or Guru Bhakti is like a quantum way of manifesting Sadashivatva. It is not logical or breadth, it's a depth way of manifesting Sadashivatva. See my Balasans, not just manifesting powers. Talk to them, Every statement, their body language, everything will be literally mine. How many of you observed that? It's like my DNA. That is because of the raising in love. So raising in love or feeling connection is kind of a, see, inch by inch, burning all the karmas, or just put the forest fire. Feeling connection is just put the forest fire. If I have to sit and convince you step by step, yes, we will do it. When? I'll only be your retirement entertainment story. When you are retired, you will call all your grandkids, great grandkids, or the neighbor kids and tell a story in those days, long, long ago. Once upon a time, get little coffee, and then you will continue the story. If I have to be sitting and convincing, I can convince. I am ready. I can sit and go on be giving satsangs. But I will only be your old age retirement story. But if you catch it, he has already established the authenticity of the system day one. He has established his adhikaratva to teach. Now after this, asking him to show the ID card every time is waste of time. Understand? Now it is waste of time. It is time to jump over, fall head over heels and go with it and make it happen. When you decide to fast track your Sadashivatva, that's what I call feeling connection. See, nothing wrong initially waiting for logical, convincing conclusion. But when you know already, I have established and demonstrated successful cases from your background. If I do, you know, you will push me out. You are different, you are different. Okay. So I am not doing. I am picking up people from you. They have done the demo. So I have established the authenticity of the system. Then it is time to go head over heels, all over, and make it happen. Deciding to go head over heels and fast track your Sadashivatva, manifestation of Sadashivatva, is what I call feeling connection or Guru Bhakti. See, ultimately I am telling you, your Guru Bhakti, I am asking not for me to enjoy. I will just turn it and make it as Atma Bhakti and give it back to you. When you complete with GDHD, I will complete with your SDHD. That's all. I will just turn the energy, make it into your Atma Bhakti. It's like a cub bringing fresh grass for lion. Is he going to have a lunch or dinner with that grass? He may act in front of the cub, not to disappoint the cub. See, I am eating, and he will turn this side and and maybe he will keep it there for the next cubs to come and have lunch. 1 or 2 meals they need to have before they realize they are lion. That's all. Understand? Somebody asked me in the Facebook from the Sadashivoham team only, how do you handle all that attention and adulation? I am not. I am not receiving. I am only just turning it into your Atma Bhakti. Everything showered on me, the Bhakti, everything, I just turn that into your Atma Bhakti. Guru Bhakti is recommended only to be returned with multiple times. I should say it is more like a investment, not like giving it away. Always Guru Bhakti turns into Atma Bhakti. Yes. Actually, all you need to do is as much as possible, engage yourself in depth creation. Length and breadth automatically happens. People who created length and breadth neither will have length and breadth nor have depth. People who generated depth will have depth and length and breadth. First thing I should say, I am not end up, I am startup. When I enter into your life, I am not end up, I am startup. That's the first thing. Second thing, see, you should look at the whole thing. The word end up is wrong. The word startup is right. Now this answers your remaining part of the question. Always with startup, the depth increases, everything else follows.
The moment you remember. Improvement. Yes. See, understand when Nityananda. We apologize for the technical glitch. I hope all the participants are able to hear us clearly now. See, understand. When you protect your bhakti, bhakti will protect you. Whatever happens, when you protect your bhakti, bhakti will protect you. How many of you have seen that whatever may happen in your life, the one time when you go, you sit in front of Swamiji, you remember Swamiji, you just immerse yourself in the remembrance, your experience, of all your multiple experiences with Swamiji, whatever, whether it's a small experience or a big experience. Actually, any experience is like something that you will, something to cherish forever and ever. But how many of you have seen? Whatever happens in life, the moment you go, you sit in front of Swamiji, you just forget all of that suffering, all of the pain that you have gone through. When you protect that bhakti, that devotion, then even whatever you lose, bhakti will protect you. Can I request all the participants to take a few moments? Let us look and see all the different incidents that brought pain inside of us, which terrorizes us, creates insecurity in us, uncertainty in us. Let's all take a few moments to write this down. Nityananda, I hope all the participants, all of you, have been able to complete writing down these few moments where you felt paralyzed and felt pain. Now, let us all take a few minutes and pen down what are the combination, the ideas, impossibilities, the fears that you are carrying to these situations. Let us take a few moments and we can do it. All the different combinations, ideas, that you are carrying in these situations. Elaborately, Pandit. Please relax. Now, all the cognitions, all the pains, the best way you can come out of it, all the powerless cognitions, incompletions, all the areas which terrorize you, that pain you, you can come out of it just by immersing yourself in bhakti, in devotion. Now, who can tell from the who can tell what is your favorite out of the 16? We also 16 different areas how you can experience bhakti, right? How you can nourish the bhakti, right? Now we will all be doing a very exciting thing. All of us will be entering into the Sankirtana, the Sankirtanam. All of us will now be entering the Sankirtanam, where just by the devotional songs, the singing, the Kirtanam, we will be immersing ourselves in the devotion, the bhakti, immersing ourselves in that space of Swamiji, manifesting, experiencing Swamiji. And as we sing, I request all the participants to sing along, immerse yourself in the bhakti. Just surrender, immerse yourself into Swamiji.
Now, let us all immerse ourselves into singing the glorious name, the magnificent name of our beloved Swamiji, the form of the Nama Sankirtana. But just by remembering him, understand, Paramashiva says in the Guru Gita, remembering Paramashiva, remembering your Guru, it is equivalent to remembering Paramashiva himself. Swadesi Nama Chintanam, Vadevi Hanantasya Shivasya Chintanam. So understand, just by remembering your Guru, it is equivalent to you remembering Paramashiva himself. So now, I request all the participants and all the viewers who's joining us live right now, come along. We are now going to be singing, invoking that devotion within ourselves into a very beautiful bhajan on Swamiji. Joining with us, I have Vantya Atmapriyananda Swami and
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलम् सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि.
Now, as we sing, as the bhajan begins, let's all sing, immerse ourselves in the bhakti, the Guru Bhakti, the Paramashiva Bhakti. Let's all immerse ourselves in the song, in the name, in the divine name of Swamiji. We all will, just by repeating the name of Swamiji, will just sink into that space of the ecstasy, the devotion.
Nityananda Nityananda Jai Jai Ramam Bhaje. Nityananda Nityananda Gurunatham Bhaje. Nityananda Nityananda Jai Jai Ramam Bhaje. Nityananda Nityananda Gurunatham Bhaje. Nityananda Nityananda Jai Jai Ramam Bhaje. Nityananda Nityananda Gurunatham Bhaje. Nityananda Nityananda Jai Jai Ramam Bhaje. Nityananda Nityananda Gurunatham Bhaje. Nityananda Nityananda Gurunatham Bhaje. Nityananda Nityananda Jai Jai Ramam Bhaje. Nityananda Nityananda Gurunatham Bhaje. Deenodara Dharanidara Bhaktodara Jagadodara Nityananda. Abhayankara Pralayankara Karunakara Sadgurukara Nityananda. Deenodara Dharanidara Bhaktodara Jagadodara Nityananda. Abhayankara Pralayankara Karunakara Sadgurukara Nityananda. Nityananda Jai Jai Ramam Bhaje. Nityananda Nityananda Gurunatham Bhaje. Nityananda Jai Jai Ramam Bhaje. Nityananda Nityananda Gurunatham Bhaje. Guru Paramottama Nityananda Guru Sarvottama Nityananda, Guru Paramottama Nityananda, Guru Sarvottama Nityananda. Namam bhaje Guru Nadam bhaje, Nityanamam 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 bhaje Guru Nadam bhaje. Nityananda Nityananda Jai Jai Namam bhaje, Nityananda Nityananda Guru Nadam bhaje, Nityananda Nityananda Jai Jai Namam bhaje, Nityananda Nityananda Guru Nadam bhaje, Nityananda Nityananda Guru Nadam bhaje, Nityananda Nityananda Guru Nadam bhaje.